morning. The Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 regular Board of County Commissioners meeting will now be called to order. We'll begin with a moment of silent reflection for our first responders and members of the armed forces, followed by an invocation by Pastor Nicole Eastwood from our Savior Lutheran Church, and Commissioner Peter O'Brien, our Vice Chairman, will lead us in the pledge. Please rise.
Creator God, you brought us forth from very earth itself. And so open our eyes to see the ways in which we are all connected. This Earth Day, we pray for the land and the seas and the sky that we steward here in Indian River County. For the Indian River and the Atlantic Ocean and all the animals therein. For this land that provides both nourishment and shelter for us. For citrus, for cattle, for fish, and for all agricultural provision. Grant your nourishment and empower us to protect all of your creation. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. On additions, deletions to the agenda and emergency items, I believe it's appropriate to move the Emergency Services District items 15A, 1, 2, 3, and 4, just post consent. Any objections?
Nope.
Our chief has some pressing issues. Is there anything further?
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move the agenda as amended.
I'll second it.
Upon motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Morse, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. And now, next item is a proclamation. It's a presentation of proclamation designating the Jackie Robinson Training Complex as the official training facility of the United States of America softball national teams. At this time, I'll call upon our Assistant County Administrator, Michael Zito, to do the formal introduction, and Commissioner Ehrman will be presenting this proclamation. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners and County Administrator Jason Brown and Dylan Reingold, our County Attorney. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the recipients of our first proclamation this morning and a significant announcement that comes along with it. First, the Managing Director of Major League Baseball's Jackie Robinson Training Complex, Rochelle Madrigal. And with her is her Coordinator of Marketing and Retail for the Jackie Robinson Training Complex, Amanda Bracken. And next, from Team USA Softball, the CEO, Craig Kress, President Rodney Cobb, and Communications Manager, Morgan Palmer. And lastly, but certainly not least, is our special guest, athlete, Haley McClenny, who is now a Vero Beach resident. Welcome.
Welcome.
And with that, I'll give Commissioner Ehrman the honors, please.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a
It's an honor for me to do this. Growing up here in Indian River County, I spent a lot of my young days at Dodgertown at the time, watching the Dodgers play and watching them train, and the minor league baseballs teams that came through here. It was always enjoyable. I'm a huge sports and baseball fan and softball fan, and it just is. It's an honor to do this. It's an honor to see where it has come since the Dodgers left, which was a really sad day in Indian River County history. To see that Major League Baseball is doing such great things out there and bringing things like this to Jackie Robinson. And I, as a commissioner and as a citizen, appreciate your efforts and everything that y'all are doing. So let me go ahead and read this for you, and I think it's very appropriate. Proclamation dedicating the Jackie Robinson Training Complex as the official training facility of the USA Softball National Teams. Whereas, effective January 2nd, 2019, Major League Baseball assumed operation of the Jackie Robinson Training Complex in Vero Beach, and whereas Major League Baseball's mission to utilize the Jackie Robinson Training Complex to serve as a hub for the growth and development of the games of baseball and softball, and to continue Jackie Robinson's legacy of developing diverse young people both on and off the field. And whereas it was announced on January 23rd, 2020, that Major League Baseball was to enhance its partnership with the USA Softball by becoming the presenting sponsor of the United States Women's National Softball Team's Stand Beside Her tour in preparation for the 2020 Summer Olympics. And whereas April 12, 2021 marked the start of the United States Women's National Softball Team's first training camp hosted by the Jackie Robinson Training Complex, and whereas an open practice session was held at the Jackie Robinson Training Complex on April 16, 2021, providing the local Indian River County community with the opportunity to experience a U.S. Women's National Softball Team practice in person. And whereas in July of 2021, the Women's National Softball Team will represent the United States in the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo, Japan. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners, Indian River County, Florida, that the board designates the Jackie Robinson Training Complex as the official training facility of the USA Softball National Team, and hereby congratulates Major League Baseball on its efforts and success in Indian River County, adopted this 20th day of April 2021 by the Board of County Commissioners, Indian River County, Florida, and signed by all 5 of us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Commissioners, and Mike and Jason, for inviting us here today. It's my pleasure on behalf of Major League Baseball and the Jackie Robinson Training Complex to join you this morning. This is certainly a special time to celebrate, really unique opportunity. It's not every day you get the most elite athletes in the world right in your backyard. So to have the women's national team here just months before they're heading to Tokyo to pursue the gold is really special for all of us and for our community. And so they have been such tremendous partners. MLB and USA Softball share a really common vision to grow the sport of softball and really inspire more young women to take part in the sport. So it's really helpful to have them here and bring our complex onto a national and international stage over the last week plus. So it's been really special. They've been great partners. They've been really able to capture a lot of content and video and such while they're here at the complex and really show that on social media. And MLB Network was here last week for a couple of days, and you can see some of the athletes talking about their experience at our great complex on MLB.com. So the word is getting out about what a wonderful facility we have in our backyard, and they've helped us to do that. And so I think you'll only see more and more softball activity here in Indian River County for years to come, and really put that great softball quad you built for us 10 years ago to great use. So again, couldn't be prouder of the partnership that we formed with USA Softball, and wanted to give you an opportunity to hear a few words from their CEO, Craig Kress, here with us today. And I'll let Craig come say a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. And Commissioners, it goes without saying, thank you very much. I appreciate the service. I work with the Oklahoma City City Council, very similar to this. We're very fortunate to have a great partner there in Oklahoma City for USA Softball. But this was just a natural fit for us. We've been partners with MLB on many other initiatives since 2016. And when they said they had the opportunity to have this training center, and if we would be willing to come down here and be a partner with them and come bring our training down here, absolutely. I mean, you have great weather, you have great facilities. The staff at Jackie Robinson has been just so cordial and hospitable. We greatly appreciate it. But, you know, the partnerships are important to USA Softball. And we don't have just one national team. We have 4 national teams. Our junior men actually were here last year in 2020, late 19 or early 2020, prior to going to a world championship in New Zealand. So we've taken benefit in this facility a couple of times. So thank you very much. We're committed at USA Softball to get our team to Tokyo so that we can win a gold medal. That's every time we take the field, that's our expectations, is to win a gold medal. And it's because of folks like you and facilities like yours that enables us to have that practice time and that quality time on the field to prepare our athletes. And we have one of our best with us, center fielder Haley McClintock, who won national championships at the University of Alabama, an All-American. She has been played on our team since 2013 as a junior, and she has been on the good side of winning silver medals and been on the better side of winning gold medals. But she's the ultimate professional and will represent the United States of America extremely well. So at this time, I'd like to introduce our athlete, Haley McClintock.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Rochelle, as well, and all the people at Jackie Robinson for hosting the women's national team. I know all of my teammates have been super excited to be in Indian River County, and as a resident of Indian River County, it's nice to be able to show off all of the beautiful scenery and places and restaurants and all of the fun stuff that we've all enjoyed over the past week or so. I'm looking forward to coming back. Jackie Robinson is where I train on a daily basis, so I'm planning on carrying all of you guys with me to Tokyo, bringing back a gold medal, and we're super appreciative to you, commissioners, for your support of us, for your continued growth, the continued growth of our sport as well, and all of the opportunities that it can provide young men and young women just to grow as human beings, to grow as athletes, and continue to get better every single day. So thank you all so much. Let's go get the gold, huh?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, just if I could real quick, it wasn't there in the proclamation, but I think everybody should know that the women's national team is the #1 world-ranked team in the world. So congratulations, girls, for that. Commissioner Ehrman and I were at the practice Friday night, got to see the girls bang a bunch of balls around in batting practice and such. And one of the, probably to me, the neatest thing was they did an on-field interview with Haley, and they asked her, well, what's it mean to you to be on the national team? And Haley talked about it being a little girl, and her dream, was to play. So that was really cool. Glad your dream is coming true for you. So you all go kick some butt and bring the gold back. All right, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Best of luck.
Good luck. All right.
Thank you down this morning.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys for being here. Oh, thank you.
You have nice air. A nice facility, and we got the great team now.
Thank you.
Thank you
Good
again.
luck very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Commissioners, Commissioner Ehrman had remarked that while we were at the practice, he wouldn't mind stepping in and taking all batting practice himself against one of the team pitchers. And I advised him not to. He'd look pretty foolish. They would just strike him right out. So I just wanted to save him from making a rookie mistake there. And
Always looking out for us people.
oh, absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
But thanks for stepping up to the plate.
Okay.
Well, does anybody see Teddy? I think we'll have to roll that through. Thank you, Sheriff. I'm sure we'll ensure that Teddy will be here if it pleases the board. So then we'll just move right along to a presentation proclamation designating April 18th through April 25th, 2021 as Crime Victims Week.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the sheriff will be, and there should be
Bring some folks.
Sharon Correa, Patty Brazizi, and Abby Engular. Great.
There we go.
Sheriff, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, then if you all want to add a few more to that, that'd be great. Proclamation designating April 18th through April 25, 2021 as Crime Victims' Rights Week. Whereas victims of crime across America need and deserve support and assistance to help them cope with the consequences of crime, and whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week offers us all the opportunity to promote strength and unity in helping victims and survivors of crime through a wide range of supportive services offered by over 10,000 community and justice system-based programs, and the more than 32,000 federal and state statutes that define and protect their rights. And whereas, by being united against crime and for victims' rights and services, we gain strength as individuals, as communities, and as a nation as a whole, and offer strength to victims who seek to recover in the aftermath of a crime. And whereas America has joined together annually each April since 1981 to recognize the needs and rights of crime victims and survivors during National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that April 18 through April 25th, 2021 be designated as Crime Victims' Rights Week in Indian River County, and the board honors crime victims and those who serve them during this week and throughout the year. Adopted today, the 20th day of April, and endorsed by all 5 county commissioners. Sheriff?
Commissioners, thank you so much for this proclamation. Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. Every year we come together during this week to recognize the family members who have lost so much as victims of crime, and to remember their lost family members. And so we as first responders also see the tragedy. We recall these events that as we're there seeing those items. And so it's a week of remembrance for us. And this Thursday at Memorial Island, we will have the traditional reading of the names. It occurs at 6 p.m. And unfortunately, Paul Zelno couldn't be here today to accept this, but he certainly would invite everyone from the public to come out, including all the commissioners, everyone. It's at Memorial Island at 6 o'clock this Thursday, and we will be reading the names of all the victims of crime here in Indian River County, remembering those that we've lost, and many of the family members come out. In general, we do this twice a year. We also have an event at Christmas time, the Tree of Remembrance behind the courthouse. That's also a great event. So we hope that the public will come out. These are always under-attended events. We wish we had more people there to recognize the lives that are lost, and hope to see you guys there this Thursday night. Sharon Correa is here as well. I think she may want to give you a few words on behalf of Paul. Thank you.
I don't have a lot of words except thank you.
Well said.
Okay. Thank you. Come on up.
Yeah,
Sheriff.
that's what I thought. Thank you for being
Yeah,
that's all right.
Stay it.
Bring a file folder.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. Next item on the agenda is a presentation proclamation designating the week of April 18th through the 24th, 2021 as National Volunteer Appreciation Week. That'll be presented by Commissioner Susan Adams, and I believe we have quite a few of our volunteers here. Come on down with your sheriff.
All the volunteers, come on down. You guys are very important. Wonderful. It's good to see so many of y'all here this morning. All right. It's my honor to read a proclamation designating the week of April 18th through the 24th, 2021 as National Volunteer Appreciation Week. Whereas volunteerism strengthens communities, improves social problems, and enhances the overall quality of life for all citizens, including children, seniors, those who are disabled, impoverished, imprisoned, homeless, physically or mentally ill, or otherwise in need of assistance. And whereas volunteering changes the lives of volunteers in a positive way by increasing self-confidence, self-esteem, and physical well-being, offering the chance to make new friends and providing opportunities to learn new skills and abilities. And whereas volunteering is proven to have a positive influence on businesses that are socially responsible by increasing employee morale, loyalty, and teamwork, and building goodwill toward the company. And whereas nonprofits, charities, community and faith-based groups, schools, volunteer centers, and national service programs in Indian River County have joined together with state and local governments in celebration and praise of volunteers who have given tirelessly and selflessly to the service of others. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners, Indian River County, Florida, that the week of April 18th through April 24th, 2021, be designated as National Volunteer Appreciation Week in Indian River County, and the board encourages all citizens to promote the spirit of volunteerism, to observe and appropriate activities, programs, and ceremonies supporting volunteerism, and to participate and engage others in volunteer activities now and for as long as they are able. Adopted this 20th day of April 2021 and signed by all 5 county commissioners. And again, I just want to express our extreme appreciation for everything you guys are doing in the community, in the past and the future. And Sheriff, this is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Thank you, Board. We really appreciate this proclamation as well. We certainly couldn't do what we do at the Indian River County Sheriff's Office without our incredible team of volunteers. The group that are here behind me are just a small sampling. We have many of our Marine volunteers and our CAP unit volunteers, but we also have so many more that work in administrative capacities. My dad is volunteering in the garage now, so it's really a cool thing to see folks who want to give back to their community, who have served in a variety of roles during their lifetimes, who say, I want to be a part of the good that's happening every single day. And we see it in these folks behind me. We see the glow in their eyes and the love and passion that they have for our community. And we're incredibly blessed that they chose to give their time to the Sheriff's Office, to the community. So they could go volunteer anywhere they wanted, but they chose to come be a part of our operation, and we're certainly grateful for that. When you see our volunteers out there this week, please give them thanks. Tell them you're grateful for their being there for them. These folks have saved hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars, if not millions, since this program was started several sheriffs ago. And of course, I'm proud to be able to continue that operation and ensure that we have volunteers going into the future. So we have a lot of changes happening right now, but we're certainly going to focus on growing our volunteer base and ensuring that we can save taxpayer dollars with their assistance. So on behalf of everyone at the Sheriff's Office, thank you guys for the proclamation, and volunteers especially, thank you guys for all you do for our community.
And we see Teddy again. We finally got him. Look at our great volunteers.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
And I love your mask.
Wait. It's all about the you.
No.
It's all about the you.
He's the smartest one.
Oh. I get that Florida College thing.
All right. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. To all our volunteers. Thank you. Now that's a team.
Yes. Agreed.
Well, you know what? It appears that Teddy has arrived. He's got to be coached by the sheriff. First time for everything. I'll take this down.
Good morning.
Good morning, Teddy.
Good morning, Commissioners. How are you?
Well, this is a
Yes, it is. I'm excited to be here.
This is a presentation and a proclamation honoring Teddy Floyd on his retirement. Wow.
Yep.
From Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Teddy,
Yes, sir.
good to see you, sir.
I am grateful to see you, sir.
I have never, let's put it this way. I didn't believe this day was going to happen. I trust you did not believe this day was going to happen.
Nope.
But I'm joined by many folks in this county that don't believe this day has happened. The retirement of Teddy Floyd. You know, I can't imagine an Indian River without Teddy Floyd on patrol.
Called the governor's office 100 times. I'm probably the only man in the history of trying not to retire. The lady told me, said,
I know that, and just as a case in point, and we'll get to that, but Teddy,
sir,
you know, you're probably the only deputy sheriff, detective in the sheriff's office employee history that is only known by your first name, and widespread throughout this community, widespread throughout the county, throughout the state, and the nation. Teddy's been recognized locally by many groups, by many citizens, and appreciated, but it's gone to the state level with many awards, to the governor's office, to the President of the United States, and he's been recognized even on national TV. David Letterman got a kick out of him. And his
Yeah.
traffic control styles.
Yeah.
Teddy, I had a varied career with many chapters, but can I say that that chapter in Cope was probably the most profound time that I've had, and I want to thank you for sharing it with me and all of the citizens of Indian River County. I can't imagine it any other way. So what we've done is we've revoked any rights and privileges you have to a travel visa.
Yeah. All
Your
invisible.
passport is now null and void. The clerk of the court is right there. And we're going to be looking forward to other things happening with you in this community. Thank you.
I just want to take a moment.
Now I'm going to give you the proclamation.
Yep.
Then I'm sure you're going to have a little time to talk with us.
Yeah, because I'm just never cry about anything.
This proclamation honoring Teddy Floyd on his retirement from Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Whereas Theodore Teddy Floyd, after beginning his journey in law enforcement in 1991 and serving with great distinction for 30 years, is retiring from the Sheriff's Office effective April 30th, 2021. And whereas Teddy was employed in several different capacities over the lengthy career, including corrections and law enforcement, but spent the majority of his calling serving the citizens in a community policing function. And whereas Teddy was a charter member of the Community-Oriented Police Enforcement Unit, better known as COPE Unit, in Indian River County in 1994, affirming that there is no hope without COPE, and was among the first deputies assigned to then newly formed Crime Prevention Unit in 2002. And whereas Teddy was bestowed with many commendations and honors, including Law Enforcement Employee of the Year for 1994, the Governor's Point of Light Award in 2009, and the T.C. Palm's 2006 Inspirational Community Leader recognition, the Exchange Club's Deputy of the Quarter Award in 2007, and entry into the 2006 Federal Congressional Record by Representative Kendrick Meek. And whereas Teddy has been an active member of many community-based organizations, including the Progressive Civic League, our local NAACP, the Habitat for Humanity, Treasure Coast Business League, and the Gifford Youth Achievement Center, among many, many others. And whereas Teddy worked with extraordinary dedication and diligence to protect and serve the citizens of Indian River County in the state of Florida, earning the appreciation from 5 Indian River County sheriffs, all of whom had the honor of working with him. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the board lauds the contributions Teddy has made to the citizens of Indian River County during his highly successful law enforcement career, and extols his mantra that one should never look down upon a man unless you're picking him up. And whereas we wish him a happy and prosperous retirement. Duly adopted this 20th day of April 2021, signed by all 5 county commissioners. Teddy, one thing we didn't mention there, it was a great pleasure that you got out of jail and you served, and I want to commend you for never returning back to jail. Because the people of as a corrections deputy, the people of Indian River County have had the pleasure and honor and just the enjoyment of having you within the environs of our county at any time, anywhere. And it's going to be great to see you in civilian clothes, because I don't think I've ever seen that.
Well, today is it's a joyful day, but also one of the worst days, because my whole life is centered around our community. And I first want to thank the sheriff and command staff and my brothers, but I want to thank you, commissioners, and most of all, my mom and God. My mom always have instilled that she's a pastor. She's always said never look down on a man unless you pick him up. And I was trying to find my niche in law enforcement, and I found it with community policing, thanks to Mrs. Adams' mom, that allowed me to get out there in the building. But my partner, which is also a commissioner, and then Joe, we're on a lot of scenes and doing what we're doing. We've all been through a lot. And in today's society, we need transparency. And here in Indian River County, Pete, we coached football together and done it. You whooped me a couple times, I whooped you more. But I want to thank you to be able to live in a community where we have our problems, but we don't have it like you see it on the news media. And I thank you for the trust. And then also thank the community for allowing me to be able to protect you. Not everybody can do that. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I was spoiled today. I'm trusting that I'll be a little skinnier per the sheriff the next time I come through, so I could come back and work. But I don't know anything else, anywhere else in the world, on the universe, or any planet that I would rather be than to serve in the River County and be able to work in the River County Sheriff's Office. So I am very thankful today. Thank you, commissioners.
the plans were.
Thank you again, River. Thank you.
Teddy.
Deputy Chief.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say that I've served on a board with Teddy, and I am proud to call him a brother in the Lord, and he's such a great man. He's given back to the community. I can't think of a better person to represent Indian River County.
I want you to know something, that we all know Teddy. Is anybody in the room not know Teddy? I just want to share something. We had to travel up to Daytona. We were directed to go up to Daytona in our patrol vehicles, and we pull into a convenience center just short of our destination to get fuel for the vehicle. And we pull in, we're at the fuel island, and the manager of the store comes out and says, "Hey, Teddy." Come on, we were in Daytona. It is true. He was well known throughout the Treasure Coast and the Eastern Seaboard. So just want to point that out. I forgot to.
Hey, did you want a picture with Milo? Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Milo.
Morning.
I just wanted to say that it's been an absolute pleasure serving with you, Teddy. My entire time being here has been incredible, and you've been there for me the whole time. So I'm proud to be the fifth sheriff you served under, but certainly I call you a friend, and I'm excited that you look forward to potentially coming back. I'll say it publicly that Teddy and I have had conversations that he wants to come back. He's not ready to retire yet, but he wants to come back. But as you guys know, there are certain stipulations that go along with that for a Florida retirement system and things like that. But he's also aware that I am putting in a fitness standard, and he plans to spend at least the next 6 months getting himself ready for that fitness standard. So we're going to hold you to it, Teddy, and I look forward to you're always welcome at the sheriff's office. You're certainly part of our family, but I hope that you're back in that uniform before too long. Thank you guys. Thanks for doing this today. Thanks.
You better knock that down.
Thank you. May I say something, Mr. Chair? Teddy, you not only protected lives, you changed lives, including mine. And I've told you this personally recently, but I'll say it publicly. When I was the mayor at the end of the very first Christmas parade, where I walked the entire route, you were at the end of it. And God bless you, you said, someday you should think about being on county commission. Well, thanks. Yes, those hugs are wonderful. Thank you. You lift me up, literally and figuratively. Thank you.
Teddy, don't leave yet, because as you said, for many years you and I worked together on scenes, and we saw good things and bad things, and what was nice is that, and I'll never forget, you were always upbeat, positive, no matter what the situation was, and that always made for a great camaraderie between the fire department and when you were on the scene, and you're still always going to be known to me as Theodore. Yeah. So I've always called him that. But I appreciate all the friendship over the years, and the good times, and the good times we served during the bad times.
Thank you.
You're awesome, man.
Thank you.
You got to hear the way his mom says Theodore. Yeah. It's a little different.
It's like when my mom says my middle name, you don't want to hear it that way.
Even though I'm the police, she still wants her little boy.
I feel you on that.
Yeah. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Teddy.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give him one more. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of February 9th, 2021, and the regular meeting of February 16th, 2021.
Move approval?
Second. Any discussion? Upon motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Informational items.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question for Kristen on this, if she wouldn't mind, if she's here. There she is.
There she is.
So this is the second quarter budget report, which goes through the end of March. But Kristen, on the tourist tax number, that's only through February. Is that correct?
Yes, it lags basically 2 months.
Right. Okay. So for the month compared to last year, we're down 14%. But if you all remember, a year ago, February was pre-pandemic, and so we probably had a very strong February. And now we're comparing that to the pandemic February. So I would guess when the March numbers come in, might be more apples to apples. Would that be correct?
Yes, and I'd expect we'd exceed last year's.
Right. Okay. All right. No, that's great. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, further clarification? We'll move on to the consent agenda. Commissioners? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to have any item pulled for further discussion, clarification? Hearing none. Do we have anybody on Zoom or internet?
Move to approve consent as presented.
Wow, that was a close one. Upon motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. As requested, we will move on to the emergency service items.
Mr. Chairman, move approval of the minutes of February 2nd and February 9th, 2021.
Second.
Upon motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. The next item is the sole source purchase of 11 Stryker CR2 AED defibrillators.
Move approval of staff request.
Second. That's a motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by myself. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Sole source purchase of 8 Stryker LifePak 15 V4 cardiac monitors.
Move approval, staff recommendation.
That's appropriate.
Yeah, I know. Did I get to use one of these last week, Chief? Did I? Okay.
Second.
We have a...
I just want you to know that's how dedicated I am, that I want to make sure I check out all this equipment we're buying to make sure it all works properly and stuff. So y'all don't have to thank me. I'm just doing, what I think is my job here. So y'all don't have to worry about it.
When you know about a product, you ask the man who owns one or uses one.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you for being an experiment for us all.
Couldn't read this, I'm sorry.
That's a motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all. Well, we got the emergency services out of the way and all of our next item will be a public item, which is a public hearing regarding the Florida Power and Light Company's request for major site plan and special exceptions use for the approval of a private Heavy Utility FP&L Grove Solar Energy Center SPSE 21. This is quasi-judicial in nature. The next item on the agenda is a request by, one moment. Let me get the quasi-judicial direction. Thank you, Counsel. The next item of the agenda is a request by Florida Power and Light and Florida Company for a major site plan and special exception use approval for the private heavy utility Grove Solar Energy Center to be located on approximately 579.68 acres at the southwest corner of Oslo Road, 9th Street Southwest, and 162nd Avenue Southwest. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The parties in the proceeding are Indian River County and Florida Power and Light. We need to go over a few items, and I need to ask each commissioner to disclose any ex parte communications, site visits, or independent investigations. Vice Chairman O'Brien?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple months ago, I did tour one of the FP&L solar centers that was under construction. There was quite a few FP&L representatives there. Bart Getchins, our primary liaison, was also there. We had discussions about solar energy in general, but nothing that would prohibit me from having a clear and open mind reviewing this item. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, also the same as Commissioner O'Brien, we were out there for a function with them on one of the other facilities, but yes, I would say I have no ex parte on this.
I would concur with the other commissioners that visited sites, but not this particular one. We're good to go.
I did not tour the site, and no ex parte to report.
And I have had the opportunity, but did not tour the site and had no ex parte communication or site visits regarding this item. Now I need to confirm with all of you that open mind and are able to base your decision on the evidence presented and applicable law. Vice Chairman?
Keenan will.
Yep. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Cannon will.
Cannon will.
Cannon will.
We've got that across the board. At this time, need to open up the public hearing. I'll ask the clerk to swear in any and all witnesses collectively. If you anticipate speaking or wish to have any input during this proceedings, you need to be sworn in. Madam Clerk. Thank you. At this time, we will begin with a presentation by county staff.
Good morning.
Morning.
For the record, my name is John Stoll. I'm a senior planner with the Community Development Department for Indian River County. The request today is for major site plan and special exception use approval for the FPL Grove Solar Energy Center. For a special exception use, the Board of County Commissioners is to consider the appropriateness and compatibility of the requested use, the general criteria for special exception uses, and the specific land use criteria in Section 971-44-2 of the Land Development Regulations for a private heavy utility use. 2 public hearings are required, one before the Planning and Zoning Commission and one before the Board of County Commissioners. Today, the Board of County Commissioners is to approve the request with conditions, or deny the request. You guys are doing double time here. Is it working for you? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. This is the overall location map. You'll see State Road 60 to the north, I-95 to the east, 162nd Avenue to the west, and St. Lucie County to the south. There are several FPL existing sites, Blue Cypress Solar Site at 98th and Oslo Road, Orange Blossom at 122nd Avenue and Oslo Road, FPL Indian River Solar Site at 122nd Avenue and South County Line, and our proposed site today is at 162nd Avenue and 9th Street Southwest. Here's our detailed location map showing the site at the southwest corner of 162nd Avenue and Oslo Road. The site is approximately 579 acres, and the site and all surrounding properties are zoned A2. This is an aerial of the site. You'll see that it's all former existing citrus groves. This is the overall site plan showing solar arrays, access paths, and a collector yard in the southeast corner of the site. A crested caracara nest was located, and the site has been redesigned to accommodate a 985-foot buffer around the nest. The applicant is required to obtain a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service permit prior to site plan release. This is the vehicular access plan. You'll see two existing driveway connections to Oslo Road on either side of the St. John's Canal. Stabilized access pathways throughout the site for maintenance that range from 16 feet in width to 20 feet in width. A county right-of-way permit will be required for heavy loads utilizing the county right-of-way during construction. This is the landscape plan. Based on the site's location, a minor landscape plan was required, and drought-tolerant canopy trees have been provided along the east, west, and south perimeters of the solar collector yard area. At its special call meeting of April 15, 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend that the Board of County Commissioners grant major site plan and special exception use approval with the conditions recommended by staff. Staff's recommendation is that the Board of County Commissioners grant major site plan and special exception approval for the proposed FPL Grove Solar Energy Center with conditions stated in the staff report related to environmental agency permits, project route, and landscaping. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any questions of staff regarding this project? Next, we'll have a presentation by Florida Power and Light.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
My name is Bart Getchins, Area External Affairs Manager, 9001 Ellis Road, West Melbourne. FPL is proud of the fact that we provide clean power to our customers with emissions 30% below the national industry average and decreasing. Here to present a project proposal that will continue to provide our customers with affordable, clean, and reliable energy is Mr. Christopher Fries. Christopher.
Thank you, Bart. Good morning, Commissioners. I appreciate your time today and letting us talk about the Grove Solar Energy Center in front of you today. A little bit about our company, if you could go to the next slide, please. Florida Power and Light, as you guys are all aware, folks are all aware, 35 counties are within our service territory, about 9,000 employees trying to ensure that to keep the lights on and power running for everyone. It's about 27,000 megawatts of generation at this time under the FPL umbrella, and we currently serve about 5 million customer accounts and counting. We serve more than half of Florida by population, and we are the largest utility in the United States at this point in time. So we take a lot of pride in that. Helps us keep rates down, helps us keep reliability up. We take a lot of pride in some of those numbers there. You can go to the next slide, please. We talked about 27,000 megawatts of generation. Solar energy is becoming a bigger and bigger piece of that, and we're proud of that as well. Currently, we have about 37 solar energy centers in operation, about 2,600 megawatts of the portfolio. And then you can kind of see the bar graph there as our continued growth, our planned continued growth throughout the state of Florida. A little bit about Indian River County. This would be the 4th solar site if it is approved in Indian River County, which puts you folks second. Silver medal right now if we go to the softball terminology. What? Wait a minute. But there's more time to come. So you guys are only one site behind DeSoto County. So Indian River County, we take a lot of pride working with you folks in partnership that we've had at this point in time with the 3 previous energy centers. Something of note too for Indian River County, currently we have 900, and this is the Orange Blossom site that's being constructed right now, the third site in Indian River County. We'll have 986,752 solar panels installed in Indian River County. Approval of Grove Solar will get Indian River County over that 1 million panel threshold, which you guys should take a lot of pride in as a community. Next slide, please. So folks have probably heard about this before, a 30 by 30 plan. This is a plan to have 30 million new solar panels installed throughout the state of Florida by 2030. Very aggressive goal. We're talking about 100 plus new solar energy centers. So we do have a lot of plans to keep Florida's energy future clean and green. What a better week to do it than Earth Week here with Earth Day on Thursday. So really proud of that. Something to note there also, 67% cleaner than the 2005 U.S. Electric Company average. So part of this program was to meet a lot of those goals to make the energy future cleaner in Florida. So next slide, please. A little bit about what it brings to the community. A lot of folks are pretty aware of this, but 200 construction jobs we can rely on to bring into the area. A lot of those we do like to locally source when possible. You're talking about increased revenue for local shops, gas stations, hotels, restaurants. So it's a really good thing for the economy, along with the county's tax base, with the tax revenue that we can help bring to the economy too. So the next couple slides are a little redundant with what the staff went over, so I don't spend a whole lot of time of them, but you can kind of see Grove Solar is out west compared to the other 3 sites currently in Indian River County. And there's Grove Solar in green there. You can kind of see the Indian River County, Blue Cypress Solar Energy Centers. There's some aerial views of how those exist, how they look currently today. This would be very similar to those sites in size and generation. A little bit about the schedule here. Again, 74.5 megawatts is the size of this site. That's roughly powers 15,000 normal sized residential homes. So that's, this would be the 4th site. That would be 60,000, potentially 60,000 residential homes would be powering with emission-free green energy in Indian River County alone. So that's a really good number for the local community. Timeline, we submitted this special exception use permit in November of 2020. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection ERP permit was submitted early February of this year. We had the P&Z hearing last week. We are here today at BOCC. And proposed construction start date by May of this year, with in-service date scheduled for January of 2022. And at this point in time, I'd like to open it up with any questions or comments.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation. Got kind of an off-the-cuff question here, and actually was from my wife. But we were looking at the use of the ag land out there and how the fact that the solar centers, you still have the grass underneath them and it's still a more natural landscape and such. Can the panels be elevated enough off the ground so that you could actually still run cattle on the land, or is that problematic?
It's a possibility. We don't currently do that. Probably the closest thing we have is we have sheep that actually maintain some of the grass in some of our areas in Florida. The middle of Florida, we have a couple sites that have sheep. It's a little bit cost prohibitive just because, right, we're talking about probably, I don't know the exact number, but you're talking about hundreds of thousands of support structures of piles for the racking. So you're talking about a couple more feet on a couple tens of thousands of piles. So it is cost prohibitive. That's part of the reason why we try to keep it a little lower to the ground, just to keep the cost down for ratepayers, for folks like you and I to keep the bills low. So.
And I would just like to comment, when we did tour the other plant, my assistant and I were in the last group, and all the previous commissioners that installed a panel apparently did it improperly, because the construction guys had to keep taking it down. And then when my assistant Morgan and I installed it, it stayed in. So we were the only ones to actually install it correctly. So I just want to point that out to my fellow commissioners. Yeah.
That's why I chose not to go, because I knew that you were going to be there and do it correctly.
Morgan and I were the only ones that it stayed after we put it up. What can I say? Just.
Thank you.
You did a great job, Commissioner, but I can't speak. I can't speak about the.
Well,
It's safer not to, don't worry.
It's just a little trash talking up here on the dais. It's all right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this is also touring the site. I was amazed by this whole process of how this is about as clean as a area development, whatever you want to call it, in the perfect spot out there on the St. John's Improvement District next to the flowway and stuff like that. So I think it's a great idea. But what amazes me about the whole process is how simple it is. And correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe you should even probably say it better, but you're collecting sunlight, running it through a solar panel to go into a bunch of storage battery out there, and the storage battery is then transferred to the substation, the closest substation.
The
and
inverter's transferred to the substation.
then sent out for power. Is that pretty much it?
That's one of the great things we love. There's there's no hazardous materials involved. There's no water usage involved. Emergency services, we're not laboring any emergency services. So it's a win-win, especially when you think about that area specifically where Grove is slated as it's fallow citrus. So it's been a win-win for that previous landowner as well. So, but yeah, to your point exactly, it's almost plug and play. Plugging in panel to panel to panel. Very, very low disturbance. There's no concrete involved with any of the piles. So this is something that we can pick up and move out once the life is exceeded of the site. So it's
just amazing to me when you see a power plant, any power plant, whether it's FP&L or a city power plant, you just look at how, how does somebody build that, how complex it looks and all this sort of stuff. And when you go out there and see this, it's about as simple as you can get. So it was really amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I just, making frequent trips to Colorado at the Air Force Academy, there's a lot of solar panels in and about both airports. As you're arriving, the glare is incredible. And the panels that FP&L are using don't bear glare. So is it a coating? Is it because on other applications that you've already established, there's no glare? Or is there a special process, coating? Or?
Yes, Commissioner, they do have an anti-glare coating on the solar panels themselves. And if we do, Grove Solar doesn't fall into this category, but if we are close enough to an airport, we do have to do a special glare study for those. But to your point, the panels that we use, the anti-glare, we've actually built them around an airport before, just to show you, just to show how reflective they are. So, but if we do an analysis with the FAA if we have to, depending on the site of the location. But this particular site for Grove Solar was not in an area where we had to do that specific study. But
well, thank you for that, because just nearby, we don't see too many commercial aircraft in and around that area, but we do have a fly-in community that's not far from the site, and also crop dusting planes, so it would be taken into consideration, and thank you for that.
thank you.
I'm glad you're here today, and for the community, solar panels are a little bit bigger than your front door, and they actually just plug in. It's a very, very easy installation. I think it's wonderful progress for the community. All the number of solar fields that we have, even just a single solar field, can power the entire city of Vero Beach, and now we're up to 4 of them. I mean, I think that's really wonderful. I'm very excited about this, and I'm happy to say that the first time I did visit a solar field, it was as mayor, and I was with the CEO of Florida Power and Light, Mr. Szilagyi. So when we were installing it, if anything went wrong, well, I always defer to CEOs of FPL. So God bless. Glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did have just to note on that, we did have a question during the P&Z about, this being the 4th solar site, about 15,000 homes can be powered from each one of these sites. That gets you up to 60,000 residential homes. I think there's 83,000 residential customers within Indian River County. So you guys are getting closer and closer to be almost 100% green on the residential client. So that's something to be really proud of as well. So
be bold and go for the gold.
Exactly.
And we'll have it. Let's get this one done. Any further questions? At this time, I'll ask for any input by the public. Is there any member of the public that wishes to have input regarding this item and application?
If there's,
You'll need to go to the podium, identify yourself for the record. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and were you duly sworn in? Thank you, sir.
My name's Dave Brown. I am a resident of Indian River County.
Thank you.
My simple question is, how hurricane resistant are these panels? Because they seem like a big wind field would devastate these panels, especially if they're not concreted into the ground. Just a simple question.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's something we worry about too, obviously investing in this technology, but they are built to the building codes. They are built to the building codes depending on what area we are in the state. I think they're, I don't know the exact number. It's up in the 140, 150 mile an hour range that these are rated for. So to your point exactly, they are kind of like a sail there, but the piles are driven quite a few feet into the ground, so they are sturdy. Even though there's no concrete, they are sturdy, and they are rated to the local building code for the area that they're located in. So,
thank you. Anyone else from the public? There's two podiums.
if there's no further public comment.
Excuse me.
Oh, sir.
Is there anybody on the internet? I see we had a few on Zoom. Is there any requests to speak? Thank you. At this time, is there any questions by the commissioners, county staff, or Florida Power and Light that have not been answered to the public?
Let me jump in and make a comment. Phil Madsen, Community Development Director. First of all, I want to thank the applicant for their cooperation, putting together a great proposal. They checked all the boxes, dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and I want to call out staff too, who worked to meet a compressed timeline. You know, on my way downtown one night, I went by the building and I saw Ryan burning some of that solar power pretty late, and good job as usual. But it was touched upon, and in the bigger picture, in a kind of a strategic sense, this answers the question of what happens to our western lands, and what is a good use, what is the next generation of agricultural replacement or supplement, if it were. This is 579 fewer acres times 4 that are not going to be used for something that might tax our infrastructure in our system. So again, I want to thank you for that as well, and I think he hit on it when he mentioned the word partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Matson. Is there any final presentation or arguments by county staff? Do you have anything further?
You have nothing.
Thank you. Anything further from Florida Power and Light?
thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I want to ensure that all documents and tangible evidence that has been provided, if any, have been admitted to evidence and are in the hands of the clerk. Madam Clerk? Thank you. County staff agendas are automatically admitted into evidence unless otherwise, or if there is any objection. At this time, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, we have discussion? Nope. No discussion. Well,
Be glad to go ahead and move staff recommendation.
Second.
we have a motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. It appears we're at the silver level. And looking forward to the gold. Thank you. Next public hearing is a public hearing regarding Sunnyside Up 1 LLC's request to rezone plus or minus 40.25 acres from PDT&D to RM8. It's a rezoning, and it's quasi-judicial. As I stated, the next item is the request for Sunnyside Up 1 LLC to rezone plus or minus 40.25 acres from PDT&D, Planned Development Traditional Neighborhood Design District, to RM8, Multifamily Residential District, up to 8 units per acre for property located south of and adjacent to 26th Street, approximately 775 feet east of 66th Avenue, and approximately 700 feet west of 58th Avenue and north of Indian River Mall. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. The parties of the proceeding are Indian River County and Sunnyside Up 1 LLC, known as the applicant. We have to go over a few items once again. I need to ask all commissioners if they can disclose any ex parte communications and visits or independent investigations. Vice Chairman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back in 2009, I was on the board and we approved a request to rezone from RM8 to planned development. And it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure we were on the site a few times back then. But since that point in time, I have not, other than driving by it, have not visited the site and have not had any ex parte communications with the current ownership group.
Mr. Chairman, no, I've had no ex parte.
No ex parte communications. I do drive this way on a regular basis, but no site visits per se or anything.
No ex parte, no drive-bys.
And I have no ex parte to disclose other than just driving through the community. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to confirm with each commissioner if we can have an open mind and are able to base our decision on the evidence presented and by applicable law. Vice Chairman?
Cannon-Will.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Cannon-Will.
Cannon-Will.
Cannon-Will. All right, at this time, we need to open up the public hearing. And if anybody wishes to have input, discussion, or presentation, please stand and be sworn in by the clerk. If you anticipate speaking, it is advised.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll have a presentation by county staff.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I'm Matt Callip, planner with Long Range Planning, and as was stated, county staff received a rezoning application from Sunnyside Up 1 LLC requesting to rezone approximately 40.25 acres from PDT&D to RM8. As was stated, subject property proposed to be rezoned is located south of and adjacent to 26th Street and approximately 775 feet west of 58th Avenue and approximately 700 feet east of 66th Avenue. The purpose of this request is to secure the zoning necessary to develop the site at a density consistent with the density allowed by the subject site's future land use designation, which in this case is M1, medium density residential 1, up to 8 units per acre. The Planning and Zoning Commission of Indian River County held a public hearing on March 11th, 2021. That commission heard this request and they voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend that the Indian River County Board of County Commissioners approve this rezoning request. Additionally, there were 5 people from the Woodfield subdivision who spoke at that meeting and expressed their concerns about general development of the site, specifically traffic, noise, and dust resulting from construction. The Woodfield HOA also submitted a petition, which is on file with the Community Development Department, and I have some copies here to share with you all. And Furthermore, upon hearing that this request, if approved, would reduce the density and intensity of any development on the site, many of who were initially expressed opposition became more supportive of this request. The subject site is currently zoned PD-TND, Planned Development Traditional Neighborhood Design. This existing zoning district allows for multifamily dwellings, such as townhomes and apartments, and 32,000 square feet of commercial retail gross floor area. The site was rezoned from RM8 to PD-TND back in January of 2009, as mentioned by Commissioner O'Brien, and it will revert back to that zoning in 2029 unless construction of this planned development that was approved commences. The proposed zoning district for the subject site, RM8, residential multifamily up to 8 units per acre, allows for multifamily dwellings and other conditional uses that are also allowed in the approved PD-TND. Compared to the approved PD-TND, RM8 zones are less intense. Additionally, the RM8 zoning district, if approved, would reduce the total number of residential units from 354 to 322 and eliminate approximately 32,000 square feet of commercial retail gross floor area that could be developed on the subject property. As shown on this map of the county's future land uses, the subject site is designated M1, multiple family residential 1, up to 8 units per acre. Adjacent properties to the south, east, and west all have the same future land use designation as the subject site. Properties to the north across the sublateral A3E Canal and 26th Street have a future land use designation of L2. The subject site serves as a buffer between intense commercial uses to the south and medium density residential uses to the north. Additional properties to the south have an RC, or regional commercial future land use designation, which allows for commercial uses such as large regional malls and other large retail spaces. Furthermore, this is the only RC designated district or designated area in the entire county. As previously mentioned, the M1 land use designation allows for multifamily uses up to 8 units per acre, which is less than the density allowed in M2 designated areas. The M1 future land use designation is located in areas of the county that have the services and infrastructure required for medium residential densities. These medium density areas are located along major transportation routes, near shopping, employment, and service centers. Furthermore, these areas with the future land use designation at M1 are intended for multifamily developments up to 8 units per acre. However, this designation does not prevent the development of single-family homes. This map here depicts the zoning districts of the subject property and adjacent properties. To the north is the Woodfield Residential Plan Development, Zone PD Plan Development, and also the Bella Rosa Townhomes, which is zoned RM8. Directly to the east is Rivera Estates, a residential subdivision zoned RS6. There's also a church and an FPL substation there on the corner to the east. To the west is the Bella Vista Isles residential development, also zoned RM8. And directly to the south of the subject site is the Indian River Mall, zoned CG, and a single parcel there that is split zoned between A1, RM6, and RS6. This parcel is under the same ownership as the Indian River Mall and is dedicated as a conservation easement to the county, and it serves also as a stormwater retention area for the Indian River Mall. So this map here would depict what the proposed zoning district, RM8, would look like. So it's going from PD-TND to RM8 if approved. So county staff analyzed the following criteria, which is required by the County Code of Ordinances whenever a rezoning is proposed. We look at consistency with the comprehensive plan, consistency with the county land development regulations, environmental impacts, and compatibility with surrounding uses. And with regards to concurrency, this request is exempted from concurrency review under Section 910.07 of the Indian River County Land Development Regulations. That section stipulates that any rezoning request which does not increase density or intensity is exempted from concurrency review. However, a detailed concurrency review will be conducted at the time of development review. For consistency with the comprehensive plan, county staff checked to confirm that the goals, objectives, and policies of the county's comprehensive plan are being met. County staff found that future land use objective 1, future land use policies 1.13 and 1.14, future land use policy 1.43, future land use objective 2, future land use policy 2.2, transportation element policy 8.1, housing element objective 2, and housing element policy 1.9 are all supported by this request. Supported and further implemented by this request. All in all, after review of the county's comp plan, county staff finds that this request is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies outlined in the Indian River County's 2030 comprehensive plan. For consistency with the county's land development regulations, staff checked all applicable sections of the code, including standards of review. After a thorough review of those standards, staff can confirm that this request is consistent with the land development regulations and it does meet those standards of review. For environmental impact, county staff determined that there are no adverse environmental impacts directly as a result of this rezoning request. Furthermore, since the intensity and density allowed on the subject site would be reduced if this request is approved, impacts to our environment would also be reduced. The subject site was previously used as a citrus grove many years ago before the Indian River Mall was constructed, and it's currently vacant and vegetated with a variety of species. In addition, a detailed analysis on environmental impact will be conducted during the development review phase if a proposal is submitted to the county to develop this land. For compatibility with existing uses, county staff analyzed the existing uses on adjacent properties. To the south, east, and west, there are no incompatibilities, and the land to the north, which is separated from this site by 26th Street and the sublateral A3E canal, currently contains the Woodfield Residential Plan Development, which has landscape buffers in place to eliminate any potential incompatibilities. Where single family abuts multifamily in Indian River County, a type C buffer with a 3-foot opaque feature is required. A type C buffer must be at least 20 feet wide, have 3 small canopy trees per 100 linear feet, 4 understory trees per 100 linear feet, and 40 shrubs per 100 linear feet. Unless 75% of those species in the buffer are native. If the buffer meets this threshold for native species, the width is reduced to 15 feet, reduced by 5 feet to 15 feet. However, there are more shrubs and understory trees required, as shown here in this table. You'd have to plant an additional understory tree and an additional half a small canopy tree per 100 linear feet. These graphics represent what the Type C buffer would look like once completed. The trees and other vegetation are expected to provide additional screening over time. In conclusion, this request is compatible with existing uses and potential future uses. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. This request meets the criteria to be rezoned, and there are no additional environmental impacts compared to the improved plan development. Therefore, county staff can support this request. And with that, staff recommends, county staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that the BCC the Board of County Commissioners approve this rezoning request to rezone 40.25 acres from PDTND to RM8. Thank you. That concludes.
If I may also make a few comments. Bill Shute, Chief of Long Range Planning. And make sure it's on. Okay. Can we go back to the air photo just a couple slides back? Okay. Oh. Or yeah.
Air?
Okay, that one.
Air photo?
That one will work too. Actually, yeah. Let's look at that one. I just want to make a couple added comments as I sit here and listen and always think about how can we improve things and should we add things here or there. Just want to point out when you see RM8 on the slide here, so we got the Bella Vista, was it Bella Vista Isles and Bella Vista Rosa, I think
Bella Rosa and Bella Vista Isles.
The two RM8 properties that directly abut this. So I'm just going to add some numbers as far as from the staff reports from those developed densities, because you see RM8, what did it actually develop as, what density? We're talking 7.75 units per acre to the one to the east that was developed at that intensity, and the one right in the corner of 66th Avenue right by the mall, that one was developed at 7.97 units per acre. If you look across the street, across 26th Street, you know, we have overall development densities for Woodfield. You can kind of see on this, though, when you start looking at the lots themselves, you got fourplexes in there, and you've got, you know, closest to 66th Avenue. How do you calculate density on that? If you do some length, time, widths, and divide units, it's around 6 to 7 units per acre, roughly, just in that area. And directly to the north, some of the single-family lots there, you see, those are 50 to 60-foot wide lots, just to give you an idea. You know, when we deal with in the Planner of the Day office, when people walk in and for building permits, 50 to 60-foot wide lots, typically 50-foot wide lots are Oslo Park type lot sizes, just to give you some ideas and comparison purposes. L2, so we were talking about L2, future land use, that's up north of 26th Street. L2, I don't think you mentioned, was that it's up to 6 units per acre. That's the designation. So 26th Street is really the demarcation between L2 and M1 future land use. 8 units per acre on the south, 6 units per acre on the north side. The petition summary, we always try to summarize things in PowerPoints. And, you know, I'm always leery of, did we summarize too much sometimes with things? But there was issues, you know, traffic. When I look at it, the petition is talking about traffic and dealing with lights, you know, issues, police, fire, and ambulance. A lot of site plan type review things when you develop the site and you start adding the traffic. There's concern with noise, hazardous waste, generally property values. There's a feeling that some of this should be single family, but you know, I think we're showing you the M1 designation and surrounding uses. You know, why staff at least is recommending RM8 and some of the history on this site. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Mattson.
No, I want to thank staff once again. I think they summarized it, very comprehensive job. The net effect of this is a reduction in density. I'm not as worried about retiring a mixed-use project because the entire area is mixed use. You've got the commercial nexus of the county right there. It makes sense to step down to a gradually lower density, starting with multifamily at that location and the surrounding locations. It looks good in the context of our comprehensive plan. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. Very valuable 2 cents. So, commissioners, any questions of staff regarding the project?
One. Phil or Matt or Bill or maybe even Rich question, do we have all the right-of-way we need for 26th Street there? And then I assume that when they come in with a site plan, we'll look at the traffic and determine if turn lanes are needed and things like that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. This is not a development plan per se. This is simply a rezoning at this point, and it's exempt from concurrency in those considerations. As to specific right-of-way, defer to Rich. I don't know what we own out there, unless Bill knows.
It kind of varies there, so yeah, I'd defer as well.
And we can address that as the development review process moves forward. If a development proposal is submitted, staff would work on any right-of-way needs.
That's absolutely right. We address that when we have a specific plan.
Works for me. Okay. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman, my question was basically somewhat similar. Traffic impacts on 26th Street, are they going to have to put a turn lane in, or were we that a little premature? You know, you know, do we have the right of way like Commissioner O'Brien says, and then what's going to be needed? Will there be turning lanes, or is it going to
Yeah, my quick answer is this will have a lesser traffic impact. They could build Sunnyside up today. They have the entitled rights that was granted in 2009. That's 32,000 square feet of commercial. That's 30 additional homes. This will have less of an impact in all likelihood, but they will submit a traffic study in all likelihood, or at least there'll be a reanalysis come the development plan time. So.
Is that it?
I have nothing.
Commissioner Adams?
Did you have something?
Commissioner Moss?
I didn't want to jump in front of you, but I thought he was asking me next. I have nothing at this time. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't.
No,
know you
go
wanted to
ahead.
say anything.
Right ahead.
Oh, okay.
I think we could settle this. Yeah.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right.
Commissioner Moss.
Now, my question is of staff with regard to the P&Z meeting that was held on March 11th. And in reading the minutes of it, it seems that people were told that information, in fact, I'll just quote the minutes. The project is still in its infancy, and those questions are beyond the scope of this hearing. That's one response, and that was to Mr. Mancini and to Mr. Hudak. More details will be available at a later time. That's another quote. And then final quote, receives a site plan. There will be more information to share with the residents. Is there a way, I mean, considering with this particular project, you had a petition with almost 150 signatures against it, is there a way to, just to get more information to people at that time?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, great point. We are toying with ideas of more proactive outreach with the leaders and setting up sort of a grapevine among the neighborhood association. Rest assured, we met our public outreach requirements for this project. As I recall that P&Z meeting, there were a lot of questions on, will the driveway line up with the Woodfield North driveway or with the East driveway? A lot of specific detail. And this is not the point at which even a plan is on the table that we can answer that. So that's why we said, hey, we're going to adjust that later. They seemed very satisfied with that. A lot of people were like, well, we didn't realize what was happening. We thought it was a more intensification of the original plan. There's suspicion that that's what goes on often. In this case, in exchange for retiring the PD and giving up some development right, the applicant wants to start fresh, submit a new plan at a slightly lower density to be able to wipe the slate clean and come up with its own plan. So that's sort of the intention of what's going on here. And, we weren't being at all trying to stall or anything in those responses. I apologize if it sounds like that at all in the minutes. It was just, we can't answer them. We don't know where the drivers are going to line up, where the specific, what plant material they're using, where the ponds are going to be, that kind of stuff. So I think, we'll do what we can, because I think public outreach really drives these. Bill, you got something to add?
I will just say too, for this meeting, we did reach out to the 5 representatives that spoke. We had 3 or 4 of their email addresses. But one was the HOA president. We just asked them to please share this information, pass on the report to them. And we also tweaked the SPO letter, surrounding property owner letter. We referenced a link back to the board meeting if they want.
Happy with it, but they're now more agreeable or more amenable to it. How do you know that?
Just said it at the meeting if you reviewed the video. I think one of the former homeowner association presidents says, oh, well, we had a lot of concerns about this and your presentation pretty much answered them. I think he said a statement to that effect. So, we're sort of inferring to some extent, but just stands to reason that if you reduce densification and concern was about the density, that's a step in the right direction. I mean, go ahead.
I was going to say, and I don't know if there was a full understanding initially going into that hearing that what was actually on the books for the PD T&D was approved. It was a 32,000 again. I'll just reiterate that, 32,000 square foot, commercial plus all the residential. So.
Okay. I'll just say I didn't have time to watch the video in this case, and the minutes don't reflect that. So that's why I was wondering what happened if the opinion of the people present did in fact turn around. So you're saying that it did.
We have a lot fewer people at this meeting than we had at P&Z. You know, inferences, what can I say? It seemed that when the word got out that this reduced 32,000 square feet of commercial generates a lot more traffic than does residential, period. That right there, you know, the traffic issues and then, you know, nighttime and the lights projecting over the wall, that kind of stuff. That went away right there. Don't know what else I can say. I really can't, you know, compel testimony, but, you know, Bill, have you received any feedback since the P&Z meeting? Anything? There's more evidence. It's, I got a pretty good feeling coming out of the P&Z. I got to just say that.
Because you understand, of course, all we're left with is a petition of almost 150 signatures that are against the project.
Commissioner Moss, I believe that this is a public hearing, and there are members of the public here that will probably be getting up to speak. So at that point, perhaps some of your questions will be answered. But again, I think staff, the question has been asked and answered multiple times of staff.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. On a different matter. With regard to environmental quality, I'm looking here, and this is in our own backup for this meeting. It says that since this site, I'll just read it. Since this site contains no land designated as environmentally sensitive or protected, such as wetlands or sensitive uplands, development of the site is anticipated to have minor adverse impacts on environmental quality. So is that always the standard? If it's not previously designated as environmentally sensitive or a wetland, then the assumption is made, as stated here, that there will be, if anything, minor adverse impacts. Is that the operating assumption? And I'm looking at potential impact on environmental quality. That's the subtitle and the background information. First paragraph.
I know a lot of time and attention was spent on the environmental quality for the original mall layout. This predates probably when I started professional planning. And, you know, an exhaustive study of environmentally valuable features went into that. A second one went in 2009 with the PD process. So, you know, coupled with the lack of densification, the lower density that we're moving into, I am fairly confident that the environmental issues were exhaustively addressed. You know, you're really looking at, what is that, 700,000 square foot of mall, a Lowe's right behind it, adjacent to it. I think it's a fairly disturbed site that had an exhaustive environmental analysis previously performed on adjacent development. It's a high-level answer, but probably a pretty accurate one. Bill, do you have more specifics?
I would add that that paragraph goes on to state, when new development is proposed for the subject site, a more detailed environmental analysis will be conducted during the development approval process. So this paragraph is intended to say there are no large environmental concerns like large wetland areas, cara nests, you know, things like this that are known now, but these things will continue to be evaluated in further detail as the development review process goes forward.
Right, and a lot of the responses and community concerns go back to the fact that this is a rezoning, not a specific development plan.
Yes, but I guess it's a rezoning in preparation for a development plan. Otherwise, we wouldn't be rezoning. My final question, this has been raised in other ways, but the 26th Street, I guess, is referred to as an urban minor arterial road, and you know, with that work at the intersection of 43rd Avenue and Route 60, I have had occasion to use 26th Street more often, and you know, it might be minor, but there's a lot of traffic on that road, so I think any traffic concerns are warranted. And then I noticed under transportation system, it mentions that there will be improvements, widening, and so forth. However, the last sentence, which begins with the word however, says, while these improvements are listed in the county's 5-year CIP, they are not fully funded, and only right-of-way acquisition is planned to occur within the next 5 years. So Can you speak to that? It sounds like nothing's going to be happening for at least 5 years, and maybe longer.
I know the project's on the county's radar. I know that it's a very, it's a high priority for the county to get to that project. You can't do them all at once. We had a lot of questions about phasing roadway work, so forth last night. Roadway work is generally phased on a plan. We don't have a development imminent on this site. We have a rezoning. We don't know what the timeline will be for the subsequent absorption of the development. So it's a matter of putting together a transportation plan that's done by the MPO that will handle traffic at a horizon year. We do a very, very detailed federally mandated travel demand forecast model, which says at a future year, given this level of development, will your roads be able to handle the traffic? And the MPO's long-range plan, which gets approved by the feds, indicates that it can. In terms of whether or not the development will leapfrog ahead of the road work or the road work will precede the development, that's a little bit speculative, and that's up to the development community. So we do, rest assured, put together a long-range transportation plan that handles traffic through a horizon year. And I think we do a very good job of that. We're told that by the feds and our DOT oversight board. The MPO is probably one of the most reviewed agencies in government, because it has both federal highway and DOT monitoring. So big picture, yes, our roadway network should handle all development that we approve. In terms of whether or not there will be choke points along the way until that development of the road catches up to the development of the land uses, who's to say?
All right, well, thank you.
Any further questions of staff? At this time, is there any presentation by the applicant? Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. How are you today? I don't really have a presentation. I just want to reiterate several things that the staff said. They did a great job of covering this. Right now, without coming to you at all, 352 homes and 32,000 square feet of commercial use could be put on the property. That's permitted already. But it's surprising to me, I'm coming to you asking for permission to build fewer homes and no commercial use. 322 homes, which is a 32 home reduction. 32,000 square feet of commercial, which would generate between 1,200 and 2,800 trips per day, are going to be eliminated. So many of the questions that have been asked, quite frankly, are irrelevant because those will be addressed at site plan. So we're asking you to approve what your staff report recommended. We're asking you to reduce the number of homes that can be built on the site, to eliminate the commercial use that can be built on the site, and to support your Planning and Zoning Commission. Mr. Paul Vavella from Remy Homes is here, along with a couple of other representatives. I can answer any other questions that are related to rezoning, but not for a site plan. I also want to point out, if we came to you with visions of what we plan to build on the site, your staff would say we couldn't present that because this is a rezoning hearing. So when you're asking us, where's the driveway going to be and what's the road, we can't talk about that. You don't let us talk about it when we want to, so you can't make us talk about it when it's irrelevant. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor, for that clarification. And at this time, Commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant?
No questions. Just maybe for the clerk's sake, that was Mr. Bruce Barquette representing the applicant. Sorry.
Thank you all. With that, the next item will be the input from the public, if any. Is there any member of the public that has been sworn in and wishes to speak upon this project?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Paladin. I'm president of Black Swan Consulting. I'm also chairman of the Land Use Committee of the Internet Neighborhood Association. I was at the P&Z meeting when this came forward, and I looked really hard to find something negative about this project. I couldn't find anything. Anytime that somebody's asking for less density, less intensity, and plus the higher density and higher intensity has already been pre-approved, it's kind of hard to find any negativity going forward. So I was in support of this rezoning because it's the best thing over the old zoning. I think it's an improvement. So I found no negatives on this project whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak and have input? Good morning.
My name is Carla Blanchett, and I do live at Woodfield. My question is, why does this have to be an RM8 as opposed to RM6? Reducing it even more as far as density. If there are 322 sites, and each one of those is a car, and how many trips going in and out facing Woodfield? I have been on that 26th Street going in and out, and it's very difficult at times because of the traffic on 26th Street. My question is, the Highway Department, through site plan review, I would assume, is going to grant how many cuts to the road to get into this? Do you know? Of course you don't, because you don't have a plan before the zoning. If this was kept as commercial, your commercial would absolutely go out into the street towards the Lowe's and the other thing as opposed to coming out on 26. So I don't think that's a good argument to change from the commercial. But I do think you should think about rezoning it to the RM6 as opposed to 8. 322 home sites on 26th Street. And plus, you guys have got future developments up the road that are also going to be using 26th Street. That's going to create a traffic. That's it.
Yeah, I could answer your question for you. One of the issues is because the land currently has the RM8 designation, if we were to change that and devalue it to an RM6, we would be in violation of the Burt Harris Act, state of Florida, and that would be considered a taking. The owner has certain vested rights in their property, and you know, usually we don't get in trouble if we go a higher use. But if we say, okay, you know, you bought this land, you were allowed to do 8 units per acre, you've paid taxes on it based on 8 units per acre, and now we're going to downsize you to 6 units per acre, that would be a taking under the state law, and we would be financially responsible for that loss to the property owner. So that's why we can't require the landowner to go down to a lower zoning. In this case, as you've heard several times, the applicant, they are reducing the number of units they're going to put on the property. And as, I think as Mr. Barquette said, you know, he's kind of shocked that he's here, you know, representing that to us. But again, we can't force them down to an RM6 because they have vested property rights that they've already earned at RM8.
Under your site plan review, would we have ability to have input as far as the site plan review?
Yes, and
requesting bonds to cover the cost of the building in the event that there's a downturn in the economy, that they are not able to fulfill their obligation?
yeah, and that will be done during the site plan, the technical review process. I think staff mentioned at the P&Z meeting, and we'll reiterate again today, please make sure you give your email or contact information to any of the staff members, and they will create an email blast list. So when this, if and when this does come to us as a more detailed plan, they would be able to contact you and let you know that things are proceeding.
And the final question is, could you reduce the amount of homes based on if there's a community center, is there any land that is taken out of that 40 acres that is not included in that density?
Yeah, generally, I can tell you that most of our developments like this, they don't build out to the full 8 units per acre, because we do require a certain amount of open space. We do require stormwater detention. Sidewalks and roads will eat up some of the land. So generally, do you guys, number of units in the acreage, you know what that density comes out to?
To give you some examples, 7.5% is open space of the whole site. Drainage is a big issue in Florida. There's going to be ponds. Roads, I can't approximate how much the internal roadway network takes out of the property, but the commissioner's correct. I mean, when you're zoned at RM 8 units an acre, you multiply it by the time of acres, you're really looking at something closer to 2/3 or maybe half of that as your actual yield. There's a big gap between what's on the books for number of units versus what you actually get. And
it also depends a little bit on how much is multifamily compared to single residential. So we won't know that till they come forward with their plan. But just like Woodfield, your southern part where a lot of the multifamily is, I think you guys are around 6 to 7 units per acre. And then as you go north, you get more into the single family residences, and that's a lot lower because then we have minimum lot sizes and things like that. So I think Woodfield nets out around a little over 3, but your front half is at 6, and the same would be true here. That if they have some multifamily, that would be closer to 8. If they put in some single family, that's going to be closer to 3, and then the net's going to be somewhere in between when they average it out.
And is there a limitation on height in case they're multifamilies?
Yes, ma'am. They still would have to conform to our 35-foot building height.
Okay, so they could not go any higher than
No, ma'am.
All right.
Okay. And again, please make sure you give your contact information to any of these gentlemen right here. And that goes to anybody out in the audience. Please make sure you either get their cards or give them their email address so you can be kept abreast if and when this does move forward.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, how are you? I'm Deborah Eschenbacher. I'm a Woodfield resident. And Commissioner Moss, I appreciate your asking the questions about that first meeting and what you described your impression was from that meeting. And I'd like to address that right now. One of the things that I think is really important when any governmental body deals with the public is to have good communication. And I don't think that was present the first time, and you saw that reflected in the meeting. I don't want to walk away from this podium with anyone that all the Woodfield residents were placated or completely endorsing what's going on with this plan, with the rezoning. There's still a lot of questions, a lot of concern, a lot of interest, and a lot of intelligent people who've had other jobs out in their communities over the years who have a lot of great background. And they'd like to ask more questions, and they'd like to be more in the know. One of the things that I see on my notes here that you talked about the notices and that you're asking for email addresses, et cetera, and everyone gave those. And you know, the only notification that we saw for this meeting was a yellow poster on the mall entry alleyway between 26th and the mall. And it basically just said, small print, there was a notification of this meeting. So for us, we would have appreciated more information, more notice, more ability to participate, because I think you'll find that there are a lot of people who are really interested in the community and they really want to be part of this, and we want to be given that opportunity. So we don't want to feel like we've been placated by the system. We want to feel like we're a participant in what happens in our community because we care about it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And Phil, did the notification go out to the citizens post the P&Z meeting?
Yeah, the SPO letters went out per our public outreach guidelines, which Bill says was within 300 feet. So we sent individual letters out to every address within the 300-foot framework, and then more. Go ahead, Bill.
And then, yes, we did send out a copy of the agenda item on Friday, because when it was completed, we sent it out to the primary people that spoke. We asked them to please share with other interested parties. That's the way we approached it at that time, which was the HOA president and a couple other interested parties that had spoken, expressed interest.
Well, may I ask, in a case like this where you have, almost 150 emails of people who are certainly actively engaged or wish to be actively engaged in the process, can you please send emails when you have them, and let them know? I think, a sign is, it doesn't sound like that's the way to do it. This is a better way, especially when you have it. You've got it. It's easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to bring forward anything to this item? It's no one on the internet and Zoom. Thank you. All right, commissioners, are there any questions for county staff, the applicant? No further questions? Final presentation by county staff. Do you have anything further to add to this presentation? To the applicant, no? Decline. I want to make sure that all the documents and tangible evidence, if any, have been admitted into evidence and are in the hands of the clerk, Madam Clerk. Thank you. The county staff agenda materials are automatically admitted into evidence unless there is an objection. Seeing none. At this time, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, just
5 mics.
I would just reiterate that there's an existing approval on the property now that, as we've stated a few times, would include 32,000 square feet of commercial, which is a much more intense use than residential, and more units than the applicant is currently asking for. So based on the fact that, again, there's already an existing approval on the table, the request is to reduce that intensity. And while I appreciate and understand the concerns the Woodfield folks have about this, and I certainly hope they'll stay engaged and active in this, and they certainly they should, and I hope they will. I see this as better for the Woodfield community than what is currently already approved and on the books. And so with that, I will go ahead and move that we approve the proposed rezoning.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would concur with what Commissioner O'Brien said. With that, I think this is an improvement. It does lessen the density, and this is just a rezoning issue at this time. And I think that when we come back with when P&Z reviews the site plan and all that stuff, I think more issues can be brought forward, such as traffic and things of that nature. But I think this is a good mix for that property. That I think it'll enhance the area, and the fact that they chose to rezone with less density is very important to me. And I want to commend staff. Y'all, the presentation was good and understandable, and I appreciate that. So with that, I'll be glad to second Commissioner O'Brien's motion.
It's a motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Is there any other further discussion?
I'd just like to thank the people who spoke today. We are looking for participation, not looking to placate the community. We need to know what you're thinking, what your desires are. It's your community. This is the future of your community. So thank you, for attempting to be actively engaged. And we will try to do a better job communicating with you. So, but thank you very much for being here today.
I'd like to say during the discussion, it was pointed out that some questions were not asked and answered in an efficient manner. That by no means of the imagination is that a weakening of a transparent process. As counsel pointed out, representative of the applicant, some of the questions during the P&Z period are unanswerable. They're not defined yet. There is a process. You will have an opportunity for additional input. So when there's a suggestion that there was not enough response back, most certainly that was not the time for it. This is a process that will continue on. The subdivision is not being built tonight. This is going to be an additional process with additional site plans and planning, and there'll be approval, there'll be input, and there'll be a lot more conversation. So I believe some of the concerns that we heard today, suggested concerns, will be addressed. And it's only part of that continued process to move forward or not move forward, and move forward in the most fashionable way for the adjoining citizens as well as the future citizens. So that will occur, and you will have opportunity, and we will guarantee that you're going to hear with the emails if you've placed yourself on that list. So thank you. Anything further? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. At this time, we will take a brief recess. Well, I saw the Good morning, Mr. Burke.
Morning, sir. For the record, Vincent Burke, Director of Utility Services. We have a few slides just to go over, and then the public is here to speak to the board with respect to this project. Next slide. Let's go. Okay, so here's the project area. We have US 1 shown in red. Going to the north, we have the Indian River Lagoon on the northeast corner. Next to that north arrow, we have the St. Sebastian River on the west side. And then you have Roseland Road, which runs diagonal, that separates the area in purple, showing those parcels that would be connecting to water and or sewer. You may recall that this is a continuation of the Phase 1 commercial area that was completed in 2019. We do have some two maps to show both the sewer and the water because some of the folks are already connected to water. So we have a discrepancy between about 161 benefiting properties for the water and 196 properties that would be connected to sewer. Both of those maps are shown in the agenda packet that was put out on Friday, but we wanted to at least illustrate the two different locations. Next slide, please. We talked about the grant funding at the Resolution 1 and 2 in March of this year. We were fortunate to solicit and get funding from several grant agencies, the first being the fiscal year 2021 cost share grant with the St. Johns River Water Management District of close to $1.3 million. This represents 33, and not to exceed 33% of the construction cost for the sewer-only portion of the project. We did receive a water restoration grant and subsequent amendment number 1 from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for $3.25 million. And lastly, we had successful solicitation of the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program, cost share grant of just over $200,000, about $4.7 million worth of grant funding for the water and sewer project. Next slide. Just a brief project description. The water is approximately 16,800 linear foot of water main. There'll be 21 fire hydrants. Both single and double services will be installed to property owners' property lines, including meter boxes. We'll loop the services where applicable for water quality. There will be fire flow capabilities that will be provided through 6-inch fire mains. And again, that's to 161 benefiting properties. The sewer, approximately 14,500 linear foot of various collection systems, about 54 manholes, and one major county lift station that will be owned and operated by the utility services. Again, just to reiterate the grant funding at the top of the screen, we did solicit the board and received approval for the optional sales tax for the sewer impact fee. That is about $561,000 in ERU. For sewer is $2,796. That is the capacity at the plant and the transmission main to cover the impact of connection to our systems. Below that, the benefiting property contributions are broken out as follows. The assessment fees, which is what we're here to talk about today through Resolution 3, is just over $361,890. There is a water impact fee of $1,300 and associated connection fees that bring that total to $1,505.39. Multiplied by 161 properties, you'll see the total on the right-hand side. So all in all, the project cost, which includes the construction and some of those soft costs, are just about $5.9 million. Next slide. We talked about the assessment divided equitably on a per parcel basis. It comes to $2,247.76. It is that number that we're here to discuss today. There's other connection charges, which I just described. Again, the water impact fee and the account setup and meter costs for $1,500 at the time of connection. That is in addition to the construction cost for the stick of pipe that would be put outside the property. Next slide, please. Some folks have asked us, well, what's it going to cost me? I don't have water and sewer services right now. I'm in a domestic self-supply, private well. I have a septic system. And we tried to illustrate those costs. So I'll break those down as follow. The impact fee, which is can be set over a 5-year period. It would equate to about $23.51. The assessment loan, which can be spread out over 10 years. is just over $20. And then the average bill, some people use less, some people use more. We estimated about 5,000 gallons a month of consumption, just under $54. You'll see as you go across the screen on the right-hand side, some of those costs drop out due to the various amortization schedules as set forth. Again, there's some caveats that are put in here just for illustration purposes. This assumes a 3.25 rate for the impact fee loan. That impact fee APR, annual percentage rate, is set annually by the Board of County Commissioners, currently set at 3.25%. And then the item number 2 is a 2% rate to help offset the cost to carry that burden for a 10-year portion of time. Next slide. We had talked to the residents as well as mentioned this in the March meeting that there would be a temporary construction easement necessary for certain improvements on private property. We have attached in the backup as well as on the screen here a temporary construction easement that calls for allowance of work to be done on the property for connection of either water to the house or sewer from the cleanout to the street. This temporary construction easement goes away after the project is over, but it is of critical importance to get authorization to be able to do those improvements on private property, and is shown here for illustration purposes. We had talked to some of the potential stakeholders about the delayed additional costs, and so time is of the essence, as they say. There's certain costs that would be included as part of this project, including but not limited to running a water service line from the meter box that's set in the road right-of-way up to the house. We're estimating that cost to be about $1,200. Obviously, all the parcels are not the same. Some may be less, some may be more, but we're just estimating that to be about $1,200. The sewer from the existing cleanout on the property to the roadway, we're estimating to be just over $2,000. And lastly, to pump out and abandon and crush that tank with the Department of Health's oversight, it's about $750. So what we're saying is these costs would be covered as part of the project if approved today. However, if a homeowner chooses not to participate in this project, they could face these over $4,000 costs in addition to some of the other costs that we described if they choose to wait at some other future point in time. And then we are under duress by the Florida statute with respect to letting folks know that there's a 1-year connection. So if this project is built and we provide notification to the property owners that there is sewer available, that property owner will have 365 days to connect. And so just to put the caveat out there that there's some additional costs should property owners choose to not connect or wait, and that line is built if this project moves forward, hypothetically speaking. There could be a timeline put forth on the property owner with respect to the connection as set forth in the Florida statute. Just some important dates. We want to thank the City of Sebastian City Council. I want to thank Commissioner Adams for joining us. We did have a project meeting for property owners. It was well attended. There were some good questions up at Sebastian City Chambers Hall at 6 o'clock p.m. on Monday evening. And here today is the Resolution 3 in front of you with the public here that's to speak either for or against the project. There's some feedback from that meeting. Some residents inquired about the elevation changes with the project. In some cases, there's elevation requirements that may require a grinder pump to pump into the gravity. Unfortunately, we can't make water flow uphill in the utility department. We certainly try, but there are some elevation change challenges that we're going to be dealing with respect to this issue. There were some residents that voiced concern about the property improvements. They had made some improvements on the property, and they were very concerned that some of the proposed connections from the sewer and or water would conflict with those improvements, and we are still investigating that with the engineer of record and our inspectors. There were some concerns from a couple residents over Ruffner Lane with respect to the road and requests to have that road taken over. You will also know that as part of the agenda today, there is an easement that we're looking to have the board accept for utility purposes only, not for road right-of-way or maintenance. But some of the folks on Ruffner Lane did express concerns that they would like the county to take over that road. I don't think we're prepared to do that at this point in time, but I just wanted to relay those concerns to the commissioners. And there are some folks that are in support of this project. The board may recall that there was letters of support that we had provided through the county administrator from the Friends of St. Sebastian, the Clean Water Coalition, the Indian River Neighborhood Association, Friends of St. Sebastian, Indian River County Historical the Florida Department of Health, and the Chamber of Commerce in support of this project. I must note that both the St. Sebastian and the Indian River Lagoon have been deemed to be impaired by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And while this will not solve all the problems, it will take a portion of the dissolved nutrients from getting into the waterway and remove those as part of this project. So the county utility department is in favor of trying to move this forward. Next slide, please. So last but not least, staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioner open up the public hearing, allow for folks to speak for or against this project, and then decide on the project with any modifications to Resolution 3 as presented. If it is decided to move forward, staff would recommend the approval of Resolution 3 that is attached as Attachment 3 in your backup, and to also accept the utility easement at Ruffner Lane with respect to utility purposes only, not for maintenance and or takeover by the County Public Works Department, but just for utility purposes. And before the public hearing is opened up, I'm certainly available for any questions that the board may have.
Mr. Burke?
Yes, sir.
Just going back to the cost factor, when looking at this, did you assess how much the impact would be on the citizens had there not been financial contributions, or could you
Oh, yes.
estimate that
I
number?
have to say that staff has spent a lot of time in trying to go after grants consistent with our comp plan and board direction to try to go after any and all grant opportunities. There were some times when we had town hall meetings up at the Roseland Community Center where we did not have all the grants available and tried to at least garner some support for this project. But because we did not have enough of the grants available, it was just not financially feasible to do so. We have some folks that are on limited income. We are definitely attentive to obviously what's happening with COVID and the economic impact. And so I think we have a good project here today that if we didn't have those grants would be in the tens of thousands of dollars that would be potentially assessed to those property owners for the infrastructure improvements that would help the environment, but also to help with things like non-conforming lots where you have smaller than optimal separation from the domestic self-supply and the septic system and the private well. So to answer your question, Commissioner, yeah, there's a sizable investment that will be made at no cost to the property owners due to the grants and some of the funding to offset those costs.
Greatly reduced, and I see the number is reflective of when such water projects were happening at least 10 years ago. So we brought it back to the past. The other item is your estimation when you showed the estimate value of about $50 in the 5K usage. Is that relevant to a two-member household, a four-member household? Because it does appear to be extremely generous and high. I know that I live in Sebastian and did convert to county water, and the number is well paled.
Yes, sir. So I'm not a planner, but I know that community development has about 2.3 people per home. And if you look at that number, that's probably a little bit high. I know personally, when my kids left the house, our consumption was down around 4,000 gallons when they were home. Showers and laundry, it was a little bit higher than that, about 6,500 gallons. So we picked a range that I think would be, just for illustration purposes, if you're very conscious about water consumption, you're going to pay that lower tier. We do have a rate tier that encourages conservation, so that 5,000 gallon is in that lower amount, and that would be relatively close for, say, 2 to 2.5 people per house for typical consumption.
And the folks that are moving forward with this and converting, they also can utilize their pump for irrigation. Their existing well can be continually operated, so they don't have an increased cost by using.
Right. And having been on well myself, I know there's costs associated with salt. I know there's costs associated with cleaning that out. I know there's impacts to that brine that can potentially go somewhere on a drainage area where you have a high sodium content and the chlorides as part of the ion exchange. I know that you personally, Commissioner, have seen some of the fixtures where some of the ion exchange systems wreak havoc on plumbing fixtures. For sure, there's costs associated with electricity, the pump. You know, we also try to maintain water services during hurricane events. So in the event that, you know, the power goes out, you're not having to run a generator to run your well pump. And certainly we're going to do our part to make sure that we have clean drinking water for folks during normal times, but also for emergency purposes where we have large generators that actually provide power throughout the storms. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners? Any questions?
Just, Vinny, just so I'm clear, and want to make sure that I've got this. If we move forward with this now, there's 161 properties that will be assessed $2,247.76 for the construction cost for the water. Is that correct? And then there's the ERU cost about $1,505 to hook up for the water. Okay. And then on the sewer side, because of the grants we got and we're putting in some of our optional sales tax, there will be no construction cost to the residents for the sewer side of it. And if they hook up at time of construction or whenever, that we will pick up all of the hookup cost for the sewer. Is that correct? And then if they don't hook up to sewer and the line is installed and then they have their 1 year, and then it's kind of on them to pay for all of the hookup. And that's like $4,040?
Over $4,000.
Just over $4,000. So to me, that sounds like a pretty substantial carrot to make them, you know, go ahead and say, yeah, let me go ahead and hook up now, because eventually I'm going to have to because of state statute, and we're offering to pay all that cost now. So to me, that's a pretty good carrot to say, yeah, you know, let's get hooked up. Is that? Absolutely. Okay. I just want to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, one of the few things that with my house I've lived in 30 plus years, one of the few things that I've really done other than add a pool and do some other stuff and remodel was probably get county water. When I grew up here in Indian River County, we were on an artesian flow well with a aerator house and pumps into the house. While, you know, it may have made good iced tea, it didn't make a very good
That was what happened.
didn't do very good for your washing machine or any of your other appliances that use water or plumbing. So one of the best things that I ever did after we built my house and we had the salt tub and the pump and all that stuff, and you know, I'd have to replace the pump every couple years on occasion. Was one of the best things I ever did was go with county water, and I haven't regretted that at all. And at the time when I did county water, it was about the same price that we're asking these folks to do, because it was fairly expensive operation at the time. And you know, someday maybe we'll see sewer in our area in South Vero, but I can tell you that I got to agree with what Commissioner O'Brien said. This is a really good deal for the county at this time. I know nobody wants to pay any amount of money, but I can just tell you from my experience, by hooking up to county utilities was one of the best decisions for my household that I ever made. And I would encourage us to approve this, and I would encourage the residents up there in Roseland area on St. Sebastian River to buy into this project. I think it's a good thing for yourself, and it's a good thing for the environment, and I think that's what it's all about right now. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, you should have pointed out, I compared it just a few years ago, and I want to say between the pipe under the ground and pipe to the house and the meter and all the connection and this proper disposal of my water control systems and purification, probably was about $5 grand. And I did not have the option for sewer. We're still on septic. So this is a real benefit and value.
Thank you. I don't have any questions Vinny at this time, but I just want to, for my fellow commissioners, this is a project that we have been working on for many years now. It started out, as Vinny said, with a public meeting in Roseland where we did not have the funding package that we do now. There was lots of concerns about the cost. Staff really did a great job of listening to the residents and listening to those concerns and trying to go back to the drawing board and put a program and a financing package in place that addressed the concerns, understanding that this is an area with pockets of low income. It's an older area of the county, so there's other infrastructure issues out there. But I'd just like to really thank Vinny and his department for working with our state agencies and partners, finding those grant dollars, and our legislative delegation for the appropriations that's making this happen. And making it able for us to offer this type of package to the community. I know we continue to get questions from the residents about some of the technical aspects of the construction and the design, and we've worked through those, staff has worked through those and tried to answer all those questions as best as we can, take into consideration concerns and look at options as we move forward in this process. So again, I just want to thank the staff for doing all that extra background work to make this project move forward in the shape that it is today. It's been a lot of work, and I want to thank the community, everybody that's been supportive of it and everybody that's had questions and concerns about it, because I think all those conversations have really made this project a much better project, and we're able to present something that, again, it's never going to make everybody happy, and I understand that, but it's much, much closer to something that everybody can support than it was when we first started this project. So I really appreciate everybody's involvement in this on all sides.
Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to reiterate what Commissioner Adams said. Thank you very much for all your hard work on the grants. I'm sure that was a major consideration at the time. So thank you for making it easier for the community. And also for the community, we received letters of support for this project. I think it was about a half dozen from different of the top environmental groups and associations that we have within our county and within the area. So thank you for their help in moving this forward. Appreciate that. And I know that there are still some technical questions, and perhaps they'll be asked today. Thank you very much.
Finally, Mr. Burke, all the customary financial applications are available to the public?
Absolutely.
So they can make arrangements to pay this in a timed fashion? And what is that time period that they would be afforded the opportunity to do that, divided by?
I understand the question is, when would the payments be due for the assessments?
Yes.
So we go through this process. If approved today, we would then look to move forward with the construction. The construction has a time schedule. We would negotiate to try to get the contract signed. Usually that's about a 60-day time period if an award of bid is granted. So we're looking at summer, late summer to get started. It's about a 300-day substantial completion and 360-day for final completion. So we're looking at 2022, the summer of 2022, probably the latter part of summer of 2022, when we would then come back to the board with Resolution 4, which is the final, what they call as-built resolution. And if that were to be approved at that time, then there's a 90-day time period which folks can pay off that assessment interest-free, or they can choose to assess it over that, pay for it, amortize that over a 10-year period of time, if that is the case. You may recall that we asked for board's permission to work with the property appraiser and the tax collector, and so if
If that is available, we're also going to explore putting that onto the property tax bill on a non-ad valorem assessment to try to spread those costs out over perhaps a longer term, and longer than a 10-year term. So I know it's a lot of information to the answer, but payment typically would not start until the latter part of 2022 because we have to do the construction first.
And at 2022, I just want to ensure that the citizens are fully aware that they can then apply this with, of course, interest applicable, but they could stretch this over a 10-year period.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other questions of staff? At this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to open the public hearing. There are 2 podiums if you wish to speak, and please identify yourself and bring your information forward. Thank you.
David Scaraglione. I live on Ruffner Lane. We have discussed this.
Yes. Good morning.
Before. My concern is it's about the road maintenance, okay? It's a 14-foot wide dirt road that has an easement, okay? You guys can, have the right to come down the road. When it's all said and done, we cannot maintain the road to probably the standards that the county's going to need to, to cover that septic. I'm not talking, right when they're finished with the job. I'm sure it's going to look great. But in 2 years, when that road deteriorates, which it will deteriorate, if a waste management truck backs down that road and hits a, manhole, cracks that pipe, the county, really, are they going to come back to the residents and say, well, it's your road, you didn't maintain the road, and therefore we're responsible to fix that? No. My opinion is, now that the county's coming down and putting in county infrastructure, the county should maintain that road. That seems to be a no-brainer to me. Right now, we're off the grid. We pay taxes on services we don't get. That's, is what it is. The county's going to come down with all of this infrastructure, which I agree with. They should take over maintenance of that road. But to leave it up to us is just, we can't handle it. We're not road engineers, right? We don't have road grading equipment. It's just a dirt road.
I will note it's a private road. That is correct.
That's a good question.
My understanding that's a private.
We're not on the grid.
Yeah.
To me, a private road there would be no easement. Okay, so there is an easement clearly on a survey. No. So it's really not private in my estimation. Okay.
Well, the proposal today is that the county would get the easement to do the utilities,
right,
but not accepting the maintenance of the roadway. That's basically the plan as presented.
And that's my bone of contention, is if the county's going to come down and put in county infrastructure on our road, which we currently do not have anything today, the county should take over maintenance of that road.
Well, if I could address this, we've talked about this several times, and on the plat of your community, it clearly states that the streets and easements shown on this plat are not dedicated to the public and will not be a part of the system of public roads of Indian River County, Florida, and they will not be improved or maintained by the county until there is a formal acceptance of these streets and/or easements or any part thereof by the county. So, and we've talked about the process that the community would need to go through in order to receive a formal acceptance.
Doesn't want to take over the county, taking over the road, that they won't take over the road. Then at the same side, I can say, then, okay, if one person doesn't want the septic and sewer, don't come down the street. It's the same logic.
I honestly, the process has been provided to you and to other members of Ruffner Lane, and I understand the concern.
I've never got an email. So you still haven't sent me an email, by the way.
I gave you the information that evening.
I gave you my email address. I still haven't received anything.
Okay, well, I will make sure that you get another email, and I apologize if you didn't receive it. But
years from now, if the road deteriorates, which I'm telling you it will, and is damage to your infrastructure, who's responsible to pay to fix it?
We will maintain that infrastructure.
Even if it's because of a substandard road?
I can't tell you how those facts are going to play out in the future, but I will tell you there are, as Commissioner Adams said, there's a process by which someone can dedicate a road to the county and have the county maintain it from there on out. The issue is at that point you have to bring it up to county standards. If that's something the community is interested in doing, we're certainly happy to talk to you about.
We don't have the wherewithal to. That's exactly my point. We're not road engineers. We don't have road grading. How would 13 private citizen is going to maintain a road at county standards? We can't possibly do that.
But no, it's not that you have to bring it up to county standards, and then I believe there are financing options for which to pay for getting that done. And at that point, the county maintains it, and you guys are done with that hassle. So that is an option out there, and certainly would be happy to talk to you about that.
Well, that's, you know, it seems to me that if you're going to bring county infrastructure in, it's a logical that you're going to take over maintenance of the roads that is going to go under the road, right?
But I disagree with your assessment in terms of I believe that the infrastructure that's being put in, which is the water and sewer infrastructure, is a very different issue than the requirement to maintain and take care of the road issues. I think those are very different.
On record that if there's a problem with the septic because of the road degradation, that the residents of Rough Lane are not going to pay to fix that.
Well, I can't promise you who's going to pay for what in the future as to what happens and who's to blame or what's the cause of that. I just can't promise you that.
I want to be on record as saying that because that's a real issue. Not today. They're going to put the infrastructure in and it'll be perfect when they're done. It's a year from now, 2 years from now. We are not road people. This road is a joke. Now there's going to be serious infrastructure under that road. It seemed to me the county would want to protect their investment and take over, maintenance of that road. I mean, it's like, but.
Well, we hear your concerns and have heard your concerns through this whole process. Definitely note those and are aware of them. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? There's two podiums.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean Catchpole, and I live in the city of Vero Beach and the county of Indian River, and I'm here representing the Indian River Neighborhood Association. And conversion of septic to sewer is of the highest priority in our advocacy for the Indian River Lagoon. We want to commend the Water and Sewer Director, Vincent Burke, and his staff for obtaining the grants to make the North Sebastian Phase 2 project possible. And to thank you also to all of you commissioners who supplemented those grants with county funds to offer the conversion at little or no cost to area residents. In many communities, conversion can cost anywhere from $8,000 to $25,000. So we hope that those benefiting appreciate the gift they are being given. It's a gift of health, both for themselves and for the lagoon. The fact that potable county water is also being provided is especially a gift of health for those residents where proximity of their septic system can contaminate their private water wells and result in serious illness. We know the county has prioritized areas for future conversion of septic to sewer. Seeking funding for those projects so they can be accelerated is critical for improving the water quality of our Indian River Lagoon. It's a big recreational and economic asset to our county. It's also critical that a method be established for property owners to afford the mandated connection by being able to finance the cost over at least 20 years. That mandated connection is going to be coming with the new state legislation that's being proposed now, or by the St. John's Water Management District for any future grants. So being able to finance it over a long period of time is actually very important to all of those that are going to be connecting. And I commend that you now have a financing program that you're putting in place for this current project. And obviously these might be a lien on property with annual payments in their property tax bills over at least probably 20 years. We are asking that you move forward with all of these initiatives, and we certainly will support you with any of them. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jean. Good morning, Captain.
Good morning, sir. How are you, Joe? Always a pleasure. I'm Paul Fafeta, Indian River County resident, president of the Clean Water Coalition. And the Clean Water Coalition, has been stated earlier, is in support of this program, and our hats off to you, the county staff, for the work that's gone forward on this. Water is our concern, and this is going to do make great strides in protecting the already degrading water up in the St. Sebastian River and the Indian River Lagoon. What I wanted to do also today, just very, very briefly, Dr. Dwayne DeFries, as we all know and love, going through some hard times, and he published a couple of days ago on Facebook, and I want to read a little bit of it as he's going through his therapy and whatnot. We need to fund cancer research with the same national focus, level of investment, and resolve that we have made for the COVID. It's a perfect example of public-private investment in science and innovation that makes America economically, ecologically, and ethically, morally strong. We need to identify and remove the sources of cancer-causing pollutants in our water, septic systems, food, and environment. This will require a shift of thinking and behavior, starting with chemicals that we use on our lawns, around our homes, and extending all the way up the national effort to accelerate remediation of surface water and groundwater contamination sources. This will require a shift in restoration priorities and investments to restore water quality and natural habitats. Clean water is essential to a productive, stable, and safe domestic food and fisheries resources. Remember, the ecosystem health and human health are connected. An unsafe environment for biological diversity is unsafe for human health and ultimately our survival. And we continue to pray for his speedy recovery as well. Thank you all.
Yes, we do. Our thoughts are with them. There you go. We're thankful for this roof.
Morning, Tim Glover. I reside in Brevard County, but I do own a piece of property that's affected by this project. I'm also president of Friends of St. Sebastian River. Some of the comments I've heard in opposition to the project is, I don't want this, or we don't need this. I would suggest that we all need this, and I think the fact that the county has been so successful and able to get grant funding for 100% of the sewer part of the project demonstrates the importance of it. Dr. Brian LaPointe at Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute down in Fort Pierce has spent a lot of his career tracing and tracking effluent and the nutrients that go along with human waste. I believe he started a lot of that work down in the Caribbean. There was an island down there that was having eutrophication of the nearshore waters, and they needed to try to resolve that and find out what was causing it. Dr. LaPointe was able to discover that they were doing deep well injection of their wastewater, and it was percolating back up to the porous soils of bedrock, and then the nutrients were causing algae blooms in the nearshore waters around the island. He's since been doing a lot of that type of research back in Florida, including the Indian River Lagoon. He's been able to isolate a specific a nitrogen isotope that is only from human effluent. One of the other constituents they look for in the surface waters is artificial sweeteners, and from what I understand, you can find artificial sweetener in the Indian River Lagoon. So I think this is certainly an important project, and from a private owner standpoint, I support it, and from the Friends of St. Sebastian River, we also support it. It's we're all part of have responsibility for what has happened to the Indian River Lagoon, so we all need to be part of the solution also. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward, sir. Well,
Brenda.
Hey, how you doing, guys? My name is Miguel Davila. I'm a contractor, and by Florida state laws, I'm a contractor. I'm a water well contractor here in
Miguel. Your name?
Miguel Davila Duran.
Thank you.
All right. This is the law. Okay, that's your property. You're allowed to do with your property as long as you have a permit and you follow the permit. You're allowed to be your own contractor. As long as you have a consultant, contractor telling you whoever gonna put the system together, okay? If the permit is yours, it's not belong to the contractor. Yeah, when you sign permits to do any water or sewer, the contractor is certified to do the work, okay? But that's a private property. That's your property. You're allowed to build anything in your property as long as you are a professional, and also you have to follow the plan. You may have to hire, okay, a private consultant or a contractor, okay? Now, the hookups is one thing, but doing the septics, when you actually, they have to be designed, okay, by the Florida EPAs, you know? This is EPA, this is not a county contractor. You have to follow certain guidance, regulations to build those systems. There are standards all over the United States, and every year the standard change. Now, remember, that's your property. That's nobody else's property. You own that property, your mineral rights, your air rights, anything that you do in your property, it could affect you, or you can gain. You can gain by having your property get more value, or sometimes that value can go down. That's depend on your location.
So, Mr. Miguel,
yeah.
I think the issue is the approval of this water and sewer project, not what private property owners can do in terms of hiring consultants. So why don't we bring it?
They have the right. They have the right. You got the right of way and you have the easement. But the private property, if you want to hook it up, is one thing. Now, you're going to left behind a septic tank. I don't know if that septic tank is going to be taken it out, or it's going to be destroyed and leave it in the ground. That's another thing. But remember, you have to find line between the hookups, the pump line going to the septic, and you have to take into consideration, okay, the value of the property, you know, under those standards. The value can go up or could go down. By law, that's your property. You can have any professional come into your place and give you a quote. The government cannot tell you. You have to follow.
Miguel, I think you're getting repetitive now on this.
I just telling you how the law works.
Okay.
How the law, okay? Everybody have the right, okay, to.
Thank you, Miguel. Do you have anything to add to?
That's what I tell you. I work, okay? So, believe me, just take everything into consideration, okay?
Please come forward, sure.
My name is Russell Herman. I reside at 586 Redwood Court, Sebastian. Good morning, County Commissioners. I attend the Roseland Methodist Church. Many parishioners are concerned about our neighborhood's health. Many of the residents of Roseland are being offered an opportunity by the county to take a bold step toward restoring and cleaning up the St. Sebastian River and the Indian River Lagoon. By offering to subsidize the cost of hooking up to the county sewer and water lines, the county is taking a welcome step in preventing pollutants from seeping into the river and the lagoon. Most importantly, though, is that the benefits to the public's health impact that will ensure by getting off the individual households' septic tanks in Roseland. It surely is a bad idea to have your septic system so close to your well and the source of your drinking water on such small lots and in soil with such a high water table. We recognize that there will be annual costs for sewer and water services, but this beats the likely adverse human health effects from drinking water potentially contaminated by your septic systems. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Buzz. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're finally there.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm representing my mom, who's a resident. I grew up in Roseland. Speaking for her, I'm not opposed to this system being put in, but I'm sorry, Dennis Miller. You're welcome. The system that you're putting in, I feel there's a lot of hidden costs. Let's call Roseland the Mayberry of Indian River County. It's very low key, not a lot of high income residents in there. I think the county can take, though they've made great steps so far, can certainly take more steps to bring that number to zero. Certainly eliminate any interest if they choose a payment plan over a particular time period, but the overall costs that I see that are hidden, such as the step systems they put out on the island here in Vero, a lot of these homes weren't built at a higher grade than the road level. So sewer works on gravity. I think it's a 1/4 inch per 12 inches or whatever it is, the grade as it goes down. They're going to have to put these collection tanks in and the emaciator pumps in order to pump it out to the sewer system with the backflow valve. A lot of people are going to have to do that. Certainly people that are actually waterfront that are below the road level, their driveways go down, are going to have to do that. That's a hidden cost I don't think a lot of people have explored here. That's a pretty expensive system. And like I said, these residents aren't, financially able to do that. We're a pretty fortunate county. We have a really good budget here. I think you guys do an excellent job managing the funds and everything. There can be some more steps taken to bring this to a zero, closer to a zero, I believe. So I would like for everybody to explore that a little more and certainly look at the cost to the overall taxpayers of Roseland. Probably 80% of the roads aren't even paved. The calls for services by the Sheriff's Department, I'm sure, is probably in the single percent digits as far as the rest of the county goes. The overall cost for a taxpayer for a resident living in Roseland is very minimal. I think everybody can agree with that. And I do remember the other point I wanted to make is just north of us, the airport here is a community called Gifford. They had county water and sewer put in, I believe, in the 60s, mid-60s timeframe. That came to a zero cost to all the residents of that community. So it can be done. I want everybody to try to explore that and just recognize that thousands of dollars in these hidden costs are going to seriously impact the residents of that community. So that being said, the Sebastian River, this is my second point. The Sebastian River, I noticed the area that's being targeted by the environmental groups, the clean water groups, who I certainly commend. I'm all for that. Like I said, I support this project. Nothing is being said about the areas where the Sebastian River goes inland and reaches the Concha Canal at the spillway there. I grew up in this area. I canoed that hundreds of times when I was a kid. All that water from the city of Sebastian goes out through tidal surges and, as the tide cycles in and out every day. So the city of Sebastian residents are certainly contributing to any pollution matters or phosphates in the water, whatever the problems might be, to that area. That's just the mouth of the Sebastian River, where it meets the Indian River Lagoon. So there's miles going inland of water areas. 510, 512 used to be a dairy farm where bovine waste was just water runoff was going into the Sebastian River when I was a kid. True story. So if you look at a little bit of history here, it's not just that residential area that is potentially contributing to the pollution of the Indian River Lagoon. So those two factors I want everybody to take into consideration as we move forward with this. And I know there's money here to bring us to a closer to a $0 impact to the residents, and certainly eliminate the interest rates that are proposed to be charged for any financing involved. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Vinny, could you maybe address the one thing Mr. Miller mentioned about, will some of the benefiting parcels, will they need some type of a pump or something to get up to the main line? And is that already factored in the cost amounts that we're looking at here?
Yeah, a couple things that Mr. Miller mentioned. We do recognize that there are some elevation changes where gravity's not going to work. We had mentioned that in our presentation, that there's going to have to be a pump system to get up over that elevation change. So we're looking at those factors and to be able to have no cost to those residents. So I think the costs that are being talked about are for water only. So let's be clear that the sewer portion will not be impacting these residents. Secondarily, he mentioned that there's some houses that are lower than the road elevation. Absolutely correct. But I would say, what's on the downside of that elevation? It's the Indian River Lagoon or it's the St. Sebastian River, and that's the whole reason for this project, is to capture those potential nutrients and to get them out of the environment to where it can be highly treated, our wastewater treatment plant. So we'll take a look at those. We have a plan for those in terms of the elevation. But I just wanted to reiterate that there's no cost, there's no assessment for the sewer portion of this project. This is just for the water assessment only for the 161 parcels. Yep.
Right, and again, Vinny, just so I'm clear then, if there is a lot or 10 lots or however many lots that do need some type of pump system, we're covering the cost of that installation. Is that correct?
Cost so the property owner is not going to have any kind of hidden cost. Yeah.
Okay, and then just, commissioners, we've budgeted a certain amount of sales tax here, and I know last week we approved the spending plan for the American Recovery Act, which did have some sewer money in it. So if we're a little short here, would we be able to make that up out of that American Recovery funds?
Yes, that is the intention. We had 3 projects listed specifically for septic to sewer. One was West Wabasso, the other was Floravon Shores, and the third one was this Roseland project. And we've included that in the plan in the event there are additional costs that we can't bear from other sources. But to the point is, they won't be additional costs that will impact the homeowners. The county will be funding any of those additional costs.
Okay. So, Mr. Miller, I hope that helps address one of your concerns, that if there is a pump, we'll cover that. The issue on the interest rates is probably a little bit more tricky, just because we have other assessments where other people are paying an interest rate if they finance it. So we have to make sure we're not treating one subgroup of people differently than we've treated somebody else. We can talk to staff about that, but I just want to make sure that you understand now that if there is a cost to put a pump in or something, we're going to cover that as part of the whole septic thing or the sewer project. Is that good?
Sir, you have to
come on.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
If you drive around the Roseland community, it's not like Sebastian per se, where they brought in tons of fill and every house is elevated and there's a swale between each house as they're put in. The slab on grade to the road level, almost every home is that way. As you stated, sewer systems are gravity. They work through gravity to a pump station. The majority, I'm just telling you, the majority of the homes in Roseland are going to need, some sort of pump system to get the sewage from the front of the home through a pipe, through a backflow valve into the sewer system. It's just the laws of gravity. physics. So that is an additional cost that hasn't really been talked about a lot. That system, the step system, certainly Bruce McCullers is very familiar with it through Reliable Septic. He's put hundreds of them in out on the island, that modified system. So all those homes out there could hook up to sewer that were built, you know, many, many decades ago, and they just they're not on the grade for that level of gravity feed.
Right, and we understand that, and as Mr. Burke just said, any of those costs to pump that septage up into a collector or whatever, we will be picking up that cost as part of the construction cost.
Okay.
If the people hook up in that initial period, if they don't hook up, then they're going to be responsible for that cost a year down the road when they have to hook up. So we will cover that cost if they hook up as the project goes in.
All right, just so the county knows, most of these systems are on the actual private property of the residents. Those pumps burn out, they need to be replaced. I certainly have that system at my house currently, so I understand the maintenance involved with it. So if the county pays for that and they put it in, they're installing it on private property, not in an easement, the way they work. And they're basically in place of a septic dam.
Yeah. Well, and that's what the temporary construction easement is about, that we are going to get the permission from the property owners to come on, build that system, and that's why Vincent had included that as part of his presentation.
And certainly this pump system requires an electrical source. So, you know, is the available circuitry at the house, you're going to be able to run the electric out. Most of them are 110 volt pumps, you know, that type of thing. So I just want everything on the board, you know, on the table so everybody could see exactly what's involved here. But again, I commend the project. I think it is a great thing, but certainly the community is not, you know, it's not Johns Island. It's just not. It's Roseland. So let's say everybody keep that in mind, please.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mellon.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Kip Kelso Jr., and I live in the township of Roseland. And I have some issues with this project that you are doing. The issue one is I live about 23 feet above the St. Sebastian River. And with I'd like to know where the lift station is going to be in that area. That's one of them. And the other thing is, the other issue is that I just got a brand new well and a brand new septic system. If you go forward with this project and I agree to do it, you're going to come in and you're going to abandon my well and everything like that. Am I going to get reimbursed for any of this? None of it. Okay? And also the other issue is...
Sir, you can continue to use your well for irrigation, and that's why I pointed that out early in the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
I most certainly, unfortunately, I had to have two wells, one for domestic and one for irrigation, and now I have two irrigation wells. And again, they're still active and operational. You can't put in a domestic water well at this point. Once you engage with the process, you can't get a permit for a new domestic well. You can only repair what you have, and in addition, you can maintain that well for irrigation and offset any costs for irrigation. If you have garden or lawn, you can utilize that for whatever you wish. But then again, you're having to treat that water. Once you take the system out, if you have a water treatment system, you're going to have high tannin and high iron water, which may not be conducive of cleanliness in any way other than irrigation.
I heard Mr. Burke state that they will be maintaining the lift stations. I think that's true.
It's going to be a county-owned lift station on 83rd and 129th. That's the lift station that we'll own and operate. We'll have telemetry, so we'll know if there's any issues with the pumps or if the wet well is full. That is the county station that we will own and maintain.
Is that going to be close to the community center?
Define close. It's going to be on the county-owned property, southwest of the FPL overhead electric lines.
Okay, and the next, my other issue is this. If the lift station goes down during a hurricane or something like that, he said that you're going to maintain it. If that is the case, if I'm taking a bath, I don't like anybody else excrements with me, if you understand me. So, and I don't know what they're going to do about that.
Well, at a point of hurricane, you might have seen ample generators about the community that were powering lift stations throughout the county. And I believe staff did an excellent job to ensure that they were powered up, so we did not have that problem.
Okay, I have another issue is this. You say you give us about a 10-year leeway on the payment, as it states.
It's not a leeway, it's a financial agreement.
Okay.
That you can spread the payments across the board with simple interest.
Now, let me just say this. If I opt out and not do this, will that coincide with that 10-year program?
What do you mean by opt out? If you
like, say, because I have a new well and a new system, I may want at this time to opt out of hooking up. Will that go into the 10-year?
It doesn't exist.
Well,
it doesn't exist
so,
at that point.
Well,
however, there are certain financial benefits for you to engage now that will not be present in the future. A lot of the cost factors involved with this process are being absorbed with great benevolence and grants. And at that point, once this project is completed, if you were to then go for water, you will, and
We'll have
be
to pay the
connected,
difference. I understand.
you're establishing all the baseline costs going upward.
I do want to be clear though, and if the project gets approved today, it gets built, that once the project is over, there will be an assessment if it is not paid off within the original 90 days, that will be an assessment on the property that's going to run for 10 years. Whether you hook up or not, that's still an assessment. That's assessment still going to be there.
And it's still going to be the same price?
What I assume is being approved today is the maximum amount. It could go down from there.
That might be a good guarantee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stanley Alter. I live at 8046 140 Street in Ursuline Heights. I am very excited about this project, and I want to thank you all and Director Burke. I just have one question as far as I'm a real yard guy, and I have like a really nice landscaping and sprinkler lines and whatever. I'm just kind of wondering, when they run the service lateral through there, are they going to repair that?
Hopefully they don't have to repair it.
Yeah,
It doesn't get cut in the process.
There'll be some coordination with respect to the meter box location where the cleanout is to receive the sewer from the house, but also to make sure that once the meter's set, it's run to the connection point of where you're being fed right now from your well, if you're not on county water, and we'll work with you to try to make sure that we take construction pictures of what it looks like before they do the work, and certainly after, so to make sure that any and all restoration is done accordingly.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Wagle, 8060 142nd Street, Sebastian. And I just came here today because I wanted to support the sewer and water project. And I wanted to thank the commission and the staff for all the work they've done to bring this project to, you know, near acceptance. Getting the grant funding shows me that there is a lot of support with the agencies and whatever that indicate the project is needed. I think there was even a proposal way back in the 70s or 80s up in Ursuline that never bore fruit, I should say, I guess. Again, the sewer conversion isn't going to save the river or the lagoon, but it's one more small step in the right direction. I mean, granted, we've got stormwater coming in from Sebastian. Was it Indian River Farms Water Control District? It comes almost all the way to the mall. That all feeds into the South Prong. You've got Brevard County side. They've got their problems. But this is one thing we can do. The other thing is that I strongly support including water with the sewer installation simply because of the cost effectiveness of doing both projects at the same time. There are general reasons why the water project is important. We have been through droughts before, and we will at some point go through one again. Wells have gone dry. Some of us have deeper artesian wells, but a lot of people don't. Of course, the public system is going to function during times of power outages, such as hurricanes. You're not going to have to worry about keeping such an enormous supply of water on hand. The fire hydrants, another benefit, better fire protection, okay? And again, distance to a hydrant is one of those factors that goes into the homeowner's insurance assessment of how, you know, there's all kinds of little ones. On the personal level, it's more questions of water may be potable, but not palatable. You get staining, stinking, corroding, and those systems all require maintenance. So for me, it makes ultimate good sense to support this project and ask you to please vote to approve Resolution 3. Thank you.
Good points, thank you. Any further? Anyone else wishing to have input on this matter? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Of course, I'm against this. My name is Kathy Kelso.
Right.
And as my husband stated, we have just paid for a brand new system. Why shouldn't we have the option of not having to deal with this? And it seems like I'm not the only one in my community that is against this. Apparently, I guess they're a little camera shy, which this is not something I normally do either, but I feel like it's something that is an issue and it's affecting our way of life. And my parents moved here in the 50s, like my husband's parents. No issues with pollution. They had septic. In fact, throughout its history, I think septic has been a good thing rather than a bad thing, because if you maintain it, it works correctly. You can go all the way to the history of the Egyptians. They probably had the same system. So I feel like this is an agenda being pushed by a select few who have an interest because they have rental properties, number one, and there's one that's very outspoken, and I believe they said they go all the way to Tallahassee to push this. And we've put out petitions and everything, and it feels like we're not being heard. So if you go ahead and vote for this and are in favor of it, and the silent majority is not, I think you're going to be looking at some very unhappy voters. And that's probably sounding like a threat, but if that's our only recourse, then maybe we should push that. Because I feel like we've paid taxes and we should be heard. And it's our property. And we don't want to lose it to all these liens that are going to be pushed on us for ad nauseum. When something breaks, they come to the taxpayers. And who wants to be taxed out of their house? My husband worked for the city of Sebastian for 37 years. I think he should have a right to enjoy his retirement and live in the house that he wants to live in. So all these people that are saying the lagoon is polluted, they need to look to other sources because it's not the septic unless you don't maintain it. So if I could read something that I typed up tonight, I don't know what the time limit here is, but I would appreciate it. And it says, regarding the IRC S2S water projects on private property, it should be non-mandatory if your system is less than 10 years old and working properly, especially if the property owner has maintained it as required in their contract via whoever you contracted with. Mine was Brian Davis, septic. Every 2 years, and I have receipts to that as to the same. Therefore, consideration to opt out needs to be implemented with a quote-unquote notice in writing as to a waiver from IRC utilities, etc. Also, a provision to include an alternative measure to be instituted if the possibility of a private septic system involves failure at some point in the future, which could only then require the homeowner to adhere to the S2S system being implemented as noted. Property owners, of which I and my husband are established since having lived here for over 4 decades in Roseland, are not in agreement with this project and see this as a means to increasingly raise taxes and/or liens with minuscule improvements pertaining to the environment, i.e., not the definitive source of environmental pollution. Apparently, real estate agents and excessively vocal individuals with vacation rentals are the determining factors when it comes to aggressively pushing this so-called project for their quote-unquote minority agenda. It should again be noted that when the taxpayer grants are no longer applicable/available, then any and all upgrades to this system will be passed on to the majority in the form of a lien and their quote-unquote supposed private property, even though a signed petition by a large majority of Roseland property owners was circulated to state their objections, of which continued to be ignored and not properly addressed by the quote-unquote placeholders they voted for. In summary, if this is not voted down, it most certainly will have negative consequences in that Roseland will cease to be an affordable place to live, since most will be taxed out of their own residence due to excessive fees, etc. I doubt the vision that Jackie James had for historical Roseland included this forced overreach of government on private property, or the unimaginable efforts of some opportunist trying to build condos here along with an increase in vacation rental units. That being said, it is definitely a problem when this is the end result, as most residents do not wish to have this density in the form as listed next to their property for obvious reasons. If they want to clean up the environment, they should start with all the runoff from Lake O and beyond, because the septic systems have been effective when maintained throughout history. This is money that is not being spent wisely and causing definite long-term issues due to a minority with a specific agenda who remain vocal and have not resided in the area for 60 to 70 plus years. The majority should vote regarding how this issue is resolved and not put representatives in who do not represent the majority. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue, and hopefully this plan is not implemented, as it is a negative outcome for Roseland now and in the future, period. And yes, there are people that are low income there, but some people have professions. I'm a nurse, and my husband had responsibilities. He was the director of the cemetery there. You probably heard of him. And his dad has a road named after him. So, and he was a professional doctor. So we're not all hayseeds. And thank you for listening. Maybe you'll do the right thing and choose to not do this and force this on us. We don't appreciate having something forced on us. I think the government forces enough on us. So if somebody thinks this is a good idea, I definitely don't. And I know other people who don't as well, and they think you don't listen. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Joseph Paladin. I live at 6450 Tropical Way in Vero Beach, in the county, Indian River County. I'm a board member in the RNA, and I've also been a businessman and developer here in this county for over 20 years. Most of the questions that have come up just now have been answered by Mr. Burke and some of the other staff members. This is a benefit to the community. It's a big benefit that can be given to the community. Septic is going to be a thing of the past. In several other counties where I've worked, they don't issue septic tank permits anymore. You don't have an option. You have to hook up. Now we have an option to hook up to this with a benefit where we're getting several benefits and reimbursements that we don't, this is not, you don't have to do, but it's an option that we're getting. And one of the things that hadn't been really discussed, some of the costs that may be incurred when you go to sell your property, the value of your property is going to go up immensely because you're hooked up to city, county water and county sewer instead of septic and well. It's one of the first things you're asked when somebody goes to buy a home from you or as a developer. Is there county water? Is there county sewer? It's a big asset. So to have this benefit now to where the county is going to take most of these costs over, and like we said, if there's a pump that has to be installed, as Mr. Burke said, we're going to pay for it. It just seems like a really no-brainer that this is a good opportunity to take advantage of a situation that's being given to the people out there. And I for one, am behind this 100%. I think it's a great deal. I think it's a great opportunity for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody further?
Commissioner, there is
Anybody on the internet?
one comment from the internet from Virginia Shellhamer. She said, "I think this is a great project."
Thank you. Anything further? Nobody on Zoom? At this time, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, please.
So just a couple things. One, I think that the comments today really illustrate the multiple different issues that have gone into this project, from the topography of the community to the cost of the project, the design, the environmental issues, and the infrastructure issues. These are all comments that and inputs that we have received through the course of the several years of trying to put this project together. I think that staff and the commissioners through the years have really listened to the community and tried to take a project that in its original inception was going to be much more onerous on the homeowners and create a project that many of those costs have been offset. So I just want to reiterate some of the things that staff has said today that in a more clear manner. One, the only cost that will be assessed to the property owner is the water portion of this project. All of the sewer costs and portion of this project is being covered by the grants, by the appropriations, and by other sales tax dollars that have been allocated towards this project. Two, once this project, if this project is approved and moved forward, the cost to the property owner is locked in at the cost that is been gone over today. It could go down based on different bids. It could go down based on other funding opportunities, as Dylan mentioned, but it's not going to go up. So I think that's very important to understand. I appreciate Mr. Miller's comments about the hidden costs. I think that it is definitely things that we have taken into consideration and tried to create that package around the sewer aspect of it, because the sewer does tend to have, because of the gravity nature and those types of things, more nuances to design. So I hope that clarifies some of those issues. And then lastly, I think our goal as the commission is always to elevate any community, whether it is West Wabasso, whether it's Gifford, whether it's Sebastian Highlands, whether it's Vero Beach, whether it's Fellsmere, whatever community that is, it's our role to make sure and to try to facilitate projects that elevate the quality of life and the infrastructure and the health and the quiet enjoyment of our residents' ability to enjoy their community and their property. And at the end of the day, that's what these projects are about. It's not because we want to come in and force something. It's because there has been an issue that's been identified in the comp plan and in other planning documents that this is an area, and I think somebody spoke today about a project many, many years ago being planned in Ursuldune. This is an area that has had some ongoing infrastructure concerns, and we have the opportunity to do a project at a very, very low cost. I understand that there is still a cost, and that does place a burden on residents. And we'll continue to work on ways to make these projects as they move forward better. That's always our goal, but it is in a much better place based on the comments that we've heard from the community and their input, making us work harder to put this project in a much better place than it was originally. So, yeah, I hear the continued concerns. I completely understand that. But I think at the end of the day, there's options and there's the availability of this project, and what we've been able to put together is really, this is one of the best packages that I have seen come across as a septic to sewer project since I've been here. Some of my fellow commissioners might have more input on that, but again, we continue to work with the community. Our goal is to, listen to everybody, and I think that is why we have the project at the end of the day that we have. So, those are just my comments, Mr. Chair.
Did I hear a motion?
Oh, yes, I'll be happy to move approval.
Second. So it's a motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by myself.
I think that's fine. May I say one thing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I just wanted to thank the people who spoke today, the people from that community, from Roseland. We hear you. I understand that what's good for the environment can be a challenge, a financial challenge for the individual. I wasn't involved with this project years ago. This is new to me hearing about it. So thank you for everything you said today. I think the staff is well aware of the financial implications, and you can see that with the job they did with the grants, and I think that they will keep that in mind going forward, and well, we'll make sure they do. So thank you for it.
Seeing nothing else? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank your staff, and thank you all for coming here today. The crowd will be getting their umbrellas together. I see staff reorganizing. We'll be moving forward. Next item will be the county website, domains, and internet-based services. And we have our
Morning,
Information Technology Director.
Russell, a little better on the audio? There we go.
So we still can't.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Much,
I think
it's
competing
between
with the rain, I
and the
think. So,
distance.
good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Dan Russell, IT Director. As you're aware, periodically we review our websites and domains looking for potential enhancements and efficiencies. That review this year kicked off a little earlier this year, and coincidental with that, we had received a request for specifically from Commissioner Ehrman to look at a few items that we might be able to incorporate. We've come through that review now, and I'd like to have Scott Johnson, our webmaster, present to you the findings of that initial review, looking for your approval to continue with this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As mentioned, Scott Johnson, Webmaster, Information Technology Department. As mentioned, county staff periodically reviews and updates the numerous websites and domains maintained for the county and various departments within the organization. We just completed a redesign cycle, so as we look to the next, it's sort of a never-ending cycle. As we complete one, we look to the next one to always improve. We're looking to possibly make some big changes. We're here to discuss some of those changes with the board today. In discussions with county staff, Commissioner Ehrman has expressed an interest in upgrading the county websites. As part of this preliminary discussion, the Commissioner provided a list of other county websites, Florida county websites, that might serve as a model for the features and aesthetic look and feel he desired to see in a new website for Indian River County. The Martin County website was the Commissioner's top choice of those websites on the list. We'd like to thank Commissioner Ehrman for his interest and bringing a fresh set of eyes to the project. In an effort to harmonize the next website update with the Commission's expectations, staff is seeking further direction from the Board of County Commissioners on the website development process going forward. In a discussion on the requirements, Information Technology has reviewed a preliminary list of requirements and features desired should the Board of County Commissioners vote to proceed with a project to upgrade the county website. It is anticipated that staff would present further detailed specifications for the board's consideration as part of this process. In the next several slides, I've highlighted several points of note. I won't read them all, as most are standard. The full list is provided in the backup. Under item 7, all departments should have access to and control over the content they present to the user. The website should be easily accessible for editing so that the departments can keep their information current. This refers to what is called a content management system, or CMS, which will be covered in detail in a future slide. I'll focus on item 12. The homepage will have a I want to feature that logically and quickly takes the user to a page that satisfies the intent of his or her visit. Reporting an issue must be particularly simple and straightforward. Currently, the county site navigation is mainly structured by department, similar to the county organizational chart. This would be a break away from that and this item proposes an additional way to present content navigation by topic or interest. Under item 15, county employees should be easily able to track which web page features and information items are gaining the most public interest at any time. The most popular search results should be directly linked on the home page. This item will change the home page from a main source of information to more of an intersection where users will be directed to site sections where information is located. Jason has called this homepage-itis, and it's where we try to put everything in the world on the homepage sometimes, and so much so that people can't find anything, and the page scrolls way down. So this item would condense the homepage and use search traffic to discover what people are looking for and serve it to them in simple and clean icon-based manner. So the content management system. Item 7 in the previous list sets the requirement that all departments should have access to and control over the content they present to the user, and the website should be easily accessible for editing so the departments can keep their information current. In order to accomplish that requirement, the county website would have to be moved from a static HTML pages currently updated and managed by IT staff to a database-driven content management system, or CMS, to allow for department staff to log in and make changes. Content changes would be held for moderation and approved by IT web development staff to ensure ADA accessibility standards and best practices are applied. This item will create an environment where content creation is a distributed responsibility between departments and IT staff. The CMS system shares a group of template pages across the entire site, allows for uniformity of design elements, and the ability to make design changes across the entire site by changing the design style of just the template pages. The actual content resides in a single database and is inserted into the template pages. So the benefit of a CMS is quick deployment of design and security changes, among other things. So in moving the county websites to a content management system, that would require a single website domain or single website to function as a CMS is intended. The county currently has 14 websites with different domain names spread across multiple departments. This shows you a visual illustration of those domains within the organizational chart. Sorry?
Just want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to see.
Okay. If a consolidation to a single website and domain name was to occur due to a shift to a CMS, it would be an opportune time to consider moving forward to a single domain designated for government use only, a .gov domain, and to brand Indian River County in a way previously not achieved with the abbreviated domain ircgov.com. I wasn't here during the time when the county domain name was first selected. Maybe Jason was. I don't think anybody else here would be privy to that information, but there are several fundamental issues with ircgov.com. First, you have what's called a top-level domain, so that's the .com, the .net, .gov. And then the domain name is considered the second level, so IRC.gov, Google, etc. So in our case, we have a top-level domain, .gov, inserted into our second-level domain name, ircgov.com. That has constantly confused users of our website and email system, and often IRC.gov is mistakenly used. Second, the abbreviation IRC doesn't provide any information or branding to residents, visitors, or businesses. More importantly, to potential residents, visitors, or businesses. With that, staff is prepared to move forward with a .gov domain purchase in the interest of branding Indian River County for economic development and ease of use. Staff requests the board place the following domains in order of preference so the application process can begin ahead of any website changes. We'd request that the board members provide their top 4 picks in order so we can begin the process of application and exemption. The full list is in the backup, and the staff recommendation can be found here on this slide.
Maybe we could just clarify that we're asking for the board as a whole to give us those top 4 so that we will begin working with attempting to register number 1. If we're not allowed to do that, we'll go to number 2 and then to number 3. So that's the request. There you go.
I like that we have them in now.
You like it the way it is now?
Yeah. It looks perfect.
The way it is?
Just understand that some of these require exemptions or approvals through the registration organizations.
Okay.
I mean, unless anybody else has any other feelings.
I want to go back to that page.
Sure.
Yeah. 1 second.
I agree. I like all 4, but I think if I had to rank them, I like the third one, I think, best, IndianRiverFlorida.gov. Then the first one, IndianRiver.gov. And then IndianRiverCounty.gov, IndianRiverCountyFL.gov. Trying to keep them as simple as possible. So if you're sending somebody over the phone, I don't like the dashes because I think that confuses people. And if we can kind of just keep it to, like IndianRiver.gov, I think it's pretty simple. It gets our name out there, but it's not too complicated. And then just, I don't know, there might be other Indian River counties out in the country somewhere, so maybe IndianRiverFL.gov, but that's still fairly short, fairly simple. So I think those 2 would be my first 2 on the list of 4. Just.
You're saying move number 3 up to number 1?
I thought he said number 2.
That would be my preference, yes. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner O'Brien, that order.
Commissioner O'Brien, did you want IndianRiverFL.gov first or IndianRiver.gov first, followed by IndianRiverFL.gov?
Maybe, Scott, if you could do a search, are there other Indian rivers around the country? Would we be confused? Do we need, my preference would be the shorter the better. Yes. Right. So if we can get by with IndianRiver.gov, that would be my first choice. But if you do a search and there's Indian River GA, Indian River MI, all the different, then we probably would need to go with the FL.
Right.
But
as part of the application process, that would be fully researched, and we would not be granted exemption if there were any other Indian rivers. For instance, I think it's in the backup, Miami-Dade was given that exemption because there are no other Miami-Dades in the country. Otherwise, they would have had to signify the county part and also the Florida part. So I think we would qualify for the IndianRiver.gov, but it's unknown until we actually apply for it. So that's why we were hoping to get a short list.
Then if we can get that, I think that'd be my preference. And then IndianRiverFL.gov would be my second choice.
Okay, so number 1, then followed by number 3.
Correct.
Gotcha.
I would go with those 2 also, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Concur.
Okay. Sounds good. And we'll move on to web services. So the county utilizes a number of third-party vendors and public web-facing products to conduct business with the public and internal staff. Most of these products would not change with an upgraded county website. However, a project to upgrade the county website could include new integrated online services such as report a pothole feature or similar. And I put this slide in here basically to show you all of the third-party services that we currently have on the website. So For instance, the Granicus part that handles our meeting agendas, minutes, and video. You can see a full list here. All of these items here are budgeted items every year, so that will segue over into funding. A new website, the actual website itself isn't a budgeted item. It's other than, it's a self-hosted website. We have a server on site that hosts our web pages. Aside from staff salaries, there is no funding for a website. So in looking at that, the desired Martin County website, we were in contact with their staff, and according to their staff, their 2014 web project initial investment was $250,000 with $150,000 in annual maintenance. So over 5 years, Martin County has spent close to $1 million on their website. Our costs would likely differ, well, they would differ based on requirements. However, this information provides a general indication of potential costs and timeline. Go ahead.
If I could just offer one clarification with regard to the sustainment. So to Scott's point, we actually do have county staff, and salary does cover the sustainment of the existing site. I think Scott's point was there are no currently programmed professional services to enhance the website.
Correct. No maintenance costs other than the server.
Scott, let me interrupt you. I would add that when we looked at Martin County's cost on that, there was a whole lot more staff than what we have that are in that IT department that covered their part of that funding to initially do this. So I think it's important for y'all to look at that, but I don't get hung up on that.
Sure.
So until we find out, until we get more information.
At last check, I believe they had 35 to 40 IT staff in Martin County. I think we're at 11, 10 at this point. So with that, the staff recommendation. The staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners discuss the Indian River County websites, domains, well, we've knocked out the domain part, and internet-based services to determine board interest in an upgraded website project, consolidating websites and allowing for departmental staff updates of county content through the content management system, a new county domain name, and based on board direction, staff would present a set of specifications and requirements for board consideration at a later date.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Commissioners, I was going to place this under my matters, but I didn't really want to embarrass y'all with how smart I would be to do all this. Okay? Let's get that clear. I didn't want to show off, okay?
And we want to thank your bride for encouraging you to go forward.
Right. So I felt this was better to put it with the ones that know about this, professional. Once you get me past the keyboard and you start talking computer lingo, I'm out. So they've done a top-notch job on this, and this happened, for me that with COVID, when we were in the height of COVID, when we were all miserable to look at our emails and see what was going on with it. So I looked at different things. I looked at different things of what other counties were doing with their COVID information and things like that. And while I looked at that information, and some of it was good information, some of it was the same information we had, and some of the smaller counties had no information with regards to COVID and things of that nature. So what did impress me, though, on some of these websites was, wow, that website really stand out. It was like good advertising. It really caught my mind and caught my attention, and I'm thinking, wow, boy, when I went back and looked at ours, it was no reflection on staff or anybody here, but it was kind of dull and kind of boring, and really was hard for me to navigate, and I can do that much on a computer pretty well, and so I found that it was hard to navigate, and it was kind of frustrating, and I just think that we need to with the website. That's the way people get their information now. They get their information through websites. When I'm buying a new product, I go to the website and I look at it. When it's anything to do with the county, especially during the pandemic when you couldn't get out, people were on their computers or on their cell phones and things like that. And I just think we need to be a little more hip. And I wanted to offer a new set of eyes on this after I got started in this project. So it was just very important to me that we show our attributes to the county and the good things that we have in place here. And I think that's what's important. And I think we can help do that through a website and answer a lot of questions. So I would challenge you to go back and look at our website. While it's functional, it did serve the purpose for what it was intended to. It just didn't catch any attention or sell me. And I found that it was hard to navigate, like I said. And Scott has done a champion's job, but Scott was getting pulled in 18 different directions. And doing a website nowadays is pretty much a full-time job for somebody. And I think, you know, and Scott's more than capable of do that. So what I said earlier is the way we get information on our website needs to meet the demands of the public, and it needs to follow that 16 criteria that's in the backup material. I looked at all 67 counties' website, and I used a score sheet to rank them all. I even asked others to do it. Ed Offit was a huge help in this matter, and he's to be commended for the yeoman's job that he did in helping myself and helping IT to give them some backup information. And we went to, after we looked at it and we rated the top 10, we took it to Jason and Dan and Scott, and we got together and got their thoughts and went through the pros and cons of this, and they had to meet the 16 criteria. They didn't make it. Martin County did come out on top with what we were looking at, but also there was a few others, such as Charlotte County and a couple others that really did a really nice job on information. What are some of the things that sold me were some of the features. So you heard Scott mention about the I want to thing. I want to report whatever, from a pothole to road issues to you know, grass growing up that violates code enforcement. It just, you could do anything with it. It was absolutely amazing. And it was going direct to the people that needed to know. It wasn't coming through necessarily, a pothole wasn't coming through the commissioner's office, through the administrator's office. It went straight to those people that know. So I think that was important. So I'm not asking us to be Martin County or any other county, or just basically, I'm asking us to, let's steal some of their ideas and make it our own, and make us look good with it. And some of the things I found that I found important were how attractive and eye-catching it was. Did it have good colors, a good county theme? How was the ease of navigation? Features such as a good meeting calendar to place all the county meetings on, you know, to report a pothole thing as we discussed earlier. And the biggest thing for me was the departments could have control over what their content needs to be. They should have. Your community development knows the most frequently asked questions, and they know what they need, so they're able to do that, as do other departments. And I guarantee you the Parks Department could just rock and roll with this thing and make them look good and make the county look good and show all the gems we have with our county parks and our recreation and things like that. Yes, costs need to be investigated and determined by staff, and this will not happen tomorrow because this is a massive undertaking. Like I said, I couldn't even start to present what they've already presented to us today, and they again did a great job. So I could go on and on about the need and importance to upgrade the website, but you know, IT and Dan, they did a great job of preparing this material. Like I said, Ed was a vital part of this project, and he gave his expertise and point of view. And so with that, and without any further questions, I can just tell you that we've worked on this for the last few months. This is not something we just did last week. We've worked on it for the last few months, since like probably maybe the end of December, actually, we started working on this, and this is where we've come to. So I would like y'all to entertain that we have staff looking at upgrading our website and internet-based services by consolidating those websites to allow for departmental management of their content and a new county domain name, and look at any new services not currently being offered, and also consider the cost and the time implementation, and then return back to us with further consideration and what they found out, and to move ahead with updating our internet-based services.
It's your motion.
Thank you. That's my motion.
I'm happy to second that. And in seconding it, I would just like to thank you for bringing this forward and the manner in which you did. I think projects like this, it's always very, very important to speak to staff, get their input, work with them, and bring something like this forward. So you could have brought it under your items, which would have been perfectly appropriate. But I guess my point is I appreciate you spending so much time with those that are the experts in this field to bring something really awesome back. And I agree, your website that's most people's introduction to your organization. So it's really important that it's a tool, that it's fresh and it's updated and it has all that information easily available, because there's nothing more frustrating to people. They're already frustrated 9 times out of 10 when they're trying to contact us. So it adds to the frustration if they can't find what they're looking for on the website. So then by the time they do get in contact with whoever they're looking for, they are super duper frustrated, which doesn't help the process at all. So thank you very much. This is awesome, and I am very pleased to second it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I did go to the Martin County website, and they have a sequence of about 8 different shots, and every 7-8 seconds it segues to another one. But they're really, a lot of sunsets, a lot of pictures of the lagoon and beaches and the water, and very vivid colors, really eye-catching, very pleasing, and I think that's a great feature. So it really kind of showcases. It makes you say, wow, that's a really cool looking place. The parks on the water, things like that. So I do think that's a pretty slick thing. Seems to be a lot of, the thing that really sticks to me is just the colors on their website. Very eye-catching, very pleasing, very attractive. So certainly I have no problem stealing a good idea there. So I think we can learn a lot from what Martin County's doing. So, and as Commissioner Adams said, thank you for bringing this forward. Sometimes you sit here and it's the same thing over, year after year after year, and then a pair of fresh eyes comes along and has a really good idea. So kudos to you for bringing this forward, and I think it's a great idea.
One thing I want to point out when you're looking at that, and I think Scott pointed it out briefly in his presentation, when you go to the first page on your website, it's not lengthy. It's like your table of contents. Your table of contents in a book is 1 page, and that's what you want to look, and then you navigate from there, which I thought was huge in my opinion. I forgot to bring that up under my things, but thank you, Commissioner. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And thank you to Commissioner Ehrman. I appreciate this, especially the idea of consolidating. I think that was confusing in the past. And I love the idea of pretty pictures, but I hope we'll use this as an opportunity to communicate better with the community. And, we saw that today when we were discussing Woodfield. For example, you had, almost 150 people signed a petition. So hopefully there'll be some way to incorporate the idea of better communication, since we will be revamping the website. And I mean both incoming and outgoing. Outgoing in terms of a particular issue. If you have 150 emails, how can we communicate with them in the future? And incoming in terms of, I saw here, well, you can find out who your county commissioner is. For the community, because this is confusing since we just ran for office recently. I know a lot of people are confused by the whole voting system here. The entire county votes for each and every one of us. We just live in different geographical regions because you don't want 5 county commissioners all from Fellsmere. That's all it is. But when you have people sending information, and we love Fellsmere, but you can't have everybody live in one place. So for the community, that's why it's done that way. That's why each of us lives in a different place, but the entire county votes for each one of us. So when you have information coming in from people living in the county, I wouldn't want it to get too segregated because by district, because each one of us, no matter what district we reside in, we need to know what's going on in the entire county. So I wouldn't want to see people funneled, well, you live in District 1, so you're talking only to District 1, and then 2, 3, 4, and 5, we don't know, what the requests are from District 1, and we don't know what happened. So I think the key here, as much as I love pretty pictures and I agree with the idea of consolidating, I would please ask you to focus on communication, both going out to the community and receiving more information from them, and what's the best way to distribute it among the 5 of us. And thank you again, Commissioner Arman, for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Well, certainly, we're not district sensitive, and we're getting emails, and due to sunshine, when those emails come in through the current system, each of us get them independently. So there is an existing foundation of communication, and they come in throughout the weekend, and they come right to the phone. So I don't know what else could be done to the system to ensure that, other than public education, because we are not district sensitive, you are correct, but we tend to be in and about our communities of residents a whole lot more, and a lot more people see us, so the communication tends to gear in that direction. Also, you tend to know your immediate area, since you're crossing those paths on a daily basis several times, and knowing your neighbors as well, that people do gravitate towards their district commissioner. But again, we are not district sensitive, and our communication lines are open to all. Anything further? On motion by Commissioner Harriman, seconded by Commissioner Adams, and no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
At this juncture, we're going to take a brief recess. Gotcha, Kristen. meeting will now be called back to order, and we'll proceed with the Office of Management and Budget. We'll have the Property Casualty Insurance 2021-2022 discussion. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kristen Daniels, Budget Director. I am also joined today by the county's new risk manager, Cynthia Stanton. She comes to us from University of Rhode Island. We are happy to have her. And then we also have Erica Connick of Arthur J. Gallagher, who is the county's insurance broker. So the proposed 2021 insurance renewal is $2,795,001. This is about an 11% increase over last year's renewal. The increase is mainly a result of a hard market that we've been experiencing, and so staff was under the impression that we were facing an increase this year, and that is what happened. So we have a few notable changes in coverages for this renewal. Our carrier has added an aggregate to the mold sublimit of $2 million. We also have new exclusions for anything virus, bacteria, or microorganism related. So this is obviously a direct result of COVID-19 and them trying to get out from under any claims related to COVID-19. And then probably the biggest impact this year is we had a $2.5 million sublimit added to our inland marine. This is our auto damage policy. Normally we have $20 million of coverage there, and that is for any type of coverage now with the exception of a named windstorm or a flood. So they've added that in the event of a hurricane, they will only cover up to $2.5 million. But staff seems okay with this, and that I've spoken to the departments, and in the event of a hurricane, they tend to disperse the equipment out around the county and stage it in order to respond effectively where they need to be. And so we don't have all of our fleet just sitting in one spot. We also obviously do not put anything in a known flood zone where we would have an issue there. So we feel like we are protected, and we have not had any claims due to flood or a hurricane for any of our vehicles or heavy equipment. So staff is confident that this change is one that we can bear. So today staff is recommending that the board approve the proposed renewal of $2,795,001, and this also includes the annual broker fee to Arthur J. Gallagher for $175,000. And that's all I have for today. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer or defer to our insurance specialist.
I have a question.
Sure.
Just out of curiosity, what is covered under church parking lot liability?
Oh, okay. So that is, I don't remember the name of the church right off the top of my head, but it's the
First
church
Baptist.
next to the library.
Oh, okay.
So in order for us to have the amount of parking spaces that we need, we share that with them, and then we carry the insurance coverages for that parking lot space in order to be able to utilize it.
That makes sense. Awesome, thank you. And if nobody else has any questions, I'll be happy to move staff's recommendation.
Second. Is there any further discussion? I just want to also take this time to thank you for the risk reduction manner with Jason. Thank you for coordinating the risk reduction to make it as affordable as possible, to have the coverage and to have all the proper planning intact for a natural disaster or a perceived threat that we can prepare for. And thank you for all that preparation work.
Sure thing.
It does make a big difference.
Mr. Chairman, it does catch my eye that the criminal element, terrorism, crime, cyber, and all that stuff is really driving this.
Yeah, it's because of our claim that we had for the tire theft.
Anything, Mr. Vice Chairman?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any further input? Yes.
No, I don't. I came 2 weeks ago.
Oh, please come to the... I'd like everybody to get a chance to meet you as well.
Cynthia Stanton, risk manager. I started 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So most of this was done, but I did review it with Kristen and Erica and put some minor recommendations in, but for the most part, it was a pretty basic renewal.
And you feel confident that we're lower risk?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're a good risk.
That's what we wanted to
Yeah, you really are. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And the next item is a presentation for the Indian River County Beach Preservation Plan 2019 update.
Good afternoon. Eric Charist, the Natural Resource Manager for the county under the Public Works Department. Today we have the request to have the county consider adopting the Beach Preservation Plan, the 2019 update to the plan. And I got a little bit of a presentation here to show you. As you can see here, the plan is the 2019 update. It was prepared by Stantec, a consulting firm that was hired to review significant records with regards to surveys, as well as just about every other element necessary for beach management. So I'm going to hit the highlights of the plan. The plan is rather large. It's definitely available for review. We're about 900 pages, though, so I'm going to not hit 900 slides. I'll reduce it a little bit before that. So if you have any questions as we go through it, feel free to give me a shout. So. The purpose of the plan, just to give an overview as a general highlight of the plan is an advisory document to be used in assisting the county at managing the beaches, one of our valuable resources out there. The plan does look at evaluating vulnerability to future storm events using approved models through the Department of Environmental Protection. The document also identifies performance of the beaches between the plan revisions. I believe this is the 5th revision of the plan. So like I say, we do break it into different time periods. This is about a 5 or 6 year period of evaluation for this. The plan also does identify the impacts from recent storm events, and it evaluates different protectionary measures moving forward. As I kind of stated, the plan is in its 5th revision since it was updated, or since it was created in 1988. One of the key elements of the plan is the county's coastline is divided into 8 management sections. Each management section is pretty much grouped together for similar management strategies. As you can see on the map here to the right, you can see where we've got the management sections, and they're identified by the DEP range monuments. So just a way to break down the management program here. Just a quick overview of it over the past 5 years, or 6 years, I'm sorry. The county has recognized an accretion of 0.3 feet per year, meaning the sand has grown in the county overall, over the county's 22.4 miles of beaches, has grown by about 0.3 feet per year. You see in this that it is less than previous time periods. We've also had a significant number of storms over these past several years as well, so that does take it into account. But as you can see, it's kind of small, but on the graphic on the right, you will see the green indicates areas where the beaches are accreting or growing. The red indicates areas where the beaches are eroding. The surveys are done at 3 different elevations, and the one on the left is pretty much at the beach, the mean high water mark itself. You'll see some of those areas are growing, some are shrinking. The middle elevation is going to be basically at the toe of the dune, and the right elevation is pretty much at the top of the dune. So we do see most of the erosion and the accretion of the beaches, on the wet sandy beach to the bottom of the dune. Again, the little graphic on the left just kind of goes into detail as to what this survey is showing. Basically on this thing here, when we look at it though, we do see that sectors 1, starting in the north, starting in the Sebastian area, sectors 1 going down to sectors 8 in the south, but sectors 1, 3, 4, 5, and 7 are experiencing shoreline retreat, while sectors 2, 6, and 8 are seeing accretion of the beaches. kind of going into that a little bit further, just to identify each individual sector. Sectors 1 and 2 typically receive sand as part of the Sebastian Inlet's bypassing. On that, that's how they receive most of their sand. You do see that Sector 1 has seen an erosional rate, while Sectors 2 is seeing a slight accretion rate. This is taking into account all the sand that's moved into those areas as well. But again, this is over a 6-year duration period of time in which we have seen significant storms as well. Sectors 3 and 4 are similar. Both of them are seeing an erosional rate. You do see in Sector 3, we've demonstrated about a 1.2 feet per year erosional rate, and we currently are under our beach construction project for that sector. Sector 4 has also demonstrated an erosional rate, and it has increased to a loss of 1.7 feet per year during that time frame, but it is not a critically eroded beach in the eyes of the DEP. Sector 3 is. Sector 5 has also shown an erosional event. It all depends. There's different areas in there that do see some erosion, some accretion, but overall, it's seen a net loss over the past 6 years. Sector 7 has also demonstrated a net loss of about 1.5 feet per year. Sectors 6 and 8, on the other hand, are our accretional beaches, and those are actually seeing a net increase of sand. Pretty significant. In the fact of Sector 6, they're seeing, just shy of 7 feet per year as an increase in the amount of sand that's being seen there. Sector 8, same, a little bit smaller rate, though. In the beach preservation plan, since it has been around for 20 some odd years at this point, it has demonstrated that it is effective at mitigating erosion around the coastline. The information in the document, the advisory role of that document is demonstrating that it is effective. What we are looking for moving forward, though, is some changes may need to be made due to the expected impacts from climate change and sea level rise and so forth. So those are items that will need to be taken into account to increase the resiliency of these beaches moving forward. Those items are addressed in the beach preservation plan as well. One of the items that may look forward is planning for more frequent maintenance events as the need arises instead of full-blown nourishment events. Maintenance strategies is also identified in the beach preservation plan, and what they do is they evaluate just about every strategy that's available out there for maintaining and reducing erosion around these beaches. Some of them are available options for us, some of them are not available options for us based on our topography as well as the nesting sea turtle population that we have. Like I say, as it is identified and has been identified throughout the document, resiliency of any of our methods of beach nourishment, maintaining the beaches is of utmost importance. These strategies are not presented in any order. It's just the way we actually came across them here. So, one of the ones that has been recommended, has been done in the past, and continues to be recommended is beach nourishment. And as I stated, we are in the middle of our tail end of our Sector 3 Phase 1 Beach and Dune Nourishment Project. We finished a Sector 5 project last year, and the county, the demonstration from these nourishment project has demonstrated that it's a successful approach at mitigating erosion and handling the beaches, on the coastline. So it is recommended in the plan that these approaches continue to be followed. Dune nourishment is a little bit minor scale from the total beach nourishment. Dune nourishment just requires the placement of sand on the dune itself, not on the beach, but just on the dune. That is also an effective approach at protecting the upland structure and upland infrastructure, and it is recommended that we continue that approach as necessary. Dune plantings, although it may seem minor, the dune plants are a tremendous asset to helping stabilize the dunes. It is a demonstrated mitigation approach, and it is recommended that we, we do consider or continue with the dune plantings. We are doing such in our Sector 3 project right now at a much higher density, and we expect to see, the plant roots will probably reach down 4 or 5 feet here by September timeframe, and every time that those plants grow, it does help to restore, retain the dune system, as well as the leaves on them do help to, stop the blowing sand, which then increases the dune as well. So it's a tremendous little resilience factor that we have right there. So, and when we do plant them, they are planted with native dune vegetation. Right now, we're planting 4 different species in our Sector 3 project, but, and like I say, in this right here, you're looking at pretty much the sea oats. But it's suggested that we, or recommended that we continue with the dune plantings. Additional management strategy recommendations is, like I said in the past, it's been effective at managing the county's beaches and mitigating erosion along the coastline. But the S beach, which is the DEP modeling that I was speaking about earlier, does recommend adjustments be made based on the measures you see there, which is climate change, increased storm events and intensity, as well as sea level rise. That little graphic down there is just a projected sea level rise by one of the models. And again, we just take that into account with our programs and our projects moving forward. So with those 3 key elements, some of the things that we would look at and are recommended in the beach plan is, project size. The larger the project size, the more benefit then it would be to the system. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Optimize the landward extent of the fill, storm recovery, stockpiling sand, beach preservation plan updates, a county-wide wave model to actually show where sediment transports and travels throughout the county, an inventory, which we have pretty much an inventory of the armoring structures at this point here, but we would look to beef that up with some new construction that's taking place. A native beach sand analysis, and offshore sand investigation to find additional resources for us to use as approved sand for projects as we move forward. Beach access and construction easements. So these are just some of the items that are recommended in the plan itself. When we break it down into the individual sectors, sectors 1 and 2 are handled the same, and right now it is with the sand bypassing from the Sebastian Inlet District, and the recommendation of the plan is it should continue with placement of sand within sectors 1 and 2, and they should be averaging about 70,000 cubic yards of material per year placed on the downstream beaches. So the recommendation is that approach continue up there. Sector 3 and 4, the recommended strategies within these sectors are beach nourishment projects, in which we are doing in Sector 3 currently. It is important to note, though, that Sector 4 is not considered critically eroded at this time by the Department of Environmental Protection, and thus federal and state funding is not currently available. The county has been working with the department to continue assessing that sector. We are, still working with them and doing semi-annual surveys to demonstrate the ability of that sector to be looked at again for the critically eroded status. Sectors 5 and 7 are 2 other eroding beaches. Those are both classified as critically eroded, and the management strategy for that will continue to be major sand nourishment events. That's what they're looking for those 2 sectors. Sectors 6 and 8 are our accreting beaches, and although there is no need for a sand nourishment project there, the recommendation is that we continue with our semi-annual surveys and demonstrate that those beaches are still accreting. So that's what we have in plan for those. The plan does also touch upon cost estimates for these advisory roles in there. These cost estimates include the engineering costs for these projects and permitting, surveying, environmental monitoring, construction, and permitting, as stated. And with the monitoring, just so you are aware that when we do one of these projects, monitoring is an ongoing event after the construction project. So even though the construction will cease on April 30th, monitoring will be ongoing for up to 5 years. Future program expenses are kind of touched upon in the document as well. They suggest doing a native beach sand analysis. Cost development would just be projecting out additional costs moving forward. Ongoing beach preservation plan updates and additional borough site investigations as additional sources of sand for future projects. The plan also does touch upon funding considerations, knowing that it is an expensive program. It does go in and touch upon different options that may be available to us. We are aware of the Army Corps of Engineers programs. State funding is done through the local government funding request, which we have several grants currently available to us, and hoping to get good news here moving forward with a current request through this year's budget process with the legislature up in Tallahassee. But again, at this point here, with Sector 4 not being considered critically eroded, that funding is not available to that sector. So it does also touch upon different things that the local county can look at for funding. Again, these are not in any specific order, just different options that are touched upon that can be considered. This plan has been provided to the Beach and Shores Preservation Advisory Committee, as well as for public comment. And it is, as you can see by this letter here, on March 15th, the Beach and Shores Preservation Advisory Committee did recommend it for adoption by the county. They are behind the plan for that. So our staff recommendation at this point is to approve the 2019 update to the Beach and Shores the Beach Preservation Plan. And I did go through it quickly. I'm sorry. I spent a long day. I just wanted to make sure that if you have any questions, feel free to give me a shout. It's a lot of information, and I just wanted to go through it quickly. So.
Well, thank you very much, Eric. I have to say you saved the best for last, because the input of our Beach and Shores Preservation Committee is taken very seriously. We have a lot of people on that volunteer committee that take what you have to do for the citizens with the support very seriously, and they've had a lot of input independently. We've turned over the Beach and Shores Preservation Committee assignment to Commissioner Ehrman, but having served on that for a number of years, as many of us have, we may notice that Mr. Mark Tripson is not here. I spoke with him very early this morning. He asked your indulgence that he's not here today, but he specifically stated that he fully supported this. And as you know, he's been probably one of the most outspoken members of the committee for many, many years. So, but he said he will look forward to being here in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a couple things. Eric, thank you for the update. Can you put your slides back up and go back to the slide that shows the South County sectors, please?
That's fine. Are you looking for the summary one of it, or just
scroll down? It was kind of towards.
Talk about 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah, looking at 6, 7, and 8. Okay, just start clicking down if you can. Probably that one there will do good. So 6 and 8 are accreting, but sector 7 is eroding. Any theories on why the one sector in between is losing, but the other two are gaining?
And if you see the way that the topography is there, I mean, that sector 7 kind of like bows out, and that's playing a role in the downstream transport of the sand. I mean, sector 6 is kind of catching it at the tail end of it, and same with sector 8. So, yeah. But sector 7.
So I think one of your slides also showed something about looking at the offshore hard bottom structure or the reef structure out there. So Sector 6, I think, includes like the Rio Mar area and South Beach. And I know there's some pretty good offshore reefs in that sector. Actually, they're right kind of off that Rio Mar reef actually comes right up to the beach at one point, the first reef line. And the third and fourth reef lines are pretty significant in relief. I think the fourth reef could be, in some places, it's about 8 to 12 foot relief. So I think it's got a pretty significant breakwater effect there. And then Sector 8 includes Round Island Park. And again, I know there's a pretty good third reef line there that has really good relief to it. So I think it would also be interesting as part of this plan is not just to get an aerial of where the hard bottom is, but somehow get some kind of vertical mapping to see where we have those offshore ledges that provide pretty good relief. Because I know down there at Sector 6, if we have a kind of, you know, what we always call the victory at sea day, when it's blowing hard and there's a lot of white water and stuff, you can really see those waves breaking about 200 yards offshore, and then smaller waves, you know, coming in after that. So I think in that area that those offshore reefs have a pretty good significant positive impact. And I think we don't really have the relief off of Sector 7 as we do in those other areas. So it'd be kind of interesting to see if we could map those somehow and get a better grip on that, because I think that's kind of a key. And then the other thing is, I know a lot of people don't like it, but when the sargassum weed washes up on the beaches and stuff, it's, as you mentioned with the vegetation that we plant, that dead and dying seagrass actually is a very good sand stabilizer. It helps prevent wind erosion, things like that. Not only that, it provides habitat and food sources for a lot of little critters and things like that. So I've always felt that, you know, the tourists may not like to look at it or walk over it, but to me it's a critical part of the beach and erosion protection. We don't do any seaweed or raking of our beaches in the county, do we?
I would probably have to divert back to the to the parks on that. I know the city does some, but as far as you know, what the parks does, I'm not sure.
Right.
You know, just on your comment regarding the rack line, Kylie Ariati, our beach specialist, has actually recently created a informational brochure for some of the dune vegetation, and she focuses on the rack line and how that is used at creating, you know, the additional dunes and the benefit it does have for nourishing plants, for future plants there, as well as stopping to block the sand. So,
well, I'd be glad to see that,
yeah,
Kylie, if she has an extra copy of it. But yeah, I think that's kind of an educational thing. You know, I know some of the big hotels down there in the city, you know, you see guys out there every morning kind of raking it up and trying to get rid of it. And I get that they want a pretty beach for the tourists, but to me that rack line is just so critical to helping stabilize that we really, you know, maybe should work on an educational aspect, and maybe Kylie's brochure will help that. We can put that in the hotels or something so people know the benefit of it, not just say, ooh, that's ugly and all that. So, but anyway, you know, I was really pleased, you know, overall 0.3 feet, you know, countywide, I think is a really good number. And looking at, you know, the projects we've done, I think we have done a good job with our beaches. I know a lot of people, or some people, think it's a waste of money, but in my mind, our beaches are a critical infrastructure. And just like we put money into fixing roads and resurfacing roads and doing all that other kind of infrastructure, I see that what our beach plan is putting resources into our infrastructure. That's a key part of our community and why people, you know, come here. So I think it's been a good plan. I like the update, but I think you know, everybody involved in this, Public Works and all the projects we've got going now and planned in the future, I think are critical and needed, and I'm very glad that we are doing them. I'm supportive of it. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bryan, what you said is true. It is a infrastructure part of the county the duning and the beach itself, you know, when you get a storm event or something, does help the water rise and the action of the storm. Even though it may take it away, it most likely did its job to some extent in the case we do have a tropical event. And so that's a very, very, very good statement to say it's not just for tourists, it's an infrastructure that we need. And I think we're doing a really good job. I want to thank, you know, we're coming to an end for this beach renourishment season. The turtles are moving in, and we'll be talking turtles next month and throughout the summer. And Eric and his staff have done just an outstanding job with everything they do in regards to this report and everything they do on a daily basis. We had a meeting yesterday, and Kylie showed some pictures that she had of the seagrass, or not the seagrass, but the plantings that were put in on the dune. It's really impressive. And I do want to thank Chairman Barney and the rest of the Beach and Shore Preservation Committee, because those guys are dedicated. They really truly believe in what they're doing, and they always bring good information. And I'm proud that to be a part of that group, and they do a really good job. But I think we're on the right track with this. I mean, sure, we could have an event, you know, come through sometime in August. I mean, that's just part of it. But it does do its job, and it is a vital resource to the county, not only for tourism and dollars, but for the infrastructure and to protect the shoreline and the Barrier Island and the rest and everything behind it after that. So I think that, thank you, Eric, and your staff again for all you do, and I definitely appreciate it.
Eric, I just wanted to add that, you know, some of our dune areas are coquina-like, and some of them are not. They're a lot softer. But I believe that we need to do just even a touch more on education, that the beaches are for recreation, that the dune is for infrastructure, that dune protects what's on land, westbound, and also on the eastbound end too. It is our stabilization point. I don't know, I guess maybe there's a lot of admiration for the dune experience, and a lot of folks that I guess have been, anybody's ever gone to Cape Cod, I mean, that's what you do. You ride the dunes. But it's a different dune structure, and this is a linear dune that has to be protected and respected. So I don't know if we can do more in the line of education. I know the signage is, again, we get sign pollution over it then, and then, you know, some folks don't like so many signs on there. But if there's any manner in which we can do to go forward to educate more and just aware of, you know, stay away from the dunes. You're only eroding on the plantings, the grass, the stabilization, and some of the dunes can sustain some traffic. They shouldn't, but most of the dunes cannot, and destruction of the dunes is the slippery slope of losing a lot more, and taxpayer dollars and work. And we appreciate all the good work that the staff does, and the renourishment process on both the dune and the sand, or the beach. But I wish there was more that we could do. I'd like to see if we can explore that a little further and do some more direct education manner. Because I think people will respect the dune if they know it has to be respected, but if they don't, they're not aware. Because you do see people climbing through the dunes, and they are destroying the grass. Thank you. You need.
I think you guys have said it all, and I would concur. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and move approval of the 2019 update to the beach preservation plan.
Second. Give it a second. That's a motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion?
Yeah, may I just say one thing? Thank you. I was glad to hear about the plantings on the dunes, and I'm very happy that that's a focal point. If funding is ever an issue in that, I think that there are a number of nonprofits that would be happy to work with you on it. So, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Mr. Chairman, one point I forgot to make in my discussion before we vote on this is that, and Jason may be able to explain it better than I am, but the state did approve $100 million for stuff that was in the budget, got approved by the Senate and the House.
Yes, so we've got a $7 million request in for our Sector 3 project that had finished in the money. As far as the original proposal, the original budget from the state was $50 million. However, the House had put $100 million in there, and I believe the Senate matched that as of yesterday or over the weekend. So both the Senate and the House have enough money in their budgets that our Sector 3 project would be funded, and so we're very happy with that, and believe that long term the state is setting aside some more monies for these types of projects as well. So we're in good shape on the funding for Sector 3, assuming nothing unusual happens from here. So that should be good news. And then just one other point of information, an answer to Commissioner O'Brien's question earlier about the raking. I confirmed with Mike that we do not do seaweed sargassum raking on county beaches.
Good.
Thank you. Anything further, Commissioners? Anybody wish to comment that's here in attendance? Not? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item is Utility Services, the North Sebastian Phase 2 Water and Sewer Project Award of Bid number 2021019. Good afternoon, Vincent.
Good afternoon, sir. For the record, Vincent Burke, Director of Utility Services. We are here to go over the North Sebastian Water and Sewer Phase 2 project. We do have some folks here that might be able to speak about this issue should the board have any questions as we go through this process. We do have the engineer of record, Mastel and Moeller, here. We do have the purchasing manager, Jennifer Hyde, here. I believe we have representatives from Southern Underground Industries that are on the Zoom function. So on January 29th of this year, the County Purchasing Department opened sealed contractor bids for the North County Water and Sewer Project Phase 2. We received 10 sealed bids, but at the time, 2 bids were disqualified by the purchasing manager as being non-responsive. Therefore, 8 responsive bids were forwarded to our consultant, Mastel and Moeller, to review the bids, to go over any unit cost estimates, and to do some due diligence with respect to the contractors that had submitted bids. So the area in question, or at least the time period in question, pertains between January 29th and about February 12th, where the engineer made some calls and did some reference checks on the various contractor. I was given a summary of analysis that was done by the engineer of record. Certainly they are available for any questions, but the town of Palm Beach was contacted on February 25th in regards to certain improvements that they had. There's a gentleman there that cited poor performance and management on the part of the contractor, Southern Underground Industries, to meet the project schedule, and that they would not recommend us to hire this contractor. When in fact, the gentleman was asked to put that in writing via email on February 8th. He did not respond, but instead the town's purchasing manager responded saying that they're not going to provide a written referral. So we had verbal indications that there were some issues with respect to the project, but they did not provide us any kind of written to that effect. There were 2 other folks that were contacted that were references provided by Southern Underground Services. They did provide positive feedback, but because of the nature of some of the projects that were listed, we were looking for more projects close to the sewer and water installation, whereas some of the projects were roadway. Therefore, based on the 2 positive, 1 negative, the purchasing manager reached out to the contractor and asked for additional references that would more align with the project in question. We were provided, or the county, the purchasing manager was provided 4 references. And at that time, one of the references was contacted for the project. In this case, some of the references came back in favor. One reference was a duplicate, Mr. Rhodes, of whom provided a letter to the county yesterday. I think that was forwarded to the commissioners, Mr. Rhodes, that spoke in favor of the contractor, Southern Underground. But there were some other folks that had verbally told us that they would not hire Southern Underground. And one of those references was Julie Karsnick, who is not employed by the city of Arcadia as an employee, but is a consulting engineer with Hazen and Sawyer. It's ironic that Ms. Karlasink had initially provided verbal issues for us not to hire Southern Underground, but yesterday we received a letter from Ms. Karlasink saying that she would hire them in the future. So we're getting some confused messages there. So as noted in the staff report, because at the time that this was written, we didn't have all of our information together. Some of this has just come after the agenda was out. I'll read it. It says, the purchasing manager has received and is reviewing a timely protest by Southern Underground, asserting that they are the lowest responsive and responsive bidder. And so from a timeline standpoint, on April 8th, I think they were notified that they would not be recommended for the award of bid. They did submit a timely protest within the time period specified on the 14th. That protest was reviewed, and the purchasing manager on April 16th responded with a denial of that protest, but at the end of that said that should they wish to come to the Board of County Commissioners, they can do so today, April 20th, and that is certainly available for Southern Underground Utilities to appeal that protest from the purchasing manager with respect to this issue. In closing, I will just say that we are not familiar with Southern Underground services. The engineer of record has worked with Centerline before. I know in my future life, when I was with Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institution down at Fort Pierce, we had a regional station in water and sewer going under the FEC tracks and connecting to FPUA's line on US 1 was done by Centerline. They did a great job. Certainly, staff has not been in contact with either of these contractors due to the cone of silence. All communication has gone through the purchasing manager as required by our purchasing manual. But due to the uncertainty with some of the previous project management, there has been some turnover with Southern Underground. I think they have new project managers. We received the resumes. Some are there less than 2 years. I do believe the vice president has been there only a year, Mr. Frank D'Alessandro. And so due to the uncertainty of the turnover with staff, some of the negative reviews that the Master Moeller, our engineer of record, had received from some folks that had worked with Southern Underground in the past, staff is recommending that even though there's a cost increase of $154,625, which represents 4% of the construction price, an award of bid to Centerline Incorporated as the most responsive and responsible bidder. Certainly available for any questions you may have. The engineer of record, Mr. Masteller, is here as well as the purchasing manager, should the board have any questions with respect to the due diligence process and the recommendation that's before you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Mr. Chairman, just first start with some clarification from Dylan. Do we need to take a formal action on the purchasing manager's denial? Finding the fact that the purchasing manager followed our rules and guidelines, et cetera, and vote yes or no to uphold her denial of the appeal?
I would think just to have a clear record that as part of this, you've got a protest before you. My understanding is that Southern had asked for that to be today, that you either deny or approve that as part of the overall decision of this board.
Okay. With that, if Jennifer wouldn't mind just coming down and just kind of maybe a little bit more detail of the process you went through than Vinny gave us, and just so that we're clear on exactly everything that transpired.
Jennifer Hyde, purchasing manager. When I received the recommendation of award from the department through the engineer, I did notify Southern Underground that was the intent. I'd spoken with them in asking for additional references throughout the process and had kind of kept them informed that the engineer was a little uncertain about their qualifications. On the 8th, I did let them know that we received recommendation of award to Centerline as the lowest responsible bidder, and partially based on the references. And I did let them know about the protest procedure and where that was detailed. So we did receive a protest memo from them on the 14th, pretty much saying that the references shouldn't have disqualified them, that they are confident that they're qualified and responsible. And in my review, I looked at the references that we looked at. I looked at the information that we had been provided by them and essentially came to the conclusion that in accordance with the bid documents, bidders are required to prove to our satisfaction as the owner that they are responsible and qualified to perform the work. And based on my discussion with both the department and the engineer, they were not satisfied to that based on the information that they'd received. So I did deny their protest and let them know that last Friday.
And then just our policy is we're not bound to take the lowest bidder, but the bidder that we believe is most qualified to perform the work. Is that correct?
Correct. We're entitled in the bid documents to make the decision based on what we believe to be the best interest of the county.
Okay. And we do have the letter from Masteller and Moeller that based upon all this, they are recommending the award of the contract to Centerline Inc. of Palm City, Florida. And that's correct also, yes. Right? Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for right now at this point. Thank you.
And if I can clarify one thing, and I just don't think I heard it right. So, but there's an issue. You're supposed to pick the lowest responsible bidder. And so if it's determined that they are not either responsive or responsible, then you go to the next highest bidder to find the lowest responsible bidder. Sometimes there's a little bit of confusion. I just didn't hear, maybe you're right, Commissioner O'Brien, was it doesn't mean we go to the more qualified firm. It's just if everyone meets the qualifications, then you go with the lowest responsible bidder. It doesn't mean that you say, oh, well, this firm, although they had a higher bid, they're just done 20 years more, they're obviously better, we're going to go with them. If everyone's deemed qualified and responsible, then you would go with the lowest. But what I've heard from Jennifer is, I think based upon the evidence, was that Southern just was not responsive and responsible.
They were responsive but not responsible.
But yeah, they were not both.
Correct. And so the next lowest bidder was Centerline, and the engineer consultant found them to be responsive and responsible and recommended that we award the bid to them. Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Anything? Nope.
The only thing I would say is I would concur with, or thank you for the clarification, Commissioner O'Brien. And this is, as we heard earlier today, this is a very nuanced project, and it's very important that we have responsive and responsible organizations working on it. So I am completely comfortable with the recommendation of the engineer of record and the staff's recommendation. Dylan does the process, and or Commissioner O'Brien, the process moving forward, would we need to do a separate motion or handle the?
And I think, check, is anybody from Southern Underground on Zoom, or are they, is there anyone in the audience from?
I thought they stated there would be.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Okay, well.
What is that?
Yes, Southern.
There is no one here from Southern?
Okay. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we find the purchasing manager followed our policies for reviewing the bid protest.
We do have someone?
Okay. Well, I'll hold off until we hear from them then.
Would you defer?
No, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Ed, we do have someone from Southern.
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear us, or are we on mute, or can you hear us?
Looks like we have a team.
Can you hear us?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
What is that?
Can you hear us?
Do we have them muted?
Focus on. Can you hear us? Focus on. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
We can now.
We can now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank D'Alessandro, Vice President of Southern Underground. Sounds like your minds are made up on all this hearsay qualifications and checking out references. I mean, here we are. We've worked from Orlando, Fort Pierce, Kissimmee, Pinellas, ongoing $20 million worth of work on the west coast of Florida. 30 million in revenues last year. 200 years collectively between administrative, project managers, superintendents. I mean, it's letters coming at the last minute that refutes the hearsay testimony about Moeller. And Moeller doesn't know who we are? I don't know who Moeller is. That's not grounds to justify even considering our bid. Or is it grounds even, because we're not in the proximity of Centerline. I don't even know if this is Centerline Inc., was active 2 years ago, or if this is the old Centerline that bid this project. Which Centerline is this? If we're talking about our reference and how old we are, and only a couple years old with certain project managers here, when was Centerline Incorporated bid? 2018? 2017?
It's Centerline Inc., DBA Centerline Utilities. It's the same company that's been around since 1971.
Well, it's not the same company. It's two different entities, that's for sure. Randy Stringer is definitely the VP of both, but it is two different companies.
Hopefully my microphone's working. Yeah, sir, hold on. This is your opportunity to present the facts and evidence that you have to bolster the issue as to whether you're responsive and responsible. I think you should really focus on that issue as opposed to trying to attack others. I think that would be a much more effective strategy for your appeal.
Can I put up a couple more documents that came through that would refute the previous information that we were not competent as a contractor? Can I put them two documents up?
It's your time, sir. We want to give you the opportunity to discuss anything you wish for us to consider.
You disabled the screen sharing. I need to pull up some documents. Says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Just give us a second. We're working on it.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde has the documents that we're trying to pull up.
What is that, Kim?
You should be able to screen share now.
Okay.
Here's one letter with Lake Worth Beach that apparently a phone call was made that would recommend us against this project, where Mr. Gil Rhodes says quite the opposite. There's another one or two that we have for City of Arcadia, which you were referencing, Julie.
Chris Hyde, have we seen this
The
document?
one that Julie would not recommend us for that project, and here is a letter saying totally opposite. We could get these all day long. I mean, we work with hundreds of municipalities. We work in municipalities, not in private work. Our work is strictly in municipalities and government bonded work. This was last quarter of 2020, where total bonding capacity was $50 million and single was 25. That's now increased the first quarter of 2021.
You seen that?
So if we work with 100 municipalities and we get one hearsay that would not recommend, I could have 99 other letters that say quite the opposite. And collectively, you've noted that there's some people been here a short couple of years, but collectively, there's over 200 years of experience here. From project management to PMs to field personnel. And we feel that just because we are not in the proximity of Indian River County, nor does the engineer recognize our name, which we work all over the state, that really has nothing to do with disqualifications.
Well, thank you, sir. You could feel that way. You're entitled to your feelings. However, the other organization, Centerline, is not within our county as well, so that the comparison is not appropriate or justified. As far as the consideration, we have to look at the most responsive and responsible individuals applying. It's not merely on bid. And while you are the lowest bidder, again, after the vetting process, it was determined that you were not the most responsible individual to be considered.
I'm gonna be clear again. It's not that they're the most, someone is the most responsible bidder. It's that it was determined that they were not a responsible or not a responsive bidder, and thus they were essentially disqualified. And then we went to the next responsible bidder, who is the next lowest on the chart.
So those are mutually exclusive, right?
Yes, different concepts, but I just want to clear that up.
But they both have to be considered regardless. And it's not a matter of opinion or collective years of service. We admire that you have so many years of service, but that was not part of the considering process. I thank you for your time.
Well, I don't.
Your process is flawed. You came in with a couple of different vendors that are municipalities that said we weren't good, and we provided information to completely contradict that. At the last minute, we hear about a town of Palm Beach. We can also get the same letter from town of Palm Beach. So it's basically we were vetted, but not in a fair way. Whoever did your vetting process, they didn't do a good job. And out of one vendor that you hang your hat on, town of Palm Beach, you say you can't get anything in writing. We could get something in writing telling you that whatever you saying that you heard is not accurate. We could provide documents, just like we just did from Arcadia and the city of Lake Worth. So we just want everything to be considered.
Well, once again, I believe all of the documentation that you submitted was properly evaluated for consideration, And I understand that you could have supplied different information, and I'm sure on the next time that you're bidding, you will probably be a little more thorough and include everything that you're stating that you could have supplied at this time. But the staff has to evaluate what's submitted at the time of the bid process, and we believe that that was done with full faith and fairness, and I want to thank you.
We've never been disqualified for a job, but I think we know what's going on here. Pretty clear.
I don't appreciate that.
Do I?
So, Mr. Chairman, I will point out one of the documents they just put up, the letter from Julie Karliskink of City of Arcadia. One of the sentences in that letter was something to the effect that, thank you for getting the project back on track. And in my mind, that means the project was off track. And as Commissioner Adams mentioned, this is a very sensitive project, and I don't think we want to be in a position where it might go off track. And so I will go ahead and finish the motion I started to make, that we find that the purchasing manager acted according to county policy, and that we uphold her denial of the appeal by Southern Underground.
And I will be happy to second that, that last dispersion was unwarranted, unnecessary, and I think totally inappropriate. And sometimes when we fall short of a bid, we might make some desperate statements. So I thank you for your time, sir. With that, we have a motion and a second. This is merely on the process and denial of the appeal and recertification of that denial. Once again, we have nothing to do with the approval process. The approval process comes before us at this time, not beforehand. At no time is any commissioner involved with the approval process, recommendation, discussion. We're prohibited from any contact with the applicant or the approval process, and that's why we have outside individuals and our staff doing that entire process. Just want to thank you all, and just advise. Is there anyone here that wishes to have any further discussion on this? Upon motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by myself, that the process was done well and appropriate, and it was done, and the appeal is denied. Anything further? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we award the North County Water and Sewer Project Phase 2 to Centerline, Inc. for $3,881,269.
Second. Upon motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. Any further discussion here? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item is County Attorney Matters, which is the interlocal agreement with the City of Fellsmere for contractor licensing.
Thank you very much. Per our code, persons engaged in various construction activities and services need to obtain a certificate of competency issued by our building department. Recently, the City of Fellsmere reached out to us and asked about piggybacking off our county's licensing program and using the county's Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals as a hearing board. County Attorney's Office has worked with counsel for the City of Fellsmere to draft interlocal agreement. Under the ILA, the county would essentially be responsible for issuing the certificates of competency, which is what we already do, and then we would hold and schedule hearings as approved if necessary. then under the ILA, the City of Fellsmere would have the responsibility of reporting or prosecuting any cases that dealt with work in the City of Fellsmere before our own board. Simply, County Attorney's Office recommends that the board approve the interlocal agreement, and I will note that Fellsmere is going to be considering this item on May 6th. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I think this is a great way to streamline processes for contractors. To move.
A comment I know from experience back when Commissioner Adams was mayor of the city of Fellsmere, that we had similar cooperative agreements, and always appreciated your leadership there as mayor of Fellsmere, and glad to see that we're continuing that relationship with Fellsmere. So I'm very supportive of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chairman O'Brien. Any further discussion here? Any representative that would like to speak? Hearing none?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. And once again, the county attorney. We're looking at the approval of developers agreement with Ryle Development Group, LLC, for Liberty Park subdivision.
The board approved the Liberty Park project. It is located on the east and west sides of 66th Avenue, south of County Road 510, and north of 81st Street. As part of the approval, the developer was required to enter into a developer's agreement with the county. County Attorney's Office and the Public Works Department have worked on the draft proposed development agreement, and I will thank Rich Spirka for his time and effort on this matter. Also want to thank Community Development Department for all of their help on this as well. It was certainly a team effort. Just some of the highlights of the agreement. The developer will design and permit and construct 81st Street from its current terminus at Liberty Park School to 70th Avenue. The developer will also be responsible for designing, permitting, and construction of 70th Avenue from 81st Street to the Sebastian River Improvement District drainage ditch, R13E. The developer will also design and permit and construct 70th Avenue from the Sebastian River Improvement District, R13E drainage district, to County Road 510. And then, if the developer constructs a lake on the Ryle Stormwater Park tract prior to the county constructing 66th Avenue from 81st Street to 85th Streets, the developer agrees to incorporate sufficient capacity in that stormwater treatment for the impervious area for the right-of-way. And then also, within 60 days of the date of this agreement, the developer will be dedicating to the county without compensation the six needed right-of-way parcels for 66th Avenue between 81st Street and County Road 510, and all right-of-way on 81st Street east of 66th Avenue. I will highlight that's a huge section for Indian River County for 66th Avenue, so we're very excited about that. And then finally, the developer will be designing, permitting, and excavating an extension of the Sebastian River Drainage District D13F drainage ditch from 69th Avenue eastward for a distance of 1,300 feet, more or less. So those are the various different things that the developer has agreed to do as part of the development agreement as part of the Liberty Park development. Certainly staff, I know Richard Spirka is here to answer any more details about engineering matters that I know nothing about. But simply County Attorney's Office recommends the board to approve the developer's agreement as presented, and I'm available for questions. I know Rich is available for questions, and I believe the applicant is here as well. And with that, I turn it back over to the chair.
Commissioners, question of council?
Just if Rich could come down and just reaffirm that all public works interests in this project are adequately addressed with the developer's agreement?
Yes, sir, they are.
We got all the right-of-way necessary, or they're gonna provide us the right-of-way necessary for 66th Avenue. And as part of that, we've worked it out with them in a developers agreement.
Okay.
So we're all good.
And is there any truth to the rumor you've been traded to the attorney's office now?
Yes, sir. So, you know, last week you had talked to Dylan about when Susan was doing her presentation for the right-of-way on 66th Avenue. Wednesday morning, I found out Jason traded me to the county attorney's office for a second round and a 6th round pick. Just like the NFL draft that's been going on for a while. So I found that out. And so I was going to give the presentation for the attorney's office. It just, Dylan played boss and told me not to, so.
Well, I just have to admit, Rich, you got a much better price on the right-of-way than we have in the past, so I'm really appreciative of that.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, I thought you were going to ask him about right-of-way.
I just did. He got us a much better price. All of them better be like that going forward now, Rich.
My first job at being in the attorney's office. Eh?
Yeah, well, you set the bar now, and that's what I'm expecting going forward.
Yes, sir.
Hey, let's reel this one in.
All right.
Well,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't have any further questions. I move staff recommendation.
Second. Okay, motion by Commissioner Ehrman, seconded by myself. Any further discussion on this end? Anybody from the audience wish to help Rich out in his presentation? Since he's on a free agent trade or whatever. Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Fine job, Counselor.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank the developer for working with us on this, and thank the board for your approval. And also, if I can just take a moment, it's my last county attorney item today. This week is Cassidy's last week. I think her last day is either Thursday or Friday. I think it's Friday. Cassidy's done a phenomenal job in our office, and she's always at our board meetings, watching, taking notes, and she's brought a bunch of items to this board. So I just want to publicly thank Cassidy for her great work during this semester. We were really happy to have her as part of our team.
Yes, and good luck. Good luck in your next moves.
And no, Bruce, we have first dibs if she has the option to come back to Vero Beach. But thank you anyway, Bruce. I think you were getting another job offer there, but it's not going to work out. Okay, next item on Commissioner Matters. Commissioner Laura Moss wants to discuss the geohydrology update survey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the community, the Indian River Soil and Water Conservation District is an elected body. They're always on the ballot. They receive no salary, no benefits, and the group it's really a wonderful group and a very important group, but it's comprised of experts in the area of soil and water. It's not as how shall I say? You know, we're talking about pretty pictures earlier of the county, and we'll put them on the county website. And we talked about the lagoon earlier, and we had a lot of the conservation groups here. But this, the work they do is not as high profile as the lagoon. It's not as sexy as the lagoon. It has to do more with, you know, groundwater, aquifers. But frankly, it's just as important. They're really the unsung heroes that they toil away at this. And you think about it, another thing we did today was approve development. And every time we approve development, that's water usage, it's runoff, it's all of these issues, the issues that they work so hard on. But at any rate, they invited all of us, and by that I mean the county commission, and also the county attorney was present, and the assistant county administrator to their meeting, and that was last week. That was their regularly scheduled meeting, and the public is always, I'm sure, always welcome to Zoom their meetings or also to be present. But they had specifically invited us, and during the course, so my colleagues are all aware of this, during the course of that meeting, it was brought to our attention that the geohydrologic study, and that's for Indian River County, really should be updated for the benefit of everyone. And that would be done at no cost by the, let me make sure I get it correct. It's the United States Geological Survey, which doesn't sound like an agency, but it is. That's actually an agency within the federal government. So they do this at no charge to the county. The last time this was done, the last I could get from the staff, so I'm assuming it's the last time that it was done, was 1988. So it really, it definitely does need to be updated. With help from staff, researched it a bit, and in our comprehensive plan for the county, in the, let me get it exactly right, this is from Indian River County 2030 Comprehensive Plan, which was adopted in October of 2010. Chapter 3D, the Natural Groundwater Aquifer Recharge Subelement, and yes, that's a mouthful, Objective 2, which has to do with preserving the quantity of the superficial aquifer, excuse me. Policy 2.6, and I'll just read it directly. By 2011, the county shall contact the U.S. Geological Survey, again, that's that agency, and request an updated countywide geohydrologic survey. So, I'm here today to discuss this with my colleagues, and I know we also have in attendance the Vice Chairman of the Soil and Water Conservation District, Vice Chairman Adair, and as well as two previous members. And remember, they're all elected. And I think there was a misperception. It was even stated at the meeting that they're somehow, an advisory board. They're not. These are elected officials, currently elected, formerly elected. And I want to say a huge thank you to you. This meeting has gone over long, and you've been here, so thank you so much for being here. So I'd like to hear from anything my colleagues have to say. We all were present at the meeting. And then if we could kindly allow whomever from the Soil and Water Conservation District who would like to speak to us. Thank you. Any comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear from.
All right. Well, then I would love to, thank you so much. I'd love to invite the Vice Chairman, Adair, to speak to us, should you wish.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. For the record, Robert Adair, Vice Chairman, SWCD. It is a thankless task. We've been recommending to the Board of County Commissioners over the years, for 2 decades, the importance of updating our hydrogeology study performed by the USGS. And they've done this for other counties throughout the state. They do a system of monitoring of wells to keep track of exactly the flow rates of the Florida aquifer. As you heard in our meeting, we gave an in-depth presentation by various members of our group. You heard from the St. Johns River Water Management District about the consumptive use permit process. You heard portions of that report from 1988. Our aquifer, our water supply for our county, does come from the Florida aquifer. It is a confined aquifer. I mean, it does have limits to its perimeters, its dimensions, if you will. It has a very slow rate of entry through the state of Florida, originating in northern Georgia. It is limited in its resource. It is actually considered fossil water. So so many things have happened to our county since 1988. The urban landscape with a declining citrus industry and an expanding urban service area, and certainly a lot of of private residences coming into this once agricultural area that are now using those wells for their domestic water supply. So we have around 1,520 permitted wells in our county. Those are wells that are permitted to the St. Johns River Water Management District. They report to them what their water usage is. They're limited to that, and there's laws and regulations that they have to follow. I think one of the big things is what we don't realize is there's 33,000 some odd private water wells that are used for their domestic water supply. And so by doing this study, we would not only look at the permitted wells, but we would look at the total use of water. As was described at that last meeting, unfortunately, a lot of these wells are aged. They were put in, some of them earlier than 1950. Most of them went in the 50s and the 60s, making them 50 to 70 years old. The casings that they use only goes down generally around 80 to 100 feet. A lot of those are leaking. The question is, we don't know how many are leaking. And if they are leaking and are not being used, it's a silent theft, 24/7, leaking into the superficial aquifer or our groundwater, generally 90 feet and less. So by having this study done, we have an ability to compare what was occurring in 1988, what's the reality of the water picture right now. And some of the other huge changes that have happened to our county are the new wells at the Florida Power and Light Clean Energy Plant on the southwestern corner of our county. Just so you know, those are 3 36-inch bores where they lower submersible pumps into the Florida aquifer and pump out the cooling water. So all these things would be addressed by a geological study where we can look at these changes, start monitoring. And I went online this morning to see what the status was of the USGS wells that were being monitored in our county, and I was surprised to see that they're not being monitored anymore. Now, I don't know why that is, but with this study, we could bring those wells back online, use data loggers, look at the flow of the wells, quantity, water quantity. This is water that's moving naturally to the surface with a pressure head, and the water quality, the salinity of that water. So my sense is we need, is your duty within the comp plan specifies that we protect our water quality, preserve our water quantity, and that we conserve our water supply. This would be cost shared. There may be county funds required, but it could be cost shared with the Water Management District. I did speak to them. They said they'd be willing to listen to what we wanted to do with the study, work with the USGS, get their involvement. They have several hydrologists in the Orlando area that would be capable of doing the study, trained in how to do it. I highly recommend that you do it. I think it's an easy decision for the county to do this study. And I must tell you that by doing this study, there's some advantages that we get. And I'd like to point out, this is in a white paper that was produced by CDM about 15 years ago. And they commented, they said, by their nature, models have a number of unknown conditions that are addressed with the use of certain assumptions where the data is not available. Ultimately, model accuracy is borne out by comparison of the model predictions to actual hydrologic data, such as water levels and water quality. Those would all be addressed by such a study. I highly recommend that you as commissioners approve and move forward with a hydrology study for our county. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try. I have 2 other gentlemen, former members, that are experts that have lived in the county all of their lives, excuse me, and are very familiar with this situation. Thank you.
Mr. Adair? I appreciate it, and I was in attendance at the same meeting, and I listened attentively. I did hear from some of the members regarding the status of the district, and it was coined a few times that it was an advisory board, and that's the farthest thing from reality. Your district is an elected governing body.
Right. We're not a department of the county. We're an independent district. And I should tell you that in your comp plan, it does show our services of assisting with the distribution of cost share funding to growers and landowners in the county to put in conservation practices, to put in irrigation systems, to conserve that water, and to limit their stormwater discharge, and that discharge water is of a quality better than comes on their land. So virtually every agricultural, particularly citrus, operation in our county now is equipped with a micro irrigation system using soil sensors and weather data to prescribe exact, just-in-time irrigation for the crops that use the water extremely efficiently. And to that extent, we do, that's one of our duties that we do provide.
The other question is, could the district have requested this upon their own accord, being a separate elected body?
We do not levy taxes. We do not have the funding to do it. We have recommended to the county back in 2008 that it should move forward with this geohydrology study. And some of the languages in your comp plan, I believe, originated from some of those recommendations.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's my understanding that we need to do it, in spite of the fact that they are an elected body, that we need to take action to move this forward. Are you interested in hearing from the other members?
I have a question for Bob. Bob, if nobody's monitoring these wells now, who's going to monitor them in the future?
The USGS, I went on, I couldn't believe our county wasn't there. They used data loggers and antennas and telemetry to move that data back to their database, their website in Orlando. Just looking at it, there's about 15 counties that have those wells. So the USGS would be charged with doing that. At one point, the county was sharing some of that and was doing some water testing in our county adjacent to the North County well field. The Water Management District does do monitoring also. So between the USGS and the Water Management District, I believe they would do that as part of their duties and their administration.
I thought you had made the statement, though, that nobody is monitoring the wells now.
They're off the grid. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's a question that needs to be looked into. When we move forward with this study, at that point, I think we can move those wells back onto the grid and start monitoring them back again. And I don't know why they're not there. Sorry. I tried to find out.
Anything further?
Not for Bob, no.
Mr. Chairman, Vincent, I don't know if you can answer this, or maybe Mr. Adair can answer this. I get the USGS is involved in this, but I haven't seen them in a long time, and I've lived here a long time too. St. John's River Water Management District, I thought, is the one that okays wells, monitors wells. I know years ago, in my dad's old property that was Grove for many years ago, they came in and shut those artesian wells down. Whose responsibility is it?
The consumptive use permit process and the reporting is the duty of the St. John's River Water Management District. USGS is a research study that gathers scientific information. The district regulates and administers those wells that are permitted through the CUP process.
I mean, USGS, they do surveys, but they do everything from earthquakes to tsunamis to,
yes.
to
So when you
do
the geology study, you're not just looking at the water supply, you're looking at the karst formation, the caverns and the boulder zone, all the way up to your groundwater. There is an old fault line on the South Beach. That fault line has been recorded by the USGS, and that could be updated as well. So it's a very extensive study, but it's a very valuable and I think essential study.
But I personally think that, I mean, I think it's a great idea, but and if it's free from the USGS, then by all means come and look at our ground all you want and our wells and
if it's free.
And everything else. But you know, we just got to make sure that we're getting the right information that we need. And I know the St. Johns River Water Management District's involved in this, and I'm working with Commissioner Bernique on some other stuff. And this has never come up in a conversation that he and I've had in reference to this material.
Yeah, no,
I mean, if it's for free and the USGS wants to come look at our ground and look at our water, that's fine. I can tell you that from my standpoint is that I know our utilities department, and I know Vincent, who does an outstanding job, understands the use of water, because a lot more people live here than they did in 1988 than they do now. I know he and the county administrator are fully aware of the importance of water, where we're at on consumption and all that sort of stuff. And it's good to know that we have a utilities director that is not only a good utilities director, but he's also an environmentalist and a conservationist minded type person too. And you don't find that very much probably in a lot of the utilities directors. I don't know. I'm kind of confused on this because like I said, being a fifth generation Floridian, I know how important water is in Florida. We either have too much or we have too little. And that's one of the issues that we have. The fact that the way this came up, it came up, Commissioner Moss wanted to bring as an emergency item last week. I didn't quite understand that since we just went to the meeting on Monday, because this is something that I agree with you, it needs to be done, but it can't be done, doesn't necessarily be done tomorrow, but it needs to be done following the proper steps to request it. And then I read the letter that Mr. Crumhout and Mr. Ziega wrote, and it's like there almost was a confrontation between the Soil and Water Conservation District and the county utilities. That is all news to me too. I think we're all in this together, and we're in the water issue and the water crisis throughout the state of Florida. What happens in Brevard, what happens in St. Lucie, what happens in Osceola County, and on up the stream all the way to Duval and on the other side of the St. Johns Basin is all part of what we're affected by in the state of Florida. Again, I got no problem with the USGS coming in and doing something if that's the agency that does it, but I would also look at the St. Johns, because I think things have changed since '88. I feel that we're on the consumer end of it now. We're not on the manufacturing end. We're bottling the water. We're not producing the water, and so I'm just kind of confused by all this. Again, the letter from Mr. Ziegler and Mr. Crumhout seemed like there was a confrontation. That's news to me. You know, I don't even know why that's important. I would have come in just like you're doing, Mr. Dare, and I appreciate it. Hey, you know what, County Commission, we need to do a geohydraulical study. Let's leave it at that. That's kind of where I'm at with this thing. So I'm slightly
I think that's what.
I didn't know if the utilities director wanted to comment on this, on some of the things, because I don't know how we fit, USGA fits, St. John's Water Management fits in all this, because there's a whole lot of moving parts in this thing, and I know it's changed since 1988. So that's kind of where I'm at. I understand this, but I'm confused on the way this came about.
Well, I'll answer that since I'm the one who put it on the agenda. It just came from the meeting last week. We all were there. The utilities director wasn't there, but you know, everybody else, well, with the exception of county administrator, but the assistant county administrator was there. But then in researching it after that, it's pretty clear cut from the comp plan. I mean, we can go back and change the comp plan, and I think we probably need to revise it anyway, and that's based on other discussions, not having to do with this. But the comp plan just says that, and I'm reading the policy 2.6, by 2011, the county shall contact the U.S. Geological Survey and request an updated countywide geohydrologic survey, period. That's it. I mean, that's not confusing to me. The only surprise to me was that the last one was in 1988. That was the only surprise to me. So while it's not, you know, an emergency, we just, you know, we heard what they had to say last week. The request, I heard the request. I'm assuming everyone else did. Which is why I put it on the agenda. I mean, I think we've waited long enough, you know, since 1988. I think it's time, and that this is evidently, according to the comprehensive plan, this is the proper way to do it. Then it's just that simple. And if we want to get into other things, I think we should do that. You know, maybe do that at another time. And I'm not aware of those other things. So
to me,
you know, this is very circumscribed. All right, all we're talking about is updating a survey. That's it. That's all I am bringing before the board.
County Administrator.
Yes. Yeah. As stated, this is in the comp plan. Staff is good with requesting a hydrology study. I will say it will probably take some time. We'd like to know what the costs are. I do want to add that I believe St. John's is embarking on a similar type of study for the larger area that may be beneficial. And Mr. Burke could if he could come down and just talk about that process a little bit, a larger water planning effort where they will have like public hearings and all these types of things is my understanding. So that might be another way to kind of address the issue as well. But with that, if I could turn it over to Mr. Burke for just a brief discussion on kind of the forthcoming St. John's effort on this, which, as I understand, would be larger than just Indian River County. Would be more of the St. John's area. So with that, I'll stop talking and turn it over to Vincent.
For the record, Vincent Burke. 2 points, Commissioner Moss. You said it's not going to cost us anything, which I think that is incorrect. And secondarily, I had a conflict up at City of Sebastian where I was prohibited from being at the Soil and Water Conservation meeting. So I just want to clear that for the record. The St. John's River Water Management District is updating the regional water supply plan to do the very thing that Bob Abdare and some of the folks from the Soil and Water Conservation District, either past or present members, are asking of to say, where is that water being used, how is it being used? And so that regional water supply plan actually is in the statutes, Florida statutes, requiring the districts to be able to update what's happening both at the groundwater level for the surficial groundwater, but also for the UFA in terms of the water use throughout the east central water area, which includes, you know, like Brevard County, Indian River County. And so that report, we're told, is going to be coming out in about a month. And that's not just for the utilities. That's for ag, that's for recreation, that's for industrial power users, the cogeneration plant out there at the west part of the county that was mentioned by Mr. Adair. And so I think, you know, certainly we can reach out to the USGS, but in talking to our hydrogeologist who's here today, that's glacial speed. So if you're going to look for a report, it's not going to happen anytime soon. I heard things that were mentioned about the study, the monitoring wells, the rehabilitation of the wells. Those are all costs, and I think that there's probably going to be a cost share with the USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey, to try to see what those costs are. Mr. Brown alluded to the fact that we can reach out to them. In fact, we've already reached out to them. They're interested. They want to do this, and so we can certainly go down that path to fill in the voids for what the USGS will provide. But for the water use, for the types of users, the district has and continue to do that. In fact, they started out in 2005. They did an update in 2017, and then we should have an update here in 2020. And so what staff would recommend is to allow the district to do what they do, which is to look at the water use, to get the EN50s, to look at what's been reported. In some cases, per the permit, the EN50s are not being reported to the district. We know that because the district did some evaluations with some of the stuff in the Central Florida Water Initiative, as well as in this area. So folks are not living up to the permit conditions, which we are required to do as well as a user. And then have maybe a town hall meeting. Invite the district staff to come down, go over the results of that analysis once the comment period for the ag folks, for the recreation folks, for the utility folks, and maybe we invite the district staff down to these chambers that can give a presentation to the board to do a summary of finding and also to be able to incorporate any comments that may have. Now, this is a couple months process that's going to happen, but certainly I think we want to make sure that we allow the district to put forth the summary of findings that they've done to look at the existing and future uses of those systems, whether or not we have to look at other surface waters, desalination, deeper wells, whatever the case may be, in terms of doing analysis of the water that's in use today and for the next 20 years. And so, as Mr. Brown said, that report's coming out. We think that's going to be on about a month time from the district. There'll be a comment period, a public comment period that's going to probably last several months so that they make sure they get any and all available input from those stakeholders that use and rely on the water sources. And then perhaps we may be having a town hall meeting concurrent to whatever happens with the GUSGS to be able to make sure that we're all on the same page with respect to the water uses in Indian River County.
I think, you know, I'm glad to hear that. I think that sounds great. And I think we should still do the other, as you said, concurrent. I mean, you can't have too much information on this, especially since it hasn't been done since 1988, and it's still in the comp plan. So I don't think we should be ignoring our own comp plan.
I have a question. I actually have many questions, but I will try to focus on the core ones. First of all, I agree with Commissioner Ehrman's comments. I too am just very confused as to how this has gotten here in this manner. It seems like while Commissioner Moss has an agenda item dealing with a geohydrology study and survey, there's more issues kind of wrapped up in this than purely this, at least based on the small portion of the meeting I was at last Monday. And I apologize, I had to leave to pick up my son from school, so I did not see the end of it. It also seems like, or based on the part of St. John's as to what their role was in that meeting and in that presentation. So for what you're asking us to do, Commissioner Moss, I would need much more information to move forward. We need to know if there's a cost. We need to know a time frame. We need to know all these things before I would be comfortable moving forward with that. I would note, as staff has, that there has been other water supply studies done throughout the year since 1988. In fact, I believe Mr. Adair was involved in the superficial water supply study. There's been several of those done over the years, and I'm sure he would be happy to give you more information on that as well. Look at this from a regional level. Let St. John's, because they're going to have to be involved whether we go with USGS or whatever anyway, see what that regional study says, take that information, and then really see what we need to be doing a survey on, because the water doesn't stop at the county line. In fact, the FPL project that was referenced is actually in Okeechobee County. So doing what is suggested as far as waiting for St. John's to finish their process in a month and then bringing forward some kind of town hall discussion sounds to me like a much more collaborative and comprehensive approach to the issue. And I think that the way that this has been brought about is not setting up a collaborative and comprehensive approach. Those are my comments for the moment.
Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, we were all there at the meeting, so this isn't a surprise to anybody for the community. Again, all of us attended the meeting. But just because there's so much confusion, Can we invite the members who, they've been so patient, and if any other members of the Soil and Water Conservation District would like to speak to us, would you please do so? Thank you.
Since you all were there, I'm sorry, I'm Lex Crumhout, live here in Indian River County, center of the county, by the way. Since you all were there, I won't provide you with the handout that was there. You should have that. In there, I indicate that in the past, the St. John's, the Indian River Soil Conservation Service and Water Service has acted as a support or an advisory group for the county commission. Whether that was misrepresented, if it is my fault, I apologize for that, but Joe, that was not the case or the intent. Well, my purpose in that presentation, if you'll recall, was to indicate the circumstances we're dealing with, recommend a hydrological study, for we don't know what's under our county in terms of water availability. Now, it was pointed out that there have been some problems with the North County well field in the past as those wells came online. And Mr. Ziegler provided a summary of what your consequences are if you move forward and add additional wells and further impact the landowners and the well users in that area. That one event cost, and I'm repeating myself in the presentation, but I want to point this out, $312,000 is what it cost the county to overcome that. You don't want to do that over and over again. We know we are impacting, as a county, North St. Lucie County's zones. We're impacting on the North Well Field all the way up to Brevard County, where the cone of influence for that goes into south of Route 60. That's the North County well field. And all the way 95. We don't know how much the cone of influence is on the west side of the county. We do know we are impacting Okeechobee County, and we're impacting that ridge area there because the owners are telling us that's what's happening to their wells. So, you know, it's important to understand where things are going. And in the middle of the county, we've got an impermeable layer. And there, the St. John's Water Management District has set aside that part of our county and, in fact, purchased it and is retaining water coming out of Okeechobee County and moving it north into Brevard and points north. In fact, I understand from Mr. Bornick, there is an interest, if it hasn't already occurred, to purchase water rights in Indian River County for timely releases upriver to supply water all the way to Duval County. That's how important this issue is. And unfortunately, we're dealing with water that moves out of the Piedmont areas of Georgia and South Carolina that takes over 200 years for it to get to here. So we need to pay attention to what's under us, especially when you consider all the wells that exist and people that are dependent upon those wells for a drinking water source, all the way from here, point south, up through Jacksonville and Central Florida. It's a lot. I and Mike Ziegler made a point to look at our audience, and fortunately, you all were here at that meeting. And for that, I greatly thank you, because I think the future of Indian River County's water needs is highly dependent upon your future outlook on what our water sources are. And I think that's all that Ms. Moss is expecting you to do, is take a serious look at what you're doing in these well fields, because they are impacting. And if you expand them, what's the consequences? It's not only to the people around you, but what are you doing to that aquifer? As was pointed out in that presentation by Berkeley, I believe it was, Rich Berkeley, where with such huge volumes of water coming up, you have groundwater movement that's influencing that too. And that salt intrusion will amplify, especially when you consider the cone of influence for the north well field goes all the way out into the ocean. You're going to draw that water up. And when you do, your potable water is going to be in trouble unless you go to reverse osmosis or some other means. So that's what we were trying to stress to you all in summary. The other point was, as we looked at the audience, we didn't see Vincent Burke, we didn't see Jason Brown. So we made a point, Mike Ziegler and I, to go visit them. We had a rather very difficult confrontational meeting, and I don't really understand why, because we were there to hand them out the same thing that you all got, which is the recommendations, and we were trying to be supportive. I don't see anything adversarial there that really is a big issue, but yet we were confronted with other water situations that I personally knew nothing about, and I really don't care. What I do care about is these huge wells and the impact they're having on the county's wells and all the things that Bob Adair just got through pointing out to you. Those wells are not only influencing the Florida aquifer, but because of the pollution effect of those leaks in those pipes, it's affecting the shallow wells in this county as well. So we have to pay attention to both aquifers as we go through this process. So with that, I'm going to stop. I'll be glad to answer any questions as best as I can. But I will tell you this, the Indian River Soil and Water Conservation Board has been on top of this thing for better than 20 years, I think. I've been at it for 8 years. Mike Ziegler's been at it for another 8 years. I gave up and I gave it to Mr. Cox to deal with on my board responsibilities, and you're still dealing with it. You've got to assume some responsibility at some point. I'll leave the rest of this point of conversation with Mike Ziegler. He's got some valid points on the comprehensive plan and the long-term growth management of this county. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So a couple of things, one, assuming some responsibility. Who do all these leaky wells belong to?
Individuals, probably the county as well.
Okay, but shouldn't those individuals be responsible for fixing their
They are
wells?
responsible. Matter of fact, we had one on 12th Street, and I know firsthand what the consequences of it is. It was a 6-inch flow well. It was leaking, and we proved it with shallow wells around it. And once we identified the problem, we sealed that well off permanently.
So what about all the other owners of them? Are they doing
Other
the same
people
thing?
are doing the same thing, and it's
Well, then,
costly.
if they're all doing that, then we probably don't have a problem then, do we? I mean, if they're all getting sealed.
There is a solution to this, but we all need to sit down and talk about it.
Well,
For
okay,
one, agriculture.
We've heard you, okay? So the other thing is, I was at that meeting when it started, and I heard it twice in the first 5 minutes, is we need to find out how much water St. John's needs and how much they're going to pay us to farm it for them. So right away, my radar goes up. Is this whole thing being pushed on us to try to force the county into very expensive surface water storage and pay a lot of landowners a lot of money to park water on their land? So I have a big concern about that. I think there's a lot of talk about how the Central Florida area is over permitted. There is a bill going through the process now in the state. It's CSCS Senate Bill 7062, which would require DEP to come up with new rulemaking to limit the amount of groundwater withdrawals in the Central Florida Water Initiative area. It also would give DEP money to promote alternative water supply in that area. And I think that is a very viable solution, that those Central Florida counties that are growing almost unprecedentedly and keep demanding more and more water, that they need to pay for the surface water supply, not us, and that the water we already have here in our county, that 50 to 70 inches of rainfall that was mentioned, we're already capturing a lot of that right now, and instead of that water going north to make Orlando and Duval and everybody else happy, that water should stay in our county to be used either by us as a surface water or an alternate method for farmers or whatever. But that water, in my mind, needs to stay here and not go to Orlando, not go to Duval. So I think there's a lot of bigger things here, and I'm very concerned about the motive of we need to find out how much they're going to pay us to keep their water for them. So in my mind, I've got some real concerns with the ultimate ulterior of bringing all this up at this point. And speaking of, taking your own responsibility, maybe some of the ag land needs to start keeping their own surface water if they need it for irrigation.
They do.
Well, I don't think a lot of them. I think they pump it in when they need it and they drain it out and off it goes.
On Indian River Farms, that is the case. However,
Right.
on the
So,
west,
okay, I'm just saying, you're the one who said take responsibility, and I'm just saying there should be responsibility there as well for, instead of total reliance on their wells, maybe they need to farm their own water that they need on their land. So I think there is a lot of bigger picture things here. I'm good with Commissioner Ehrman if we want to ask the USGS if they'd be glad to do the survey, fine. But if they come back with a big bill or something, I'm not sure at this point in time with all this other stuff going on that needs to be resolved, whether that's the best interest of our dollars. So that's, Mr. Chairman, that's where I am on that.
if I may respond, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. O'Brien, I don't know where you got the idea in terms of this county collecting money from other counties for water that's going north. But I will tell you this, and if you recall in that meeting, I talked about Mr. Dalbora at the time he was on the board, and they were planning everything for western Indian River County, that I felt that they should hold a reservoir for that site for Indian River County, not for the points north. It's cost this county indirectly in taxes and everything else, and potential development of nothing else, loss of revenues. Now, coming back to another point you made, yes, I think there has been over-permitting. I can't prove it, but I can see what's going on in our wells in this county, and Mr. Adair, who spends a lot of time doing that, can also support that. Now, I do know that there's some 400,000 acres that they're looking for in lower central Florida, Polk County, Osceola County, Highlands, and Okeechobee, that they're trying to acquire for retaining and holding water. That's a great idea. It needs to be done. But it's going to be costly, and it's going to be costly to the agricultural communities to do that because they're going to have to sell out in order to accomplish that. And if you'll remember, a few years ago at the high school, there was a presentation by the powers to be at the time to do that, and it was a tremendous uproar. But put all that aside, the bottom line is things are changing in Florida. Things are changing in Indian River County. We have got to do something about growth because we can't sustain it the way it is. We in the agricultural community, I will say, have done our part. We have best management practices that have done wonders in terms of water needs. The urban sector, if they had the best management practices to the degree that the agricultural community has, I think you would turn around and say, you in the urban sector need to do more too. I beg you to look at that. Anyway, I want to go back and
I will say this,
discussion.
okay, because, it probably surprises people when I'm sitting in a meeting like that, I'd listen to what's being said. So I would recommend you go back and listen to the first 5 minutes of that meeting, and you will hear it said twice, we need to figure out how much they're going to pay us to keep their water. Okay, so that's where I got that from. I heard it clearly, okay?
Who said that?
Your chairman said that.
Mr. Gunner.
Yes, sir. And the second thing is, I also heard the guy from St. John's, there was no ambiguity about it. He came out and said, yeah, the Central Florida area is over permitted. And he talked about, yeah, we look at it, things look good, then all of a sudden, things don't look good. Okay, so he came out in a minute, so that's where I heard that from too. So, I listen to this stuff, okay? I just don't sit there doodling away. So I heard him twice say, we need to find out how much they're gonna pay us. So that's where that came from.
Okay. I can't speak for them, but I can speak for myself. And what I'm telling you today is the truth as I know it. So with that, I'm going to stop because Mr. Ziegler's got a few comments that I think are well worth listening to.
Lex, I just want to say, in the beginning, you pointed out, because obviously when I had said that I had heard about the advisory committee, you referred to it as a board today, just now. I did hear those words, and it wasn't just from you, it was from others in the room. So maybe that's a general consensus, okay? It's not, and again, that it wasn't misconstrued. Those were the words. I will say that the vice chairman just said that he had heard certain words. I heard the same words, okay? So apparently, we would have to like roll the tape. There were certain things that were discussed and certain aspersions that were made in the room that, again, later on, maybe are recanted, I don't know, or directed, and then at the end, I saw there was a direction to one specific person to load this up. And I have to say, I feel uncomfortable too, because after all, you just said, well, we're over permitted. Who writes those permits?
The St. John's
A separate
Water Management District.
District governing body?
Yes.
So we need to do the study so that we ensure that they're not over permitting. And they're in complete control of who gets permitted and what water is approved and what process are they using to ensure that these permits are done fairly, accurately, and within the consumptive use element that we have for a county. Well, what are they doing?
I don't know.
See, now that's the point.
That's what
See,
concerns me.
Again, I did listen intentfully too, and I hear these facts, and it has me puzzled because I don't want any member of our community, this board, convinced that we got to go deep into the budget and deal with this issue that is their issue because they're doling out the permits. And now we have the aftermath. Is that fair or appropriate?
No.
No, it's not. So no one was saying anything about any, I appreciate you correcting that in the beginning when you stood up, but it's just a matter of, we hear it, but tell it like it is.
That's what I'm trying to do.
I know that, and you're very passionate about it. And I'm looking at several passionate individuals about this. But by no means do we take that passion and say, all right, it's on our shoulders, and let's get out the checkbook because St. John's hasn't been behaving lately, and let's fix it. Because we have to monitor them who are monitoring the wells, who are supposed to monitoring the wells, and that are supposed to be permitting according to the availability of the very product in which they're permitting, which is water. That's the frustrating part.
It's very frustrating, Joe. And the thing is, I'm not going to pay for it. You're not going to pay for it. Nor are you or I going to bear the consequences. It's going to be our grandchildren.
The grandchildren are going to pay for it. You're absolutely right, Lex. I'm with you. And I want you to know I support the passion. But we have to get down to who's really responsible with this. And that it shouldn't be the local taxpayer who are given the grand value of being allowed to drop a line in the ground to get the water. It should be those who are permitting that process. Why are they giving permits if we have to understand is there availability or not, and which wells have to be capped? That study is going to be a fortune. That is a very involved process. They don't just ride around in a Jeep and say, all right, there's one, there's another one. You guys got some records, good, let's patch it together. This is done with sophisticated equipment. And the cost sharing is going to be overwhelming. So I think that this is on the bow lines of St. John's, who's writing those permits and giving the allowances and not minding the mint. Who's minding the mint? We can't just keep printing the permits. They're doing that.
You're absolutely right.
And why do we have to do this on our bow line and take this time? There are so many other issues that we're dealing with, and with our water, with the lagoon, and with piping, and with drainage. Well, if St. John's is responsible for water, why don't we let them do their job?
You know, the state legislature wrote Chapter 373, and I believe that's created those water management districts back in 1973. And from there on out, in later 70s, this county was faced with what the St. John's wanted to do in the central part of this county. We paid the price then. We've lost the use of that water. And Joe, we got to do something as a county. And when this work order came out, that raised the whole question and raised my eyebrows, we got to do it. And the bottom line is, it called for a modeling process to be done by CDM. That has got to be done correctly with information that is reliable. If we can't rely on the St. John's Water Management District, and if we can convince the hydrological studies to be done at no cost to this county, and we had a meeting during the wild turkey presentation right in this very room where there was a person from the USGS that volunteered to have a study done, and we didn't do it. Your own master plans require you to do it.
I recall that. That wasn't a global approach. That wasn't all.
No, it wasn't, but it was
515 square miles of county territory. It was not. That was for that area.
Yes, it was.
That was talking about off 82nd Avenue for those mines, correct?
Right. But
I was paying attention that day.
It creates ponds, and ponds are nothing more than surface uptake when you have evaporation on those ponds.
But, you know, I'm passionate with you, but I don't want to, I can't see that we would align to even think that they're going to come in and just do this.
Well, we can, why don't we just find out instead of going back and forth? We don't know what the amount is. So why don't we just find out? It is in the comp plan to do it.
I'm
So
passionate with you.
And that's what I'm trying to get.
everybody wants to do it.
If you let me bow out and let Mr. Ziegler take over, I want to close with this. At some point, we got to do something
Yes.
down here, and we're at that point. If those wells, if we add more wells to the existing fields, we are doing nothing but creating bigger problems. And with that, I'm not going to say any more. I'll leave it to Mr. Ziegler. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We do have Dr. Cox here, who is currently a member of the,
I think the chair is able to run the meeting.
Anything else you want to?
yes. May we hear, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. David Cox,
Get a little too much latitude.
Periwinkle Drive, Summer Place, and I am on the board of the Soil and Water Conservation District. Thank you, Lex. Thank you, Bob Adair. And I really want to agree strongly with Mr. Burke's approach that we need an open and embracing approach to this problem, that we've heard that there's some, let's just call it friction. And it's not just because of the people who are on the dais now and the people who are at the Soil and Water Conservation District now. This is historic. And it's not getting us anywhere. You've heard this. The dynamic that's going on right now is not productive. It's not going to lead us where we all want to go as a community. And I think Mr. Burke's approach is like, we know that the St. Johns River Water Management District is producing this district water supply plan, as they do and are required to do statutorily every what? I don't know how many years, Vincent. Is it?
Last update is 2017.
Yeah, I think it's roughly every 5 years they try to do that. And, but their approach is regional, and that's a good thing. But their approach is, it's more general, and it doesn't provide the same information that, for example, even that old geohydrology report that we have is really detailed about the county. They fit together, and if we could just say, well, let's explore what would it cost to get USGS involved in this, what would be the deliverables, how would we gain additional information from what they would provide, would it be beneficial or not, what would it cost the county? And then we can have, I think, a more measured conversation about how that might fit with what St. John's does. And then the county can make, I think, better decisions, especially if we bring in other folks. I mean, maybe CDM Smith. Certainly, there should be somebody at the table from the city of Sebastian and the city of Vero Beach, since they've got a surficial well field that's drawing quite a bit of water out. And we're never going to get anywhere if this is adversarial.
No.
We're just not. And I think an open process with public meetings, as Mr. Burke was suggesting, is a much more productive path. He may be surprised to hear me saying that, but I really do think that that's the course of action in this. And not that anything that Lex was saying wasn't on point, but you know, in terms of, well, I mean, I agree with you, Peter. I heard that too from our chairperson, that, you know, that we needed to figure out how we could make some money on the water that we're storing here. And you can understand where that's coming from, that a third of our county is owned by St. John's River Water Management District, and a lot of that water is going north, most of it. And we do need to figure out how to cover our own needs going forward as we grow explosively. And I think we all agree with that we need to make certain we diversify our water sources, and we're not reliant on something that is just going to be diminished until the water quality degrades so much that we're going to salinize our soils. We're going to turn into a desert if we keep doing that. And that's nobody's intention. I know that. I mean, you're all good people. And so I just think we need to take a step back, reduce the temperature, and decide a course of action that can combine all of the potential sources of information that could be beneficial in our decision-making process and lead us to the most prudent approach. And if we can find a way to get USGS involved at a minimal cost, and we find out exactly what they can provide us, if it's any good, maybe yeah. But if they aren't going to provide us with anything that we find useful, then no, we'll just rely on St. John's. But we do have to recognize where we've fallen in the gaps, where we've been left behind by St. John's River Water Management District in the past, and recognize that by their own admission they have over-permitted in certain other counties. And we don't want to be there. too late. So I thank you for your time and attention. And if you have any questions.
Again, Doc, they've over-permitted. We have the burden. We are the county. And again, please don't misconstrue the passion about it, but they're over-permitting. So we're going to pay the ticket, and we're going to pay for the study, and we're also going to pay for any errors that they have done, and we have no capacity to stop them in any way. This belongs on their shoulders.
Mr. Chair?
And that's what my passion is about. I mean, that's the big item in the room that nobody's talking about, or we are talking about it, but we're skirting it. It's real. They're doing it. They're writing the script. No, Doc. Am I wrong?
Mr. Burke might have a comment about that.
Please.
If I may, and Dr. Cox, I really appreciate some of the comments that you stated about being open and embracing and dropping the temperature. I really appreciate hearing those words from someone from the Soil and Water Conservation District.
Yes.
I think that's really helpful because I just want to confirm what you mean by that. So I can tell you, somebody came up to me right before this item and asked me to do further investigation as to whether Vincent Burke was doing illegal things in his department concerning this item, and whether he was writing things inappropriately on improper letterhead of the county. And when the county attorney's hearing that stuff, and then at the same time hearing we want to be open and embracing and dropping the temperature, I'm a very confused individual.
Hey, I'm the tree hugger on the Soil and Water Conservation District board meeting. I'm not a fifth generation agriculturalist from Indian River County. I'm an invasive species.
So I'm just hoping that we're on the same page of dropping the temperature, not needing me to go investigate whether
all I can do is speak for little old me.
Okay, I just want that to be clear.
But, so that's all I can say.
All right.
Excellent. May I say one thing, Mr. Chair, since this is my item? If everyone can just put their feelings in second place for a while, and could we just get some information? Could we just at least find out what it will cost to do this contact U.S. Geological Survey and have this study done? Let's just find out what it will cost. It's in our comp plan. I didn't come up with this, and I don't know the whole big long background story and the Hatfields and McCoys and all the rest of it. Let's just get the information, because it's too important to be putting feelings first. Water is too important. Forget your feelings. I don't care. I don't care about anybody's feelings here. Let's just get the information. I mean, this is a very simple task. I mean, if we just could have consensus on that, to have the staff go forward, and thank you, Mr. Burke, for the information about St. John's. I think that'll be great. I mean, this is so important to our county. I mean, the more information we have, the better. I mean, let's just do it. It's waited long enough. 1988 was the last time around, and it is in the comp plan. So let's put the feelings on hold and let's get the information. And then we can go forward based on information from St. John's and hopefully also from the U.S. Geological Survey.
Chairman.
Thank you so much.
Chair. Just wanted to say, I had a note here from one of our consultants that brought this to our attention, is the comp plans must, per Florida statute, section 163, must coordinate with the regional water supply plan. Okay, so you have Florida statute that sets the tone for where the district is going to be updating it from 2017 to 2020 that we talked about. An update to look at all the uses and the in the regional area that would take into account what we said earlier is the ag use municipal potable use, golf course recreation use, and then can factor in the existing uses as well as the projected future uses, any impacts on those particular water sources, both on the groundwater, the superficial aquifer, and the UFA where we currently get our water from. But let me just say for the record too is pursuant to the definitions in 373, Indian River County is using 100% alternative water right now due to the brackish water. That's the definition in 373. And so when we talk about things like alternative water, I just want to make sure we understand whether or not it's desalination or surface water or other things that, Indian River County through its use right now is using 100% alternative water supply for the residents of Indian River County. We do have a hydrogeologist here that's been sitting in the audience. Should the board wish to hear from him, Mr. Anderson is JLA Geosciences, very smart guy, knows a lot about the geology in and around Indian River County down south, the western part. If the board should certainly like to hear from him, he's available for any questions with respect to potential update to the USGS study. We can certainly reach out to the USGS. In fact, we've already, through those channels, done some cursory investigations. They are interested. But I think, as well as the board, we'd like to know, what's it going to take for the rehabilitation of those wells? What's it going to take for the monitoring devices? What's it going to take for the actual study? And it probably could go a lot quicker if there's other stakeholders that are brought in to assist the USGS to do out those studies that are going to have to determine, the state of those wells and what the use of those wells are. My point is only being that the district has very smart people. They're doing the very thing that we're looking at. I think for the stakeholders in this room, for everybody in Indian River County, we need to know that the district should be coming up with this report in a month's time to where they're going to open it up for every public comment. And we'll certainly be waiting for that to find out what the results of that study are and comment and perhaps, like I said, invite them down for an update to the board and or other folks if they are willing to do so.
And for just edification, when we say the district, we're talking about the St. John's Water Management
St. John's River Water Management District. Yeah.
And they'll have the report. They're responsible per Florida state statute.
They're statutorily required to update that report, and we are statutorily required to adhere our comp plan per section 163 of the Florida statutes to align our comp plan with the results of the regional water supply plan. Yes, sir.
Kind of what I was saying in the beginning.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to hear from was it Mr.
Yeah.
Green?
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah.
Was that his name, Mr. Green? Yeah, if he'd like to come up, I'd love to hear his thoughts on all this.
I'm soft-spoken. My wife always tells me to speak up and stand up straight, so I'll take my mask off if that's okay. Jim Anderson, principal hydrogeologist with JLA Geosciences. I'm a professional geologist certified in the state of Florida, and I've been working with Indian River County on their well field work for about 5 or 6 years or so. I've got about 35 years of experience in permitting, design, construction of all sorts of wells in South Florida. I worked in Indian River County, St. Lucie County, FPL at the power plant, we did those wells, Fort Pierce Utilities Authority, Martin County, Palm Beach County, Broward County, City Fort Lauderdale, Dade County, all the way down to Turkey Point. And I've done hundreds and hundreds of upper Florida and aquifer wells, so I know the aquifer extremely well. And I know your aquifer pretty well too. Born and raised in Jupiter, Florida, born in 1960, so I've been here for 60 years. I agree with what Mr. Adair said and what Dr. Cox said and what Mr. Burke said. We're all on the same page. This aquifer is your only aquifer. You have a superficial aquifer, but it's really limited. And the city of Vero Beach is tapping it. And it has been impacted by the landfill and contamination. But the upper Florida aquifer, which starts about 350 feet down, artesian aquifer, and it underlies the entire state of Florida. Every county taps that aquifer. And here, as everywhere, it's like a precious gem. Just like Mr. Adair said, it's fossil water. Been down there for tens of thousands of years. It was put there in the last ice age. The water, the recharge area is northern central Florida. Okay, that's where the aquifer's in connection with the surface. So when it rains, It goes through the sinkholes and it recharges the aquifer. But if we think that water is going to get past Orlando to here to recharge us, we're dreaming. But, so the aquifer starts at 350 and goes on down to about a quarter mile down. So it's almost 1,000 feet thick. And it underlies the entire county. So it's extremely extensive. So why is it an issue here? Getting back to that precious gem, the water quality in the aquifer here is extremely good. At the very top, it's almost fresh. It's not quite fresh enough for drinking water, so utilities has to run a membrane plant to separate the salt and the hardness to turn into drinking water. But it's an excellent source for drinking water. For agriculture, they can drill a well, open the valve, and the water flows out. It's perfect. I mean, it's free. It's free water. And because it's fresh, it was easily tapped. Go one county south of here, St. Lucie County. It's brackish. So have they heavily used it? Fort Pierce Utilities has pretty fresh water, so they've used it for drinking water. Port St. Lucie, brackish, not used. So they use it for drinking water. Martin County, brackish, can't use it for agriculture. Palm Beach County, brackish. Dade, Broward, brackish. So the aquifer down there, it's confined and it's not used. So what happens? The water level in the aquifer will rise to 20, 30, 40 feet above land surface because it's confined and it's not being used. Here, our water level in the upper Floridan is about this high. This high. So why do you suppose it's this high? It's because it's been tapped over and over and over. And what Mr. Adair said is exactly true. You've got wells that are 50, 60 years old that were made of steel casings that have corroded, and that water is just flowing. Look at a Google map and look at the lakes in Indian River County, the little ponds. They're crystal clear and blue. Why is that? Because they have artesian wells that flow into these lakes all the time. And the only reason to turn those wells off if the rainfall, if it's flooding, and they got to shut it off because of flood issue. So they have free water that's open with a valve with wells that are decades old, been in the family for generations. Why not use it? We have to look at the highest beneficial use of the resource. Agree with the USGS. Come in here and do this. I've talked to 3 of them, Dorothy Cifuentes, Kevin Cunningham, who's kind of like me but been with the GS for many, many years and has done many studies on the Floridan, and Mike Walker, who's going to retire. They are the perfect entity to come in objectively and say, here's an update. This is what you got. I won't go into a lot more detail. I 100% agree with that. But that objective aspect needs to be added here, because there are many who've had easy access to free water, and I don't blame them a bit. I had the opportunity to work with Mr. Van Antwerp, who is the person with the well who got the $312,000 effort to replace his well, to add 2 pumps. I helped with that. And if I can use one reference, I have many, I would use Mr. Van Antwerp. Call him, ask him about what he thinks about my opinion, because it was a pleasure to work with him, and we've become friends since then. He would even recognize that this resource has been tapped for so many years. It's a shared resource. And this study, everything that's done, needs to look at the highest and beneficial use, whatever that is, objectively. But know this, that water supply for drinking water requires a high-quality source. You can't just take water from a pond. It's very expensive to treat. We've even talked about indirect potable reuse, taking water from the wastewater plant, running it through an RO plant, injecting it into ASR wells, recovering it, and pumping it to the water plant at huge cost. Can it be done? Absolutely. Circling back, and I'll close on this, just having an open mind about this resource, which is that precious gem, and what is the best use for all of the citizens of Indian River County. And with that, I guess I can take some questions.
Okay. Anybody have any questions of this young man?
Yeah, just,
Go ahead.
so who would make the determination of what the highest and best use is?
Well, that's the district's water management district's responsibility is to make sure that permits are issued for the highest and best use of the water quality. So, and when they issue one, they require any permittee to take the lowest quality water that's available. But that's the district's responsibility.
Okay. Well, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
You said you would recommend welcoming the USGS here. I mean, I'm certainly not familiar with. I mean, I know what they do, but I've never had an opportunity to interact with them. How long is there like is it like Vince said? Is it glacial?
It is, because the GS is a federal scientific agency, and when they issue a report, it's got to be perfect. They go out and do the study, they come back and evaluate the study. They write the report, and then it goes through all these layers of review before it goes out on the street. I will say that if it's a study that's shared by the county, St. Johns River Water Management District, and the GS, that might expedite the process. There's a sense of urgency there. There's maybe some funding there, and it can become a priority as opposed to just in queue for all the projects they have going on. This is a nationwide organization, and they look at a variety of things more so than just groundwater.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with Commissioner Moss, I still think Vincent was spot on. I think there's, I think we just heard it from him that St. John's is the major player in this. I've got no problem asking USGS. I'm like Commissioner O'Brien. I don't want to pay a fistful of money to them to do that, especially if it's going to come out 2 years from now. And if St. John's is doing something in the next month or 60 days, I think that's very. I think that's very good news. I'm trying to remember exactly what you did say at the beginning of this, Vince, about getting together with the stakeholders and opening this thing up and having public forums if we need to. I mean, it's Commissioner Moss's matter, but that's kind of that's where I'm coming from in this. I think it's water is crucial. It knows no boundaries in the state of Florida. It's crucial throughout the state of Florida for sure. And if we can find out where our piece of the puzzle is, yeah, I'm okay with that. But I want to do it the right way because I don't want this confusion that I saw at the beginning to continue because it's like Dr. Cox said, it's not healthy. It doesn't make sense. And if we just came up here and said, hey, let's just get a study done, end of conversation, and it wouldn't have amounted to hand-delivered letters and et cetera and things like that, I'd probably felt a little better about it. So.
Well, let's find out what it will cost and what's
That's not what he said.
the time frame.
That's
not
what.
That's not the
Chairman
suggestion.
said.
I think it was. I'm all in favor of everything
just
that's
as we
being
move
done.
forward.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Basically, I can say, if he can repeat it, I can say, well, staff recommendation, if he can repeat what he said.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when the report comes out, we'll make sure that everybody's aware of it. I think the district's probably going to put it on their website. They will ask for a comment period, and certainly, as a utility, we'll be looking at that report and providing comment to the district. We can continue to have discussions with the USGS, as Mr. Anderson has already reached out to some of those members, begin the conversation to at least get an idea of what that scope may be, so that we're concurrently working with the information that's coming out with the district in the immediate future in the next 60 days, provide comment, and then try to bring back some information to the board once we have some more information on the USGS stuff. Yeah.
Well, would it be most appropriate to when we get that information to have a presentation, discussion, and then a determination of where we have to go at the next step?
Yeah, I think a lot of the interest right now is, what's the state of the aquifer and the water systems? What is the use? What's been permitted? What hasn't been permitted? Has it been over permitted? I think the district, as part of that update, will be able to answer those questions. The USGS is going to look at the topography, the hydrogeology, but certainly the questions that I think that are on most of our minds now and into the future are, what's the status of the regional water supply, which I think the district is going to be bringing to us. And then I was just recommending that once we've had an opportunity to review that and comment, maybe we invite district staff to come down to explain the summary of findings in the way that the commission can understand what's happening, our stakeholders can understand what's happening, and we'll all have an opportunity to be able to go over the information that the district is going to present.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah, you see, now, there's nothing to do about assessing the value until we're getting there. We're looking at the actual information, and I think what you identified, Mr. Burke, is what some of us have been clearly suggesting, that the major stakeholder is St. John's, the major stakeholder. We all may be stakeholders. Yes, we are responsible for our grandchildren as well. I don't have them. Or our great-grandchildren, because it is a precious resource. However, with that said, let's go back to who's the primary stakeholder, who's writing the tickets, who's giving the permission slips, and who's going to be held accountable for what's available and what's got to be extinguished. Because over the years, yeah, we've had to put some money in to grout some wells where they've been abandoned, parcels been abandoned, people found wells that didn't know they exist. Well, we have to get to the solution, and getting to the solution is sometimes doing a passive review of going back and then going forward with newfound information. And I believe that's our best approach. So I agree, Mr. Burke, that we need to wait for that data. Again, that data is not going to be a year or two out. It's just a couple of months away. I think that's the most appropriate before we take action that can wind up being very costly for not the most appropriate reason.
Well, what I was saying was, yes, I'm very happy to hear that we will have information from St. John's, and I'm glad we'll hear it publicly. And beyond that, we're just looking to find out what it will cost, and I think that's already underway. If I understand it correctly, I think that's what Mr. Burke said. You've been in touch with them, and
we just reached out to the USGS.
Yeah.
We don't have any other data other than to say that we've reached out to the USGS just because of the item that came out on Friday. Yeah.
That's fine. I'm happy because we'll get information. We'll find out what the cost is. We've debated it without knowing the facts, so we'll find out what the facts are with regard to USGS, and having more than one source of information is not a bad thing. I think it's actually a good thing. This is such an important resource. I think we should have information from more than one source. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. We'll see what it costs. I don't know what it cost in 1988, and I don't know with what organizations we shared that cost. If anybody here knows, we can discuss it right now, but I don't know. So I'll look forward to hearing from Mr. Burke.
Well, again, I just don't want the payment for the services to come out of the wrong bank account. And I believe that the bank account is not held within this county. And that's really the critical issue, and I think that will come out too when this report is made. Because after all, you have an organization that's writing out the permission slips and then saying, hey, we ran out.
Yeah. No.
Why are we having to monitor that?
I agree. I don't know who paid for it.
Having our taxpayer pay for that process.
I agree. So, I don't know who paid for it in 1988. I think we'll find out who paid for it in 1988. It is in our comp plan, though, to do it this way.
I would just say that the next time you bring a commissioner's item or any item, it would probably be helpful to speak to staff first and have the backup information available beyond just asking for documents, because we probably could have saved about an hour a conversation and angst and argument had that homework been done. But I'm happy at where we are right now and feel like we have a positive way to move forward. And the last thing I'll mention is that this board has been very proactive with trying to address growth issues, water issues, pollution issues, and other things. So again, I think we're on a good path moving forward, and I appreciate Director Burke's solution to the issue.
Mr. Chairman, if we need a formal motion, if Commissioner Moss approves this, I will make if we need a formal motion, I will motion staff recommendation as to what was relayed by our Director of Utilities.
Well, we are waiting for, it is Commissioner Morse's item that she brought up. Apparently, she did not make a motion. That's her determination. In fact, if not in short of a motion, we can just have consensus, since it's Commissioner Morse's item that she brought up that's not going forward. We can do that at the very least, and we don't need a formal motion. We can have a consensus that we will await this report so that we can then begin the proper process to address where it's going, what it's doing, and the cost factors. I believe all of this research, yes, Commissioner Adams, if we're doing such an item, that it shouldn't be based upon opinion, it should be based on fact, and that maybe a little bit of research would have been done, because at this very juncture, we have volunteer people inside of committees, districts, we have individuals, employees, that there was a little bit of cage rattling for no reason whatsoever. And I think it accomplishes nothing. Thank you, Dr. David Cox. Yes, it accomplishes nothing. Unfortunately, everybody gets on edge because we're rattling cages for no reason whatsoever. Let's get the job done. The right way to do it is, if we gain consensus, then we'll wait for Mr. Burke to bring something back forward.
Yeah. Yes, I think.
That okay?
Yes, we already have consensus as far as I'm concerned. I agree with what Mr. Burke said.
Okay.
2 sources of information. It's good.
Well, I see consensus.
I'm good with it.
Anything further on the issue?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all. We'll now move forward to the Solid Waste Disposal District approval of the minutes for the meeting of February 9th, 2021.
Move approval.
Second.
That's
February 9th and February 16th. I thought
that's upon motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Ehrman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Final pay to Geosyntac for work order number 6.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
That's a motion by Vice Chairman O'Brien, seconded by Commissioner Adams. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. And a request to expand the SWID Recycling Education Services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Himanshu Mehta, Solid Waste Disposal District. I know it's been a long day, so we have a PowerPoint, but I think I'm going to skip that. And we even wanted to share with you our virtual video of the landfill, but it's on our website, so if you'd like to check it out, please do so. So we're going to make a brief. We're coming up to our next year budget cycle, and one of the things we wanted to do is come to you, at this time, and recognize that our one of our missions in my department is to kind of continue to expand the recycling program, both on the residential and commercial level. It's been a challenging year with this pandemic, and when we just recently submitted our 2020 report to the DEP, it's a draft submittal. They're reviewing it. They'll get back to us. But our recycling rate dropped, and so we take pride in what we're doing, but we feel we could do more. And so we wanted to take the opportunity to come to you at this time and say that I'd like to expand my department. If I could if this was 3031 and I could request to clone Sue Flack, I would do that because she does an amazing job. And so I do want to recognize her for everything that she's doing. In our agenda and in our presentation, we were going to talk about all the great things that SWID is doing now. It's in the backup. And even with the pandemic, she's probably done over 100 to 200 Zoom meetings with kids and so on and other stakeholders in the community. But we like to consider the board to, as we go through the budget process, as we submit our budget this year, meet with the county administrator and the budget director to request adding staff and some additional resources to our department to continue to expand the recycling program and education in the county. So we wanted to just mention that. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. One of the things we do identify in there, and it is in our recommendation, is we do have some funding that we offer to a nonprofit, Keeping It Beautiful. If it is the board's desire that we use some of that funding to expand our recycling education in-house, I'd like to certainly do that, because I know every year, when we raise our budgets, it affects all the residents in the county. So if there's a way to bring some of that services in-house, I certainly like to mention that to the commission. But happy to answer any questions you have.
I have a question.
Thank you.
If we were to bring this in-house, does that mean we get to expand the plastic recycling program? Because that is one of my favorite programs.
Definitely.
Okay.
One of the things that we're doing as part of, under design right now, is we're going to be building a new household hazardous waste facility, a recycling transfer facility, and part of that program is to really expand some of the services that we're offering residents and the ability. One of the things we're looking at is like a reuse center there for residents to come in and things that people may want to discard right now. We pay a lot of money to send things out for disposal. There may be an opportunity to reuse some of these things. So having an additional staff member would even help facilitate that center.
Most definitely. And I have to say, I have worked with Sue on recycling issues for a while now, and it's always a pleasure. Her knowledge and her ability to convey that to whether it's young or small or old or whatever is fantastic. I think that she's a great asset. I would definitely concur with that. And I know we've been working on ways to remove things from the waste stream and encourage recycling. So I think I would agree that with that household waste facility, this is a really good opportunity to expand our recycling education program, as well as our community outreach. And I'm honestly super happy to see this moving forward. And yes, I'll just add from my fellow commissioners, the restaurant participates in the plastics recycling program. So we have a little receptacle, and all of our plastic film and plastic bags goes into that. And actually, it was just like once every couple weeks that we would have to take it to the convenience center. I won't call it the dump, but I'm old school. The convenience center, and the poor gentleman would always look at us like, where is all this plastic coming from? So now he gets to look at us like twice a week, because we've gotten everybody at the restaurant so used to it. And now they really want to, Sue, they really want to talk about what else we can recycle. So we might have to come out and do some kind of assessment or something. I don't know what you guys do in that manner, but we already do the cardboard and the glass and the plastic, so maybe cans and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll have to get into it. But
sort of the buzzword in recycling, and probably Sue will say it better, is recycle right, and having additional resources allows us to go into businesses, do audits about what's being done, what can be done to improve the recycling program, and again the education part that we can offer, and it's a lot of other counties do offer that, and I think by having additional resources in-house, we can provide that as well.
Awesome. Well, if there's no other comments or questions,
I'm just very excited about this, knowing that we're going to go forward and be doing the things that, quite frankly, we used to do, and they're reusing, recycling, and repurposing. That I'm looking at Sue right now, and her defining moment was probably at the schools when they engineered all those receiving devices, and the kids actually got involved with the process, and then the machines came in for the paper regurgitating, and we had the opportunity to use the styrofoam conversion into a toothpaste. I realized that, you know, there was some limitations, but that was just magical, and there was a lot of things happening, and I'm looking, I see Sue smiling because she can't wait to really immerse herself into that. So with this motion now, I'm sure we're going to be in a great future for recycling. So I just want to thank you for developing this.
Mr. Chairman, question for Jason. Did you want us to give Himanshu any guidance on like a dollar amount to increase, or let that be something you handle with Kristen and Himanshu as you put your budgets together?
Yeah, we can do the final dollar amounts, just the general direction of where we're
okay.
going
It's good to
this and the funding source and all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Adams, that was a motion. I'll be glad to second it.
Thank you. That was a motion.
Yes, it was. Upon motion by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Vice Chairman O'Brien, any further discussion? Any clarification necessary? Okay. Is there any member of the audience? Well, it's Sue, Vinnie, and okay. Is there anybody internet and anybody on the website? No Zooming. Got them all covered. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Well, I believe at this late stage of the game that you've concluded the agenda. So I want to thank you. Seeing no further, anyone else have anything for the greater good of our community? At this time, this meeting is adjourned.